Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Great to be back with you once again for the continuation of the 2025 British Minibikes Championships, the road to MotoGP. I'm Jake Stanton. Great to be with you once again, and we're in the picturesque circuit at Rowrah in the beautiful county of Cumbria. It is a very exciting battle that we are set to witness here in the third round of the championship, in a championship that's already taken us part of the length and breadth of Great Britain. We've obviously had a very exciting opening round of the championship in the first round at Teesside. And of course, last time out, we had some fantastic fun and games at Wilton Mill. Now we are having another fantastic run as we continue our journey here at Rowrah, and it really is going to be a sensational battle for all of the contenders as we gear ourselves up ready for another exciting start. The third round of the championship that sees Carter Spinks line up in pole position in the championship standings, but he's going to be lining up third on the grid for this particular first race of the day. It is the Junior Super Moto 90s that kick us off, and it's going to be 10 laps once again to kickstart things off over the course of what has already been a fantastic day. We had a few races yesterday. We'll try and update you as we go through the course of the day with all of the relevant information. 22 degrees Celsius, quite a warm one for this time of the year. A little bit breezy as well, 5 miles an hour wind. It's dry, and it looks unlikely that we're going to get some rain intervening on this occasion, so it should be all fine and good. Cody Brennan lining up in pole position for this one. Alongside him on the grid, Tommy Dickinson. We'll also have Carter Spinks in the mix there along with Jake Todd, Oscar Rowland and Louis Craig, Joey Billam and Hugh McDowell, Oscar Duckworth and Harry Birch, along with Dylan Mosgrove, Oliver Med, Bobby Baker and Ryan Merrin. 14 riders on the grid for this one. And it's the number 79 of Cody Brennan that lines up on the front of the grid. He's on the right side of your picture. 2x2 hurrah on the grid for this one at Rowrah. Green flag at the back of the field, so we'll wait to see if Tommy Dickinson can get the jump on Cody Brennan into turn one. He certainly got the best position on the grid to do so. We charge away, but it is a perfect start for Cody Brennan. No worries at all for him as he launches forward and up into the S's for the first time. Excellent start. So as the riders work their way through, it's already been a fantastic launch, and the riders are already getting themselves used to the situation through the first couple of corners. Carter Spinks already trying to give chase to Tommy Dickinson, who finds himself in second position on the 14 bike. So Tommy Dickinson, as they go around the hairpin and up towards St John's on the end of the first lap. Very exciting start to proceedings here in the Junior Super Motos. As they go around the hairpin there, which in karting would be a chicane. But in the world of mini bikes, it is more of a hairpin that is used on that part of the course. So great to see everybody putting in a very good run as they come out of Stewart up towards St John's, and then they'll work their way through Sunny Bend, and at the end of the lap they'll find themselves around the Paddock Bend, which they do now. It's going to be Cody Brennan who leads off at the end of the first lap of Junior Super Motos 90 in 2025 at Rowrah. Cody Brennan in front of Carter Spinks, the first race of their event. It's a very strong start to proceedings for Brennan ahead of Dickinson. And then it is Carter Spinks, third position. For some reason, the 14 is not transponding. That is the bike belonging to Tommy Dickinson, although that is his bike, I do believe, in second position still, swarming around all over the back of the man up front, Cody Brennan. But Tommy Dickinson was, of course, the man who lined up alongside Cody Brennan on the front row of the starting grid for this one. Then Spinks, Todd, Craig and Joey Billam. Then we should have Oscar Rowland in front of Oscar Duckworth and Hugh McDowell. Ryan Merrin is rounding out the top 10 for the moment in front of Harry Birch, Dylan Mosgrove, Oliver Med and Bobby Baker. But look at the pressure that Cody Brennan finds himself under as he works his way through on this fast part of the course. Looking to measure himself around the far side. The timing screen tells me that we've got 8 laps remaining at the end of this one, but you can sense that there's a little bit of pressure cooker coming in now from the man in second position, really starting to hustle. It looks to me like it's actually Carter Spinks who's there in second position. I do apologise. So Tommy Dickinson struggling in the first part of the race start then, and that is his bike currently, I believe, down in P6.
I think so.
So that is accurate, in fact. Brennan leading the way in front of Carter Spinks. A nice little woohoo in the background there. Good to hear. Everybody's getting excited about the way things are currently shaking up. Jake Todd in front of Louis Craig. And as they go down to the hairpin, up towards Stewart, they will work their way out through the left kink, and then on the approach, yellow flags out. So somebody's gone down in the middle of the circuit as somebody being lapped there. I think that's Bobby Baker being lapped for the first time, but we certainly had a rider going down then on the previous lap. At least one rider, possibly two. I think it's Oscar Duckworth who's fallen. And of course, in the junior categories, if you fall off the bike, that's it. You're not allowed to get back up again and that is for safety reasons, of course, in these junior classes. In the adult categories, you can take the risk if you wish to, but in the junior categories, once you fall, that's it. You do not get back up again. And there is the bike in question that has fallen, and that is worth, I'm afraid to say, as we get a lap there on Dylan Mosgrove, the 22. But out in front, no problems at all for the time being for Brennan and Spinks. We're having a very nice race of it in the leading charge. They go down the back straight out of Iredale's, up towards Stewart once again. Very neat and tidy for the time being at the moment. The riders still giving us plenty to get excited about as they run onto the far side of the course. And the clerk of the course, Brett Moore, obviously keeping an eye on things as they work their way through out of Sunny Bend and up towards Paddock Bend to complete the lap. You get the sense that this is going to be a very interesting comeback ride from Carter Spinks if he can work his way through onto the far side of Cody Brennan, trying to get onto the inside line for the next apex. He can't finish off the move yet. Carter Spinks wanting to take the risk, but it's a little bit early in the meeting to really be going gung-ho for the move. This one looks a little bit more calculated though as he tries to work his way into the hairpin at McRae's. Hasn't quite been able to finish off the move there. And again, Cody Brennan just keeping it nice and tidy to the middle of the road on approach. Coming off the throttle in the middle of the road again through McRae's and Iredale's. Along that back straight as well that runs parallel to the lake, so it is known as the Lakeside Straight. And now up towards the traffic. They've got Oliver Med and Ryan Merrin to try and lap on this particular approach. Still going full guns blazing at the moment as the riders are having a particularly decent time of it on the far side of the course. So Brennan, Spinks, Todd, Craig, Billum and Tommy Dickinson. But certainly for Cody Brennan, this is the ride he wanted to have up at the sharp end, enjoying himself as he works his way through to complete the lap here. And so as they cross the line, Cody Brennan has 4 laps remaining, I do believe. They continue on the charge. Sorry, my apologies. He has 5 laps to go as far as my timing screen tells me, because we've completed 5 and there's 5 remaining. That's what the timing screen tells me at the very least. Again, another good opportunity here from Carter Spinks to go after Cody Brennan. Through Iredale's, back along Lakeside, and then up towards Stewart once again. But this has been a race of care and protection for Cody Brennan. Doesn't want to charge too hard, but also doesn't want to lose too much ground to Carter Spinks. He looks over his right shoulder. He knows that Carter Spinks is right there. They've still got traffic to deal with, and they split the side as they go left and right of the rider in question. I think that was Hugh McDowell. So very calculated decision-making there from both Brennan and Carter Spinks. Very tough, of course, in the world of British mini bikes. When you are a newcomer in the category, you go straight into the British Championship. There are no regional or domestic or club events. You go straight in at the Premiership level, as it were, the British Championships, and you've got to learn on the job. That's the difficulty of the domestic growth of super bikes and mini bikes in this particular part of the world. So again, Carter Spinks looking for his opportunity here on Cody Brennan. We're not expecting things to get too spicy too early in the meeting, but certainly Carter Spinks fancies his chances if he gets an opportunity down Lakeside to go up towards Cody Brennan. There's another yellow flag, this time it's Stewart. And, oh well, there is another rider out of contention then, I'm afraid. That looks like Harry Birch, the 77, who's been in trouble. So Harry Birch, I think, has retired from the race as well. And that's very unfortunate after joining Oscar Duckworth on the sidelines. So Birch is gone, Duckworth is gone. Hopefully they'll return in one of the later races of the day in Junior Super Moto. So across the line we go again. 3 laps remaining here. So still an interesting battle for the contenders as Cody Brennan runs in front of Carter Spinks. There's another slower rider in front of them. That looks like Oscar Rowland. So Oscar Rowland is going to be the next man for them to try and work their way past. I think that's Oscar Rowland anyway. Number 12 bike. Down to the braking zone. Carter Spinks, again, just waiting for his moment. He's not trying to rush things. He's got plenty of time to make this move. And he doesn't have to rush the procedure. He can just take his time to measure where he's going to put the bike, measure where it's all going to kick off and where he can dial himself in, ready for another attempt. So taking his time to complete the run. There is Cody Brennan in front of Carter Spinks. It's getting close, getting quite tight down to Paddock Bend as Carter Spinks goes for the long trajectory. Now try and get back on the throttle as they come off the turn and head for the main part of the course. Again, they come through, 2 to go. And so as they work their way through the S's up towards McRae's, Carter Spinks is again putting himself in all the right places. He doesn't want to put Cody Brennan under too much pressure here. The graphic says it's the last lap. That's actually on the next lap, I should point out. We've got 2 laps to go here. But Carter Spinks down Lakeside, looking threatening for Cody Brennan. It's about now you start making the bid, and they're going to lap the number 64 of Bobby Baker for a second time. But there's an issue there for Cody Brennan. He gets a little bit hesitant as we've got another rider out of the race by the look of it. I think that might be Dylan Mosgrove. I'll double check as they come through, but that's a third rider after Oscar Duckworth and Harry Birch. So it looks like we've lost yet another contender. In fact, I think that might actually be Bobby Baker, who's retired. So Bobby Baker in the 64. Now we're going for it, last lap. And this is it for Carter Spinks to try and get through on Cody Brennan. Last lap begins. They work their way through the S's. It's time for Carter, if he really wants to win this race, to be a little bit more aggressive to Cody Brennan, try and coax a mistake out of him as they work their way through the hairpin, down the back straight, towards Iredale's, out of McRae's, into the Iredale's hairpin. Carter Spinks really wants good acceleration off the turn. Cody Brennan's looking strong, though, down Lakeside, and as they work their way up towards Stewart, it looks to me as though Cody Brennan might just have this one in the bag. Carter Spinks is still with him in second place, but they've got to be very careful as they finish off the lap. And I think Cody Brennan is going to open his account in fantastic fashion in front of the championship leader, Carter Spinks, who is going to consolidate with the second place here. Again, they dive up the inside, this time on Ryan Merrin, to put a lap on him for the second time. But it is going to be a victorious run to start the day here at Rowrah from Cody Brennan. It took Carter Spinks a little bit longer to get through the traffic, but Cody Brennan will see the checkered flag first. There he goes. Checkered flag for Cody Brennan ahead of Carter Spinks. Excellent effort in front of Jake Todd, who will be third, and then it'll be Louis Craig in fourth position ahead of Joey Billum and Oscar Rowland, who managed to come through in front of Tommy Dickinson. Long gap between the leaders. They were lapping about 5 to 6 seconds a lap quicker than the other riders around them. So Cody Brennan takes the victory in front of Carter Spinks. Jake Todd will come through in third position in front of Louis Craig, and then Joey Billum ahead of Oscar Rowland. Tommy Dickinson in P7 ahead of Hugh McDowell, and then Oliver Med, Ryan Merrin and Dylan Mosgrove. The retirements from the race. Sadly, we lost Bobby Baker as well as Harry Birch and Oscar Duckworth. So there are the results so far as the riders do finish off and come through. Just double checking that is all accurate. Jake Todd third, Joey Billum fourth, Louis Craig fifth, Oscar Rowland sixth, Tommy Dickinson seventh in front of Hugh McDowell, Oliver Med still ninth place in front of Ryan Merrin. Dylan Mosgrove will be the last rider home on the number 22 machine ahead of Bobby Baker, who has already been declared as a race retirement. Bobby Baker crossed the line. Dylan Mosgrove has not completed the distance, so it looks as though it's actually Dylan Mosgrove who retired from the race, and not Bobby Baker. Harry Birch managed to continue only until the end of lap number 3, and then Oscar Duckworth sadly retiring from the race. That's it for the Junior Super Motos for now. They'll be back out later on in the event. Mini Motos will be out for their second encounter of the weekend in a few short moments. So the two riders that dropped out of the race on the far side of the course then, Harry Birch and Oscar Duckworth, along with Dylan Mosgrove, who was not able to complete the full 10-lap race distance, just being escorted back to the paddock. Once those three riders are back in the paddock once again, then we can get ourselves underway for the Mini Moto, the second race of the weekend, I should point out, for them, because they are not running to the same schedule as everybody else. Most of the classes are running all of their races today. Minimoto is spread out across 2 days of race action. Nelly Newth was actually the rider who picked up the victory yesterday, who's been making massive headlines in the last 18 months in terms of British mini bikes. She won the coveted Kia Miller Under 13 Racer of the Year as organised by the motorsport media outlet Downforce Radio, which obviously honours racing competitors in multiple different disciplines of motor racing under the age of 13. And for her to be right up there as the best voted racer in any discipline of motorsport under the age of 13 shows just how popular her trajectory in the world of racing currently is. And certainly did a fantastic job yesterday in the 8-lap encounter, coming home ahead of Benny Grayson, Harry Everts and Joey Billam. Problems in the race for Austin Dilks, though, the championship leader. He did not complete the full race distance, nor did Joey Billam. So it could be a very interesting scenario then for the contenders in the second of the Minimoto races. So tough stuff for Junior Super Moto 90, because Joey Billam's got to get straight off the Super Moto and then straight onto the Minimoto. Not an easy schedule for him. Nelly Newth is going to be starting from pole position on this one in Minimoto Rookie. And then we have Austin Dilks, Joey Billam, and then Benny Grayson with Harry Everts in position number 5. Not many competitors in Minimoto, of course, this season, and certainly not many doing the complete rotation of the races. But there's still plenty to talk about within British Minibikes, none the least of which in Minimoto is, of course, Nelly Newth, but also Austin Dilks, who is currently leading the championship on 152 points, ahead of Benny Grayson, who is second in the point standings. Then Joey Billam, third. Nelly Newth probably would be higher in the championship had it not been for the fact that she actually missed out on the last round of the championship at Wilton Mill. Logan Paisley is currently 5th in the standings. She is also missing out. Logan Paisley, sorry, is also missing out, I should say, on the event here. And then, of course, we have Harry Everts 6th in the championship. The likes of Claudia Dudman and Amelia Pietras, who are not with us at round 2, are also not with us here. Hopefully we'll get to see them back out again later in the 2025 campaign. But certainly the Minimotos are going to bring their riders back to the starting grid, and the qualifying position is going to be a fascinating one, as it's going to be Joey Billam who leads them off the grid of this one, I do believe. Sorry, no, my apologies. It'll be Nelly Newth who leads them off the grid in this one in the 44 bike. Then Austin Dilks, Joey Billam in 3rd place from Benny Grayson and Harry Everts. So as the riders get themselves into position, there is the field working its way through back into position once again. And all of the riders, of course, hoping for a very exciting battle out on the course. They bring themselves back to the starting grid. They get one exploratory lap of the course, as always. And there to the pole position comes the 44 of Nelly Newth, a very talented young rider who's got plenty of opportunities to continue making the moves. Austin Dilks alongside her on the front row of the starting grid. And then behind you can see Joey Billam there on the number 59 bike. Up to the far side on the left of your picture is the 19 of Benny Grayson. And then at the tail of the field is the 61 of Harry Everts. They line up in position, and we are ready for the first of the Minimoto fights on our live coverage of round 3 of the British Minibikes Championship 2025 here at Rowrah in Cumbria. The Road to MotoGP continuing with Minimoto Rookie here at Rowrah. And we are under starters orders. Oh, I thought we were. Now we are. A little bit of a jump there, potentially, from Austin Dilks. And as a result, Austin Dilks actually falls into 2nd position, allowing Nelly Newth to get into the lead of the race and pull a little way clear of the rest of the challengers. So a perfectly good start then from the 44 of Nelly Newth, who's full of confidence, despite missing the 2nd round of the championship at Wilton Mill. So a perfectly good start. And I wonder if perhaps a little bit of a headache there for Austin Dilks. I wonder if they'll as a jump start, because he did kind of creep forward but then stop again. So it depends on the leniency on that particular decision. However, Austin Dilks, championship leader in the British Minibikes Championship Minimoto class, is putting Nelly Newth, who was the dominant force in Teesside the first round of the championship, under massive pressure as they go out towards the latter part of the lap. And Austin Dilks really wants to make up for retiring from the earlier race of the weekend yesterday to put himself right back into the hunt here behind Nelly Newth. They go out of Paddock Bend and complete the opening lap of the race, and Austin Dilks definitely getting pretty pacey on the throttle as he comes up towards the next part of the course. but certainly for Nelly Newth, running very well in front of Austin Dux on the opening lap. And it's all about confidence at this phase of the battle, and certainly Nelly Newth is full of confidence at this moment in time. Austin Dux trying to make the bid to the inside line, can't quite make the move stick. So still very quietly confident here, Austin Dux, to try and make the bid on Nelly Newth. Was pretty quick through McRae's, up to Irondales, is looking for that move to the inside line to finish off the charge on Nelly Newth, but there's not much to choose between these two riders. They're still very evenly matched at this particular part of the narrative. So Nelly Newth enjoying her stance in the lead of the race once again here to Austin Dux. Still having a very smooth and solid race of things at the moment as she continues her convincing trajectory at the top of the British sport. Through to the S's. Working away through Sunny. Paddock, Nelly Newth all going very well stage of proceedings. And still looking very comfortable in first position as they go into the next lap, up through the S's section and up towards McRae's once again and through Iredale's. Some very solid racing from the two leading riders at the moment. You can see how Austin Dux is really putting Nelly Newth under some massive pressure here to try and manipulate this race to his own whim, trying to go for a decent overtake to take over the lead. And it is very, very closely run between Newth and Dux at the moment. The only thing that really separates them, in my opinion, in terms of raw ability is how many times they've gone racing this year, because of course Nelly Newth had to miss the second round of the championship at Wilton Mill. But certainly we can see now just how intense that pressure cooker is starting to build into here at Rowrah. Certainly looking pretty nice and tasty up at the front 10. Dux has got a good run off the chicane though, so this could be an opportunity to get ahead of Nelly Newth, who again is just so smart at pitching her bike exactly where it needs to go to prevent Austin Dux from getting the run on the inside into McRae's. Up to Iredale's. And again, Newth just has the authority. When she's got confidence on this bike, she is absolutely unflappable. She's got plenty of years ahead of her to continue to develop and hone these skills. So it's wonderful to see that she's got that presence of wit and that steely nerve and exhilaration and determination in her riding to just continue this fantastic path up to the top of the sport. Austin Dux, though, is getting fairly aggressive in some of these apexes to try and hustle Nelly Newth into a mistake. So far, though, Newth is looking confident. Dux is still looking assertive. As they come off the turn, it's Bilham in third position, a long way back already. You've got to go about 10 seconds, 11 seconds back to find Joey Bilham in third place, then Benny Grayson, and then Harry Evitts. But where is going to be the next big challenge from Austin Dux on Nelly Newth? Retired from race one, so never really got the chance to show us what it could have been like to the flag. But certainly Austin Dux is putting up a good attack here on Nelly Newth, looking for another chance as Newth pulls across on the Lakeside Straight. It's just too big a gamble, isn't it? Austin Dux doesn't really want to throw that up the inside in case it all goes horribly, horribly wrong, as they already put a lap on Harry Evitts, the 61. Again, you've just got to learn by getting out there and ride this championship. For Minimotos, you don't really get much of a chance to breathe easy. Up to Paddock Bend. Back onto the straight again, and Nelly Newth has still got this real surge of confidence in her riding stance. She doesn't seem to take fools gladly in this championship. Certainly in this category, Austin Dux is still putting massive pressure on her to make. As they go through McRae's and up towards Iredale's yet again, Austin Dux is really starting to hunt down this overtaking move. Patience is a virtue, but he may be running out of it as Nelly Newth places the bike in exactly the wrong place for Austin Dux to get the benefit. Now he's going to try and spit out of the turn and find himself a better line, but Nelly Newth is ready for him. So she knows exactly the moves he's going to try and make and knows exactly where to place the bike. There's nothing to choose between these two in terms of raw speed. A fastest lap of the race from Nelly Newth is a 59.214. For Austin Dux, it's a 59.258, both of which were set on the last lap. So we're literally talking hundredths of a second between them now in terms of pace. Very difficult to match one to the other and try and find an advantage because they are so evenly spread in terms of skill. 59.7s from both riders again on that occasion. lap to lap, there's only a few hundredths of a second between them, and it's very difficult for Austin Dilks to find that little bit of a key advantage that's really going to open up the taps here. So again, not an easy position for either Newth or Dilks to find themselves in. They want to be a bit more aggressive than this situation allows them to be. Down the lakeside, and again up towards the hairpin at Stewart. Really well taken at the moment by Nelly Newth, not succumbing to the onslaught of Austin Dilks, keeping it nice and measured. Dilks is having another look, and again Nelly Newth is just absolutely bolted to that middle of the road lock-in position that she finds herself in. Look, it's genius from Nelly Newth. She just rides in the middle of the road. If you can't go left and can't go right, then you have to stay where you are. This is absolutely flawless strategy and racecraft from Nelly Newth at the moment. So the riders continue putting on an excellent showcase. Dilks is going to try and make his bid. This is the first time he's really had a proper go at Nelly Newth, and he's made it stick in the hairpin. But Newth is ready for him and cuts right back across to retake the position at McRae's. Beautiful racecraft from both riders. They knew exactly what the other was going to do, and they made sure that they took full advantage of the opportunity. Dilks went for the move on Newth. Newth returned the favour in good speed and good aggression. So very nice work indeed from both racers. They go out of Stewart, up towards the charge on the far side of the course, still keeping it nice and tidy. There's still quite a lot to go in this. Through the right, through the left, then working their way back up to the hairpin once again, as Nelly Newth is having a fantastic race battle here with Austin Dilks. Dilks thought he had it made, but there's still so much to do. They go into the next lap. For some reason, again, the graphics seem to think through the hairpin. Austin Dilks tries again, but now Nelly Newth knows what he's made of. But again, you've just got to take the race one lap at a time and try and figure out where things continue to run. Off the turn, go down that back straight, looking for an opportunity to get through. Into Stewart, out of Stewart, and back on the pace once again. Braking zone for the right. Austin Dilks just looking, searching for that move on Nelly Newth. But Newth is so composed. She just seems to be in her element whenever she hits the front end of the field. It's getting to the front that's tricky. But once she's there, it's very hard to shake her away from the victory, isn't it? Up the crest. And still hard charging. And in second place. A very good one here from Austin Dilks. Will still fancy another opportunity to dive in on the inside line, but not if Nelly Newth knows exactly where to place the bike and keeps the control very much in her favour. Down lakeside once again. Up to the Stewart hairpin. Nice and tidy. Keep it together. No major shocks or concerns for Nelly Newth as they come up to lap a slower rider. I think that is Harry Evitts for the second time. Moving aside. No major concerns there. So still the competitors are very, very close together in terms of their raw experience, but this is one of those rare sporting disciplines as well where you've got to make every single advantage you can steal count. Newth ahead of Dilks, Billum in third ahead of Benny Grayson and Harry Evitts. But here's the opportunity again from Austin Dilks. He's going to try and dive out the inside. That'll do nicely, and I think this time he's going to be able to hold the position. Well taken by Austin Dilks. He really measured and timed his manoeuvre to perfection there. He waited until Nelly Newth was going to be vulnerable on the exit. And so the championship leader takes the lead of this race. And this time it sticks in front of Nelly Newth. So Austin Dilks really did measure it well this time. Nelly Newth able to respond in kind, but not able to really outpace on this particular stretch of the track. So it's going to be a tough one right to the finish, but I think it's going to be Austin Dilks who should have the upper hand and the momentum swinging back in his favour after a race of chasing. This has been a really, really confident return to form for Austin Dilks, championship leader, who really wanted this race to come his way, but obviously had to do the homework on Nelly Newth to make it count for anything. Last lap, and Austin Dilks has the pace. Nelly Newth will be wanting to take the win away from Austin Dilks once again, but Dilks has the confidence and the resurgence from that particular move on his side So it definitely helps him out in the long term. But Austin Dilks having a fabulous, patient ride in second position all the way. Nelly Newth is going to try and come back down Lakeside. Can she make the bid into the hairpin? Not close enough yet. She might still get a chance through Sunny, maybe even up towards Paddock Bend. And Nelly is not the kind of rider who's going to back down from the challenge. If she can set something up, there could be an opportunity one more time. So Nelly Newth just trying to follow in the wheels of Austin Dilks. Try and get close enough, and she'll try into the final turn of the final corner. She had to think about it, has to bail out of the move in the end, but she might get back on the inside line, has to settle for second place though. Austin Dilks gets it done. Nelly Newth, they're very much equal across the entirety of that race. What a fantastic challenge all the way through. Austin Dilks and Nelly Newth giving it full guns blazing. In a field of 5 riders, we still get a fantastic banzai race to the finish between the two of them as Austin Dilks and Nelly Newth show us that the skill and the brilliance of this championship is measured only by the determination of its riders. And Austin Dilks and Nelly Newth give us a battle to the line, and I don't think that's the last time they're going to do it either. Dilks takes the win, Newth in second place. Joey Billum will come through in third position in front of Benny Grayson, and a couple of laps adrift, and already over the line is Harry Evetts. So a fascinating conclusion then in Minimoto Rookie, and of course the championship leader Austin Dilks is able to come away from that race with a real benefit in his particular competition for the title. So excellent display, and certainly something that he can get very excited and pumped up about for the rest of this weekend. So that starts the ball rolling in Minimoto then, with Austin Dilks bouncing back after his retirement yesterday. Nelly Newth took the win yesterday in the first race, but the second race Dilks bounces back with a win ahead of Nelly Newth. They'll be out again later on, but next up it is the FIM Mini GP UK 190 class, which of course shares the racetrack with the BMB Mini GP 190 and 70 class. So that's going to be a very busy grid of riders. And so back out onto the circuit we go once again, folks, for the FIM Mini GP UK 190 2025 series, along with the Mini GP 190 and 70 2025 British Minibikes Championship encounter. All part of the same race, but of course 2 categories on 1 grid. But a very interesting build-up to this part of the race battle. Pole position for this one after what's already been a very competitive battle in the FIM 190. It's Wilson Dilks that will line up at the front end of the field, I do believe. And then we'll have Henry McCartney along with Tyler Humphries. Then we'll have Hudson Cooper, fourth on the grid, I should say, along with Charlie Cunningham. And then Lucas King, Annabelle McCarthy, Oliver Pitcher, Travis Shaw, Ollie Evetts and Harry Rafferty, and then William Round and David Wilton to finish off in the 190 and 70 category. There is Hudson Cooper, making his way to the starting grid on the 4th position of the grid. Of course, they don't have to go round in formation lap in the order that they will start, as long as they make sure they get themselves onto the correct positions of the grid. Wilson Dilks to the right of your picture on the 75 bike. Other way round. 75 on the outside of your picture, the right side, and then the 85 is there to the left side. For Wilson Dilks. It'll be interesting to see who gets to the first corner first, but we've got William Round on the 66 bike in third position there, along with Tyler Humphries, I should say, the 19 bike actually in third position. I do apologise. Hudson Cooper, then Charlie Cunningham, Lucas King, Annabelle McCarthy and Oliver Pitcher, and then the 5 who are competing in the MGP 190-70 category. That is Travis Shaw, Ollie Evetts, Harry Rafferty, William Round and David Wilton. We get the green flag at the back of the field, and so the riders will be able to charge their way forward to the first corner. And who is going to get there first? Is it going to be Dilks or McCartney? We will find out when the lights go out, which they do now at Rowrah. And it's a fantastic start to the first corner for the 85. So Wilson Dilks has held on to his lead at the front end. Good start as they work their way further forward. And of course the second start is coming up very strongly indeed, but a little bit of an aggressive stance there from Tyler Humphries to try and move into second position on Wilson Dilks, and Henry McCartney has not really worked out in his favour as they go down the back straight. That is the 85 in charge. Wilson Dilks holds his nerve through to Stewart. And Wilson Dilks is your race leader early doors. Henry McCartney second position in front of Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper. Then it is Charlie Cunningham ahead of Lucas King in P6. Annabelle McCarthy is next up. And then we have the competitors competing in the other separate categories. Oliver Pitcher, of course, trying to get himself into the fray as well. They come off the turn and down the straight. Very good lead across the line between Dilks and McCartney. And McCartney does look fairly threatening. They work their way out of the S's and up towards McRae's. But it's a long race battle in the FIM MiniGP UK 190 class. This is the first of our Road to MotoGP categories, of course. And the top three have already pulled well clear. Dilks, McCartney and Humphries having a very tight race of this as they run along Lakeside. A very exciting situation for all of the contenders. There's still a very tough situation in the lead of this battle. You do get the sense that it's going to be strong battles at the moment for all of the contenders as we run in close proximity. But everybody having a really tough race of it as it currently stands. Hill, McCartney, Humphries, Cooper, King and Cunningham. Behind the competitors up at the sharp end there. Still a very good race of it as they continue to mix it up. First two laps, Dilks, McCartney and Humphries very much running their own race at the moment. Fourth position, Hudson Cooper has already fallen about 5 seconds back from the leaders. Still very close indeed between the top three. Dilks, McCartney and Humphries. Very little to choose between them in terms of pace. So 19 I should say, Tyler Humphries third position. Trying to get himself back into the mix of this fight for the victory. McCartney is the next man he's got to try and overtake. Looking for that go to the draw to move forward. But certainly Dilks having a good run out in the lead of the race and starting to build a bit of a gap now between himself and Henry McCartney. That is slowly increasing. Second is now the gap between Dilks and Humphries. Humphries is in danger of losing out here to... sorry, the other way round. I was going to say McCartney who's in danger of losing out here to Humphries. A very close proximity. McCartney's still there in second position. Tyler Humphries looking for his move on the inside line. Very tough indeed as Dilks in the 85 continues his charge forward. But it's been a tough one as they come through. We had a change for second place. Humphries has got through. McCartney having got himself back into the second place run. Tyler Humphries has another go. Dives into the hairpin and again has to concede. These two riders have been swapping. So this fight for second position, very, very tight indeed in close proximity. But Dilks doing a great job in the lead of the race. This is all good news for him because with McCartney and Humphries having their duel for position, It just allows Wilson Dilks breathing space up front, run his own race and very much control the victory in his own methodology. Doesn't have to break into too much of a sweat here. He can just run his race his own way. Looking again for the chance there. Humphries on McCartney. Humphries gets a good exit. McCartney drifts a little bit wide out of McRae's up towards Iredale's. Yeah, you don't want to throw that one up the inside. It's way too gung-ho. You can end up causing yourself all sorts of problems. Now he's got a chance though. Up into Stewart into hairpin, and he's there. Lovely move from Tyler Humphries. Gets the run on the inside of McCartney. McCartney down to P3 as a result. There is a bike stationary on the sidelines by the look of it. That's Oliver Pitcher, I'm afraid to say. Oh, big lunge on the inside again from McCartney. That's a very brave overtake into St John's and into Sunny Bend. Fantastic work then through Sunny for Henry McCartney to take this second position back again from Tyler Humphries. Two riders in the Mini GP UK 190 category who are willing to throw caution to the winds here and battle away for supremacy. Excellent stuff. Out of the hairpin, charging down the straight, and once again up towards the hairpin, this time into Iredale's. Wilson Dilks is loving it in the lead of the race. These two can squabble as much as they like as far as he's concerned. Doesn't have to worry about it. Here comes a charge again from Humphries. He's almost on the grass trying to find the space to get through on the inside line. My goodness me, you've got to be bold and brave if you're going to make those kind of bids. Going through a little further back. That is Hudson Cooper trying to squeeze his way through. Oh no, sorry, that's the leader. A big move on the inside of the hairpin again from Tyler Humphries. Trying his luck. Try and get through on the inside here on Henry McCartney. Wilson Dilks, though, still enjoying his advantage up front. No major concerns for him at the moment. Now a big dive on the inside, using the back marker to good effect potentially there for Tyler Humphries. Almost finished the move there on McCartney. Had to stamp on the brakes in order to try and get the bike stopped. Goodness me, that so nearly ended in disaster for both riders. Now Tyler Humphries is going to try again. Up to Stewart, in through the hairpin, tight right. Looking for another opportunity to make this a very easy run. He's got such opposition in Henry McCartney. McCartney is making this a really, really tough race of it as he runs in position. Tyler Humphries, third place. Dilks is still the leader. He's actually pulled out about 2 seconds. And they're going to get side by side. This is the chance into the S's. Oh, Tyler Humphries just has to back out of it on the run up the crest as we go into the last lap here. So Tyler Humphries is running out of opportunities now on Henry McCartney. McCartney trying to work his way through. They've got a slower bike in front of them. I think that is William Round as far as I can tell. They work their way through to the inside line, and Tyler Humphries has got a good run off the turn along leg side. He'll get the move to the inside line. Into Stewart, commit, and McCartney fails out. Brilliant psychology from Tyler Humphries. Forces the issue, does not give best, and Tyler Humphries has got him, and I think that's going to be the way it'll stay for the flag now. Excellent from Tyler Humphries. Henry McCartney trying everything he can to get back at him, but I don't think it's going to work. It's going to be Wilson Dilks who takes the checkered flag. He does. Second place for Tyler Humphries. What a hero's ride to second position in front of Henry McCartney. Fantastic racing in the first FIA Mini GP UK 190 race of the day. And boy, oh boy, we've given a grandstand show to the finish. Wilson Dilks able to control the race up front, and Tyler Humphries not backing down from the scrabble at all. Wonderful stuff all the way to the checkered. And we're just waiting for the remainder of the riders to come through and claim their positions at the end of a fantastic race battle. But how about that for Wilson Dilks in front of Tyler Humphries? Travis Shaw, by the way, has come through for the victory in the Mini GP 190 and 70 race. Charlie Cunningham, rather sadly, appears to have fallen on the very last lap. And so it's game over for him. That's very unfortunate. So as they come through then, Wilson Dilks is your race winner after a genuinely fantastic ride from him up at the sharp end. There was nothing the other riders could do to take advantage of the young bandwagon up in the front end. But Tyler Humphries, what an amazing ride. Second position then for Tyler Humphries, ahead of Henry McCartney. Then Hudson Cooper P4 in front of Lucas King and Travis Shaw, who took the victory in the Mini GP 190 and 70 race. Then Harry Rafferty ahead of Ollie Everts and Annabelle McCarthy. Rather sadly, a retirement on the last lap for Charlie Cunningham, with William Round and David Wilton completing the full race distance. Oliver Pitcher had a mechanical issue with the bike that put him out on lap 4. So big mission then for Humphries, just to make it look like incredible work then on Henry McCartney, and Wilson Dilks out in front, able to control the pace. I don't know if that's going to be the way for the entirety of the remaining races, but certainly for the moment they've given us a lot of thinking point. The Minibike 160 and Minibike veterans are going to take to the circuit next. They'll be out on track shortly. So on the formation lap we go then, as the Minibike 160s and veterans line themselves up around the course. Going to be a fascinating opportunity for the riders to give us plenty of entertainment as we gear ourselves up for another fascinating duel out on the course. It's definitely been an exciting start to the day then in each of the categories. Cody Brennan, Austin Dilk and Wilson Dilk giving us a very good start to proceedings. And we're going to get a very intense and exciting starting grid. Mike Carr and Simon Gate on the front row of the grid from Jake Whittaker and Dave Hilton from Addison and Stan Morrison. Lee West and Connor Smith from Jamie Smith and Chris Reeve. Matthew Lindley and Jamie Bunclark from Dean Bednarek and Ed Nixon. And Adam Hilton and Jordan Grant, Barry Clark and Michael Judkins from Barry Lindley, Dan Baker, Matthew McLean, Stephen Winter, Ian Rogerson, Peter McLean and Jack Bednarak. 25 riders, and they'll take up their positions on the grid. 10 laps of the course as ever, and certainly in the heat phase of positions, going to be an interesting start to all of the riders' races as they now find themselves in the next part of the action. So we'll see who gets to have the best run of the draw coming off the start, but obviously with a lot of riders now in position, a lot of riders now trying to work their way further forward, we could see some really exciting charges forward. But we're going to see some really intense racing from the riders after what we saw in the previous three. So let's see now if we are going to get another predictable draw like we saw from Wilson Dilks in the early part of the race, or if this one's going to be just a little bit wilder in terms of its spread of competition. There's certainly a lot of great action that these guys are threatening to put on. when you've got a very busy grid of riders. You've got 25 of them out there to my count, so it's going to be an interesting one. 26, my apologies, to what I can see out on the field. So we should see quite a lot of excitement from the opening phase of the race. Green flag finally flies to the back, and off we go, and it's a great start from the second row of the grid, very nearly to the front then for Jake Whittaker, but that looks to me like Mike Carr has been able to hold it as they work their way through on the opening start. Simon Gates, though, getting a relatively good start as well. Big dive to the inside out of the second corner, and that was very nearly a collapse then for the 121 of Jake Whittaker, who saw the inside line, fancied the gap, and ended up tripping over himself to stop the bike and stop a collision. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't all go according to plan, and on that particular occasion, it certainly didn't. But out in front, Dave Cook is the man who has controlled the order. So Dave Cook has got the best start over everybody else, and it's usually that early momentum that serves you well for the first phase of race action. But certainly for Dave Cook on the 78 bike, leading the way here at Rowrah, very comfortable to open the bidding at the moment in terms of the fast run of the draw. So Dave Cook is your race leader, then Simon Gates, then Sam Morrison and Chris Grieve. Mike Carr is in P5. That little trip up from Jake Whittaker has dropped him all the way to P6. So he's going to be aggressively trying to work his way back. Then Patterson, West, Lindley and Connor Smith. And on the inside again, Jake Whittaker trying a move, this time on Mike Carr, the pole sitter, and it's not been able to make full advantage of it. So he's going to have to wait for another opportunity by the looks of things. There is the 172. That's the man in second place, Simon Gates. Wait for these bids from Jake Whittaker, who'll definitely be wanting to make up for lost time. Well, I can sense a little bit of unease in his researches to try and get back into the action. Certainly a very exciting ride further back. That the duel for 4th position, 5th position and 6th position further back as they work their way off the turn. Cook is your leader. Then Gates, then Morrison, Carr, Whittaker and Chris Grieve. So the top 6 still relatively close to each other. Jake Whittaker trying to make the bid to go into 4th position at the hairpin at McRae's, having to wait for his move on Mike Carr. Mike Carr still having a very decent ride here, looking in behind Samuel Morrison with a chance to get through the inside line at Iredale's. Whittaker has to fall back again in 5th position to thwart the onslaught for Mike Carr, who's got a great run off the third. Not a lot Sam Morrison can do. He's his fitting target. Whittaker tried to go through with him, but has not quite got the momentum along Lakeside. But up to 3rd place goes Mike Carr. He overtakes Sam Morrison. That was again full of confidence along Lakeside, and then able to stab on the brake on the way through to the hairpin at Stewart. It works out very nicely indeed on what is, again, a karting circuit. These bikes still finding us plenty of lines to the inside line. Whittaker has a look. Just has to wait again. It's the aggression of his decisiveness that makes him so exciting to watch. But now he's going to get level, and that's the job done. Makes it stick on Morrison. That little sense of urgency there, really seeing him well on the exit of McRae's. Before they even think about the braking zone for Iredale's, he's finished off the move. So nicely handled in the end. But now the leaders are in amongst the traffic, and this is where we're really going to settle some difference. There's Morrison into the inside of Mike Carr, trying to get into 3rd position behind our leader Dave Cook and 2nd place man Simon Gates. Is this going to be the line into the final turn? Oh, you've really got to have full authority on the inside line if you're going to go wheel to wheel with Mike Carr. Fairing to fairing, handlebar to handlebar, very nearly close there on the way to the paddock bend. They go out of the S's, up towards McRae's. You've got to know that this move is on if you're going to attempt it, especially against someone of the might of Mike Carr. But Jake Whittaker looking for his bid. Go through the inside line then. Still not an easy prospect. Trying to find a nice move along Lakeside. Wants to get through before the traffic if he can, because then he can use the traffic to good effect and line himself up for another bold move. There's not a lot of space to put a second bike through that part of the kink. Now to the inside line. Oh, bold as brass through St John's for Jake Whittaker. Fantastic to get into 3rd position. That is not an easy corner to make an overtaking move on in this category, and that has seen him fairly rocket away from Mike Carr. Great work from Jake Whittaker. P3 is now his. That was authoritarian from Jake Whittaker in one of the toughest parts of the race circuit. You've got to make a split-second decision. Do I commit to this or do I live it back out again? No, he committed. Absolutely beautiful in execution. And now he's lined himself up for a chance to go for the man in second place, Simon Gates. Lakeside. He actually sorts something out on his wrist, and that's enough of an invitation for Jake Whittaker. Thank you. I'll take second place away then. Well, that looked fairly straight. Oh, off the bike! Off the bike goes Whittaker! Whittaker's fallen! Whittaker's fallen on the exit in his bid to stay in front of Gates. So Jake Whittaker's bid for the victory falls apart as he loses it on the exit out of the hairpin. Jake Whittaker tumbles down the order. Now, this is a senior category race, but he can get going again. But his chances of the win are well and truly gone as Carr goes back up in a third position. Up the fourth goes Stan Morrison. Bednarek, Grieve and Tim Patterson are all ahead. Jake Whittaker has recovered and remounted, but he's on 8th position now. What a shame. His comeback was going so beautifully. That's such a disappointment. What a shame for Whittaker. And now it's up to Mike Carr to see if he can do what Jake Whittaker couldn't finish. Minibike 160 in Veterans Race. They're providing us with plenty of entertainment, lots of drama. This is exactly what we signed up for when we watched the British Minibikes, isn't it? Mike Carr trying to put the pressure now on Simon Gates for second position. We may get to see Jake Whittaker again before the end, but I wouldn't hold out too much hope for him fighting for what will be a race victory. I think the podium is the absolute maximum with the time remaining as well of 3 laps. For what we can see from Jake Whittaker. Bednarek has got ahead of Morrison. That certainly helps out the recovering Jack Bednarek, who started, don't forget, dead last in this race. 26th position. As we go towards the traffic, the rider behind these two is the number 91 of Jack Bednarek. There he is in the background. You just about made him out. So driving his way further through the field and riding beautifully, Jack Bednarek up ahead of Morrison, Grieve, Patterson and Jake Whittaker, then West and Connor Smith, who is in 10th position ahead of Jamie Smith, and Lindley, Nixon and Dean Bednarek. Some great recoveries in this field so far. Lots of overtaking moves made. Michael Judkins up 3 places. 4 places made up for Chris Grieve, 10th on the grid. But all the way up from 26th on the grid to 4th. Jack Bednarek looking strong with 2 laps remaining here after that beautiful start from Dave Cook, who launched his way up from 4th on the grid to lead the race. And he's got 2.5 seconds roughly on Simon Gates and Mike Carr. So it's certainly good enough for him to pull rank at the moment. Certainly doesn't have to break too much of a sweat at his thought process right now. Just keeping it nice and tidy, not pushing further than is necessary, keeping it all in check. And a very good run so far, very good ride from Gates and Carr as they duel over second position. There's no sense of urgency in quite the same way as there was with Jake Whittaker, who, by the way, is still down in P7 after his recovery. Might be able to get past Grieve and Patterson on this lap at least. It's certainly high pressure and very little reward oneself for that little bulk of pressure. Back on the pace. Oh, and up over the curbs. That's bold again, therefore, the manoeuvre for Simon Gates. Is that enough from Jack Bednarek to come through in the third position? It is indeed. Jack Bednarek now in third place. He's got time and opportunity to get himself into second position now as one of the back markers rides forward to go a little bit long. Here's Bednarek. He's got Simon Gates really nailed up towards the last lap. Going to get into second position. He's already made his way to P3. This, Jake Whittaker, is how it can be done. As Jack Bednarek is going to try and make his bid. Can he finish this into Sunny? Yes, he can! Oh, beautiful into St. John's and then into Sunny. Jack Bednarek from the back of the field to second. What a fantastic ride. And that 24 riders overtaken. It's the victory up front for Dave Cook from 4th position on the grid. But Jack Bednarek goes from the back to the front. Second position for Jack Bednarek. Just incredible. And a magical ride through the field. Almost like Moses with a parting of the Red Sea from Jack Bednarek. Wonderful to see him climb his way back. Again, not too crazy in terms of the individual manoeuvres, just nipping them through one by one. And beautifully asserted there. The two class winners are in first and second. So Jack Bednarek, who started the Minibike 160 category dead last, comes through for the winning class and second overall behind the leading veteran Dave Cook. That is absolutely monstrous from Jack Bednarek. So Dave Cook is your race winner then after a fantastic battle from the start, but he held the lead beautifully. Jack Bednarek had to fight his way up from the back to P2 ahead of Simon Gates. Fourth place for Mike Carr in front of Sam Morrison, Tim Patterson. Jake Whittaker will be frustrated with only seventh. He felt, I'm sure, that a win could have been on there. Chris Grieve in 8th place ahead of Lee West and Jamie Smith. And Connor Smith, Matthew Lindley, Ben Nixon and Dean Bednarek. From Jordan Grant and Ian Rogerston. Finishing off the field, we have Michael Judkins, Jamie Bunclark, Barry Clark, Adam Hilton, Barry Lindley, Pete Johnson, Dan Baker, and Stephen Winter ahead of Matthew McLean and Peter McLean. So all 26 riders that started the race were able to finish it, which is fantastic news for the first race of their weekend. And that is just where we are continuing to cook up and bring on a storm. It's the FIM Mini GP UK 160 race that comes up next. The Road to MotoGP continues. And as ever, of course, with this being a MotoGP pathway category, there's going to be a lot of interest in this one and certainly a lot of determination and motivation to turn early pace into a race-winning performance. Never easy to predict how it's going to go for these competitors after what has already proved to be a very intense championship season for FIA MiniGP 160. Josh Herring is the rider who lines up in first position alongside Riley Robinson. Then Max Robinson is there with Austin Wilton. Then Matthew Thomas, William Dickinson and Leo Soliu. I expect a close competition up front between Herring versus Robinson. That's definitely going to be the talk of the town if practice and qualifying is anything to go by. I would expect some exciting battles in the early stages for sure. But of course, every driver out there feels that he's got a connection to the top spot going into the race weekend. So all the riders now bringing their bikes back into the top spot. There to the left of your picture on the front row is the number 29. That is Joshua Herring. On the next position of the grid, we have the 53 in there. That's Riley Robinson. So I wonder if Riley Robinson's been handed a post-qualifying penalty of some kind, because I thought he was going to be on the front row of the grid alongside the 99 and Max Robinson is, however, where the 53 of Riley Robinson finds himself. And that's the one there in fourth position. I think the 81, I should say. That is Austin Wilton. We'll track it as they work their way through. Green flag's been gone at the back of the field, and we are racing. Great start off the charge. And no problem at all for Joshua Herring, the 29 bike. Confident and audacious, as always, to try and move his way further forward on the first start. Everybody trying to close in proximity and follow and pursue. But certainly already looking reasonably plain sailing for Josh Herring in the opening phase of this race. He's got himself into a comfortable position. He's being hunted down by the 53 bike there of Riley Robinson, who's been the only one really in terms of pace around this place to settle some decent scores. So Riley Robinson does look like he'll be giving a little bit more tension and a little bit more gusto and bravado to the riders around him. Still, battles continue to rage here. But out in front, it is Joshua Herring in front of Riley Robinson and Max Robinson. Then Matthew Thomas, Austin Wilton, Leo Soliu and Will Dickinson is the rider who is at the tail of the field at the moment. So what can Riley Robinson do about the race leader, Josh Herring? That is the real question that needs to be consulted and asked here. Because I would say it's very difficult to predict from this moment forward who's going to have the best pace over the course of the meeting. Certainly Riley Robinson was very quick on the uptick during practice. But just because you're fast at one phase of the weekend, that doesn't mean you're guaranteed to be fast throughout. You've got to try and maintain that rhythm and flow. And again, when you've got so many people around you who want to taste of the action up front, as it were, you're in a very tough and very tricky position to try and maintain that advantage that you've built up over the time. So through again at the end of one lap and into another one, the confidence and the stance of Josh Herring is just so positive to look at. Reinforces his levels of commitment and years of hard work. He just has this real knack and ability to just continue his fantastic development path up the ladder. Here we go again, out of the hairpin at Stewart. It's a hard charging Riley Robinson in second position. He's now being shadowed by Max Robinson. The two riders continue to have a really solid opening gambit. You know, the reality of these things is they do take time. You have got to try and build yourself up as you motivate your way further forward. But this is not easy at all. This is a tricky position to find oneself in after the early parts of race battle. Herring, Robinson again, Riley ahead of Max, of course, and Matthew Thomas, Leo Stoliou, and Austin Wilton. And it's William Dickinson who's fallen away behind the curve a little bit here. But still a vast performance coming in from Josh Herring, who really is just keeping himself in check and in control, certainly not in a position to break any sweat at the moment. And still the field rumbles on, hoping for a little bit more from the battle as they continue in close proximity. This is pretty challenging stuff. It's 22 degrees Celsius air temperature, so it's quite a warm and muggy sort of day here at Rowrah. Riders will, I think, just be very happy to finish their races with a strong result and chill out for the rest of the afternoon. As there's so much that these guys are obviously working on to get the most of their materials right now. So let's see if there's going to be any more exciting appreciation of the incredible racecraft that we are starting to see. That is Josh Herring out in the lead, and it's extended the gap now to 3.7 seconds. You just get this massive burst of confidence when you're in this kind of mood. And it's always fabulous to see how everybody's really taking full advantage of the situation. And it is very, very calm and collected out front. But Joshua Herring, he's pulled 5.1 seconds now on Riley Robinson, who in turn is a good 3 seconds a lap quicker in race trim. I don't know about qualifying trim, but certainly in race trim than Max Robinson. So there's certainly a lot of stuff currently being discussed and mulled over at this point. All of the drivers want, all of the riders, want to feel like that they have got a decent voice in this battle right from the outset. Joshua Herring has the best voice of all out front. Able to just disappear and leave the field to deal with the race on their own speed and on their own terms. He's got more than enough time on his hands and certainly looking pretty invincible at the moment. So this is exactly what, again, he wanted to prove he could do. He wanted to show everybody he was capable of doing in the first place. And Josh Herring just making this one look so effortless in a season that's pretty much got his name written all over it already. There is Riley Robinson. Behind him is Max Robinson on the 99 bike. So these two still putting on a brave face with it in second and third position, but it's very clear that this race is going one way and one way only. The only likely cause of him not taking the victory, Josh Herring, is that he's going to have a fall or a mechanical before the end of the race, because purely on pace, nobody can match him. So the competitors look to another strong challenge further forward. Going to see a lot more from the contenders up at this part of the course, through to McRae's. Back up to Iredale's. No worries at all for our race leader, though. Riley Robertson, meanwhile, has still got a bit of pressure on him till the end, because we've got Max Robertson there in P3. Matthew Thomas isn't far away. Leo Soliu is up from what was back to 5th position. And then we've got Austin Wilton and William Dickinson still in the fray. But Joshua Herring is the man unchallenged in the lead of this battle. Certainly looking particularly smooth and easygoing at the moment. Not really in a position to lose too much tack. And going full guns blazing at the moment. Josh Herring in front of Riley Robertson and Max Robertson. Perfectly calm and collected position to find himself in right at the front of the field at the moment. 2 laps to go in this particular heat in front of Riley and Max Robertson. And certainly not looking like he's going to lose the pressure and certainly, lose composure anytime soon. He seems to have settled himself into a very neat and tidy rhythm up in the lead of this race. And when you've got this third round of the championship and you're trying to put as many points on the board as possible, that's what you want as a rider. You just want to have as comfortable and cool and collected a race as humanly possible. You certainly don't want to be breaking into a sweat that you can avoid. Very good run though so far from everybody, and certainly here at Rowrah, which is an easy circuit to get wrong. You need to have a real character building weekend to take into here at Rowrah. You need to have full confidence through the Saturday, through the practice, through the qualifying, to know where your opposition are going to lie in relation to you, to know where you can utilise that advantage. And certainly this man up front, Josh Herring, extended that to almost a 10-second lead up front. That's the confidence of authority. And certainly with Josh Herring, it looks so calm, so smooth up at the front end of the field. He can finish this off in style and then just focus on his objectives, ready for the next one. Not even breaking a sweat up front. It's an absolute lights to flag victory for Joshua Herring here at Rowrah. No problems at all. Easy pickings in the end for the number 29. Second position is a little bit more intense to the flag as 3 riders get close to it. But Max Robertson frustrated on the last lap because he's lost that top 3 to Matthew Thomas, who came through on the very last lap to squeeze there into 3rd position. Talk about leaving it to the last. And a very frustrated Max Robertson, absolutely enraged as he came across the line. Didn't want to be losing that 4th place. Didn't want to be losing that 3rd place, I should say, sorry. Bitter frustrations. And then behind, obviously, we have Leo Soliu and Austin Wilton, with Will Dickinson having been lapped already. So Joshua Herring then taking the victory in an absolute canter. The lead advantage he built up was 9.8 seconds in the end over the very talented Riley Robertson. And that is the way it finishes. Josh Herring taking the win then from Riley Robertson. Matthew Thomas skating his way into 3rd position ahead of Max Robertson in true fantastic style. Leo Soliu, 5th position in front of Austin Wilton. And then in 7th place, it's Will Dickinson. A lap adrift, but still bringing the bike home. So a very good effort indeed then from Josh Herring, who manages to secure himself a place up at the top spot. Riley Robertson in 2nd place in front of Matthew Thomas, Max Robertson and Leo Soliu. We continue our challenge next up with the Mini GP 17s Championship and the Super Mini 2025. And so to the mighty Super Minis, who make their way out onto the course once more. After their ultra-competitive practice session earlier on, they now get to venture out onto the course with a little bit more gusto. And so with the M17s and Super Minis, it's going to be fascinating. Tyler Hartley will start from the front of the grid for this one. Well, according to what I've got in front of me, Tyler Hartley will be the leader of the MGB 17s, ahead of Annabelle McCarthy and Liam Whiteley. Of course, in the Super Minis, it's going to be Michael Med, ahead of Louis Smith, Lawrence Wardle, Leo Caulfield, and Tyler Clark. I believe the Super Minis are going to line up ahead of the Mini GB 17s. And yet again, not the most riders in the field, but I tell you what, it's certainly going to be a competitive one regardless, as Tyler Clark lines himself into the front positions of the field. So there's all the contenders ready for the off. That's Lawrence Wardle in the 414. Louis Smith is there on the 66. The 6 bike is, of course, Tyler Clark. So we're going to get a really interesting mix of riders on the charge down to the first turn. Michael Med is in there with the 414 of Lawrence Wardle. Louis Smith is in the mix there as well on the 66 bike, as everybody lines up in position. So everybody now just nailing themselves into position and making sure that they can take advantage of the charge forward. A very interesting move forward for our contenders. They just want to make sure that everything is tickety-boo on the starting grid. Looks like the number 6, Tyler Clark, is being put back into his original position now. The 66 of Louis Smith pulls level with the 777 of Michael Med, then Lawrence Wardle and Leo Caulfield, Tyler Clark, Tyler Hartley, Annabelle McCarthy, and Liam Whiteley. 8 riders in all. Green flag flies. All 8 riders are on the grid. We're waiting to see who charges to the first corner first. Definitely going to be an interesting one in this one for Michael Med and Louis Smith on the front row of the grid, though. We are under starters orders, and from the second row of the grid, it's very nearly a charge to the lead from Lawrence Wardle. So Lawrence Wardle is able to assert himself on the first lap of the... No, that's Leo Caulfield, isn't it? So I think that's actually the number 4 of Leo Caulfield rather than the 414. All that, however, has allowed Michael Med to spread his wings and disappear out in front. So as they walk along the lakeside, it is Caulfield who's made a sensational corker of a start, ended up in the second position. Third place already for Louis Smith versus Lawrence Wardle. Looking like he's got a tough race on his hands. He's got a lead over Leo Caulfield. Caulfield is keeping it very honest in that second position spot at the moment, although he's got a lot of pressure from the hard charging Louis Smith. Tried to get up the inside line there with a hairpin. No chance. Is that the best you've got? So Louis Smith again tries to find his nerve here on the inside of Leo Caulfield. It's not going to be easy to pass on his slide. And Louis pulls out in that third position run. That's for a little bit of an easy time as they go down to the breakers over the hairpin. Through they go out of Sudney and up towards Paddock Bend. Is this where an opportunity might knock on? I did think for a moment Leo Caulfield was being a bit hesitant through St John's and through Sunny. And now the chance to go up the crest. Right, left, and then tuck back in again, right. Up towards the hairpin, the left-hander at McRae's. No big lunge just yet from Louis Smith. Still plenty of time. No need to rush these things. Still with good opportunity. Up the inside line. Oh, how close did they get there? There's some contact between the two bikes. And that would have been absolutely catastrophic for both competitors. Now to the inside line, Louis Smith has just gone down lakeside. You have to be a little bit more patient to make it happen. But Louis Smith now into second position, and rightly so, has definitely looked very competitive and very strong in the first part of proceedings. So it can definitely be full of comfort for the way that has ended up working out. But it's looking very neat and tidy at the moment. Med is your leader. Smith into second place after his move on Leo Caulfield, then Wardle, then Blake Wilson, and Tyler Clark, and then we have the 3 riders behind, Tyler Hartley, Annabelle McCarthy, and Liam Whiteley. They're looking good for a mini GP victory of some kind. So it's certainly all pretty ship shape at the moment. Everybody's still fairly engaged on their tasks. Still trying to look for the continuation here up at the far side of the course. But still a really interesting and really intense run up at the sharp end. Med, Smith, Caulfield, Wardle, Blake Wilson and Tyler Clark. Then we have Hartley, McCarthy and Whiteley still leading in the Mini GP category. No major concerns there. And still plenty of reasons to get quite excited about the future prospects of this challenge. As Caulfield is not letting Smith get away with this. He's staying quite tight. Doesn't want to let him go. He's certainly going to be up to this trap if there's even a whisker of opportunity. He certainly won't want to let this slip. Keeping it nice and honest for the time being. Plenty of good duels around, but he might get a good exit off the turn here. Having a look to paddock bend. Again, he just cannot quite commit. Not unless he wants to have a monumental accident. He just has to bail out of it again. This isn't about causing accidents for people in this category. They are brothers in arms, they're comrades, they love their racing. They want to make sure everybody has a fun time out there as much as they do a deserving result. It's that kind of move that would have spoilt a little bit of that attitude. A big dive committed up the inside from Louis Smith. Under brakes on the back marker, and that is incredibly intuitive from Louis Smith. He knows he's going to have pressure from Leo Caulfield, but that little trick has kept Caulfield in the game. It's certainly not done yet, and I think there was a little bit of a wobble for him as he went through onto the short stretch toward the Stuart S's. That was pretty scary, has to be said. But somehow he managed to stop the travel in his particular machine there. So still, this way, that way. Continuing the course of the fuel position up here. Louis Smith, now then Caulfield looking a lot closer. This could be the chance on the inside line. Caulfield gets through. But can he shut down the apex? Yes, he can. So that's a great retaliation from Leo Caulfield. Into second position he goes. And he can be really happy with the way that was knit together there. He didn't have to rush that. He gave himself time. He gave himself plenty of opportunity as well. So not a disaster in any way, shape and form. Had plenty of rhythm in the car. On the bike, sorry. So no worries at all. I'm so used to this being full of carts as opposed to bikes, this Rowrah circuit. I do apologise. But a fantastic start to proceedings then for Leo Caulfield. He had a great long line, lost the position, has gained it back again. Whether or not he'll be able to maintain this or not, now that is going to be another interesting debate, another opportunity. We'll surely come to see what he's able to do. But it's not easy to gauge where we are currently at in terms of the long-term prospect of things at the moment. Still very early doors, but one man stands supreme in this category at least. That is Michael Med. Having a very tidy and very eloquent race of things up at the sharp end. So Michael Med giving us a good bout at the moment. Still a good battle between Leo Caulfield and Louis Smith. And that's Smith in front again, isn't it? So Leo Smith has got back in front. I do apologise. So Leo Smith is back in position once more. So Leo Caulfield has got to try and retaliate once more and try and get that position back. That previously held. We've got traffic to deal with. Caulfield is trying to find a faster route out of these turns than Leo Smith can do. Louis Smith can do, I should say. But again, Leo Caulfield just waiting and biding his time. Louis Smith hoping for that opportunity to use the traffic, give himself a nice little cushion between himself and Caulfield. But Leo Caulfield really has come into this with eyes on the prize, looking like he's got a great potential to continue his fantastic run so far. Still just looking for that little bit of ease of the transition as they work their way forward. Still hoping for a little bit more time to play with on the far side of the course. There's a really interesting squabble brewing now between these two riders back down the plate. Again, Caulfield going long. Wait for the acceleration to kick in, back on the power of the throttle to the inside line. Oh, Caulfield just cannot squeeze ahead of Louis Smith again. These two have swapped positions several times now. But again, Caulfield does have a good bike underneath him. Going to go around to the far side. Oh, this is further back. My apologies. This is Smith and Wardle now. So Wardle having caught. Oh, down goes the 66. Louis Smith in the chicane. So easily done on the curb. And Louis Smith concedes to Lawrence Wardle. So Lawrence Wardle now into third position, purely by staying on the bike. And fair play to Lawrence Wardle. When you are following in the wake of another bike and they drop it like that, it is so easy to join them at the scene of the incident. That was very well met. Wardle suddenly realised what was happening and tried his best not to get caught up in the same incident. But you've got to feel for Louis Smith, who had a very calm and composed race despite the duel earlier on with the man now in second place, Leo Caulfield. But I'm afraid it's all come to nothing as Louis Smith is down. Yellow flags are still out, so he hasn't got going again. He's still there at the same part of the race circuit. That must be miserable, absolutely miserable for Louis Smith, who was looking really composed in that first race of the weekend. You've got to feel for him under the circumstances. That's a rider who had plenty of opportunities coming into this one, but they all fade away relatively quickly, too quickly for his liking. It's all looking fairly straightforward up to that point. And I'm afraid it doesn't always work out in the kindest fashion. Racers do have to deal with a lot of bad luck as well as a lot of stick. So Leo Caulfield, second position. Third, Lawrence Wardle. In fourth place with Tyler Clark in front of Tyler Hartley. And then, of course, it will be Louis Smith, who continues his pressure on the likes of Annabelle McCarthy. Liam White is one of the other riders to have been lapped. But it's already been looking pretty intense and pretty exciting if the race duels that we've seen already are anything to go by. But certainly for this man out front, we couldn't really have asked for any more. Michael Med just cruising now, home to fulfill his first mission of the day, which is of course not far away from going to add to his second mission of the day, which is just to continue wrapping up those victories, ramping up those points, getting yourself into a very comfortable position on a circuit that you love competing on. That almost makes it easier. A lot of people, have said to me in the past, does that really make any difference? Well, yes, a confidence in the location that you're at really does make a confidence. Some riders will adjust to some circuits better than others. And certainly here at Rowrah, I would say that's also the case. This is, I think, the farthest north that the British Minibikes Championship actually comes over the course of the 2025 racing season. So they're utilising the opportunity given to them. Michael Med will come out of Paddock Bend and finish off in a relatively good style in 1 lap from now. He gets the last lap board at the side of the circuit. I'm not sure if you got to see that or not, but certainly our man up front did, and this is exactly what he's been building up to. He wants an exciting and brilliant end to this race, and certainly the way he's been going since the start is just keep doing what he's doing. He doesn't have to make a massive amount of headway, so he doesn't need to make a very controversial approach to things. He can just finish it off in good style and good demeanour. Certainly all guns blazing for Michael Med. He's come through on the final lap here to the Dons out towards Sunny. And this is a race that has been well and truly commanded by Michael Med from the start. No concerns at all. They come off the turn, out of the hairpin, and Michael Med will cant into the victory. Yet another dominant force here in the British Minibikes paddock. But the performance of Michael Med in the Super Minis really trumps the others. Leo Caulfield able to run in second place on his own merit, I would say. And then Lawrence Wardle able to enjoy the spoils of his little moment, packed up behind Louis Smith in the closing stages. of the Super Minis class. But certainly the leading rider in the Mini GP 17 class is Tyler Hartley, who's already crossed the line, 5th overall, and certainly good enough for he and the team to continue leading their own charges. Tyler Clark P4, Annabelle McCarthy will come home in P6 in front of Liam Whiteley, and that will be all she wrote for that particular heat and that particular category. Michael Med then taking the victory in Super Mini in front of Leo Caulfield and Lawrence Wardle. Tyler Clark in P4 in front of the Mini GP 117 winner, I should say. My apologies. And that is Tyler Hartley. Then Annabelle McCarthy, I should say, sorry, in front of Liam Whiteley. And then finishing off Louis Smith out of the race, and so too, a few laps before him was also Blake Wilson. So very dramatic start of proceedings then in Super Mini. They'll be out later on. We'll get the Mini GP 160 and 50 category for their first race of the weekend up next. Right then, bring on the thunder and the noise of the Mini GP 160-50 category. Sebastian Kozlowski will be starting from pole position after his lap of a 1 minute flat, 0.669. Nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than the pace set by Kai Golder. Third place for Max Robinson in front of Riley Paisley, and then Leon Simpson from Caelan Ratcliffe, Kian Daly and Matt Johnson, Josh Perkins and Leo Soliu, and then Riley Robinson, Ella Mosgrove and Paige Mullen to complete the entirety of the field. Going to be a really exciting completion then to the drama and the activity here. There's some great performances and some great races as the competition continues in full pelt. For the Mini GP 160 and 50 category, doing such a grand job for race one of the weekend. And for Sebastian Kozlowski and Kai Golder on the front row of the starting grid. Max Robinson third and Riley Paisley in fourth position. It really is going to be a sensational continuation with Leon Simpson and Caelan Ratcliffe on the third row of the starting grid. So with everybody getting themselves lined up into position as normal then. On through the starting grid, just waiting to see if Sebastian Kozlowski is going to get that first charge forward alongside the number 26 bike of Kai Golder, which is to the right of your picture. 64 Sebastian Kozlowski to the inside line. And we'll have the 17 of Riley Paisley alongside the 99, the yellow and black bike of Max Robinson. Expect some fireworks right off the start here. We should see some really interesting battles from these men. Off we go. Not a great start at all for the pole sitter Kozlowski, who's going to drop back. Into the lead goes Max Robinson. Kozlowski's going to try and fight his way forward. That's a great start from Kai Golder. So Golder in a second position. Kozlowski's having to fight back. Diving at the inside straight away from Kai Golder. Dives in on Max Robinson and takes the lead back again at McRae's on the first lap. Fantastic from Kai Golder. So Golder leads the charge. Second position Max Robinson. And third place for the 64, the recovering Sebastian Kozlowski. That is not the start he would have wanted at all. Kozlowski's going to try and fight his way back after a hiccup then off the launch. Now he'll try and get up the inside line, get onto the inside of Max Robinson through St John's. He'll try again through Sunny. Has to stab on the brake. Really has to be very careful how he commits on the opening lap. He needs to have a much more confident stance on the first couple of laps of this race to know what the bike is going to give him. And so Golda leads Robinson, Goslovsky, then Paisley, Simpson, Soliu, Daly, Riley Robertson, Kanan Ratcliffe, Paige Mullen, Max Johnson, Josh Perkins and Ella Musgrove. And that's the move on the inside from Goslovsky. In a second place then on Max Robertson, full of confidence and full of determination. Back into P2. Nicely handled. A really good continuation of the run. So that'll do beautifully for Goslovsky. Now he can try and fight his way back on terms with Guy Golda. Two riders who really want to make good use of the return to form. And we'll see just how many riders they will get to work around. But Golda is your leader. Then Goslovsky, then Robinson, and then I think Riley Paisley. Well, there's a couple of riders in and around the top end of the field there that have come through before they should have done. A bit of an issue there for the timing screen. So Golda is your leader. Then Goslovsky, then Robertson, then Riley Paisley. In front of Leo Soliu, Riley Robertson, Leon Simpson, Cian Daly, Helen Ratcliffe, Paige Mullen, Max Johnston, Ella Musgrove and Josh Perkins. And this is a fired up Sebastian Goslovsky after that rather tricky start to the race. He's now having to fight his way back with determination to go riding billion to billion with Guy Golda. Adam Stewart along the king. Towards the move onto the inside into St John's. Maybe a chance into Sunny. No, there's plenty of time. Don't rush this. Still got 7 laps at the end of this one. Here comes the chance from Goslovsky though in a panic bend. Oh, fantastic recovery from Sebastian Goslovsky. That did not take long at all. Absolutely incredible. 3 laps in and Goslovsky's back where he started. After a very tricky start, he is now back in the lead and it's going to be very tough for anybody to keep up with him in his current form. So Sebastian Goslovsky, the opening race of the day, sees him get a miserable start. Back on the attack from Guy Golda, and they go down! Guy Golda and Sebastian Goslovsky collide! And it's game over for both men! They are not allowed to get back on the bikes again. And Goslovsky collide at Iredale here at Rowrah. Determination and retaliation from Guy Golda. And on lap 4 of the first Mini GP 160-50 race of the day, Golda and Goslovsky collide, and it's a pivotal moment in the British Championship points ranks because that's going to put Max Robinson into the lead on his own. Oh my goodness. What a dramatic way for this race to unravel. Guy Golda goes for the move back on Sebastian Goslovsky. It goes wrong into Iredale's. They collide with each other and they both go down. And as Robertson passes the scene, yellow flags are still out and the bikes are being recovered. I cannot believe it. Guy Golda and Sebastian Goslovsky tangle for the lead of the race. It's all gone horribly wrong indeed. Well, we have to say that unfortunately in the British Championships, your best days work are captured, as are your worst days work, and it's all under the pressure and the microscope of these live streams. Never easy to predict how it's going to play out. Now we've got this great battle for second place to focus in on between Riley Paisley, Leo Soliu and Riley Robertson. Here they come as they go across the line. It's going to be Leo Soliu into second place. No, it isn't. Now, of course, for those wondering, why don't Goslovsky and Golda just get up and carry on? Well, they're not allowed to in the junior category. When you fall in juniors, you are not allowed to get back up again. That's on safety grounds because you don't know what damage has been done to the bike in the fall. Up the inside line, there goes the move from Riley Robertson. Now, that was critical for Leo Soliu to get the move on Paisley because you just don't know when your next opponent is coming at you, and it's going to be 2 for 1. Riley Robertson on the exit down Lakeside moves in a second position. So Riley Robertson taking full advantage of this situation that's been handed to him. And so now we've got Riley Robertson into P2, started the lap in P4, but he's nailed on the move, both on Leo Soliu and Riley Paisley. So, resurgent from Riley Robertson in fantastic form. Wow, what a dramatic race this one is proving to be. And this is only the first race of the day in this category, don't forget. There's still more to come, and there's still more to demonstrate. Oh, what a crazy race this is already proving to be. Now, has Soliu got a chance here on Paisley? Paisley's trying to go long on the brake. Stay clear of Soliu. hasn't worked out yet really in the favour. Interestingly, look, knowing the pace of the two leaders, Kozlowski and Golder, two of them have the fastest laps of anybody out the course. 52.4 for Kozlowski and a 53.2 for Kai Golder. Nobody is looking even close to beating their lap times at the moment. What a dramatic race. And Max Robertson, of course, just able to control the lead. No major concerns for him at the moment. So still a very intense battle. End of the day is here. Very excited to see if there's going to be one more pressure cooker moment here for Leo Soliou, trying to get him alongside Riley Paisley. Down into the hairpin at Iredale's. Trying to get a faster run off the turn, and now down Lakeside, up towards Stewart. Is there going to be a charge again? Leo Soliou has to bail out of it. Well, this is fascinating. Great stuff between the two riders. As Soliou again goes his lead. Riley Paisley trying to protect third position. What was, of course, second position at one phase of the race. And there's a move at the inside, isn't it? Oh, just thought he might have committed there. But Leo Soliou not in a position to really go for it. Can't take too big a risk. We saw what happened to Golder and Kozlowski. We can saw what happened. We saw what happens when it goes wrong. Here's the chance. Surely now. Again, the problem is they got a slower rider in front of them. That kind of dictated whether he was committed to go for the move there or not, Leo Soliou, but he knows he's got another chance. He's got a couple of chances now, to be fair. We've got a lap and a half still to go in this race, and here's the chance down Lakeside. Again, Paisley's just so confident on the brake. That's where he's able to gain that little bit of momentum. And it all goes right for him looking at that particular phase of this duel. And there's still an entire lap to go when they cross the line. So can Leo Soliou get his way back into third position. Meanwhile in P5 it's Cian Daly, then Leon Simpson, Caelan Ratcliffe, Max Johnson, Paige Mullen, and then Ella Mosgrove in front of Josh Perkins. Last lap, Robertson is 7 seconds clear of this. Riley Robertson is almost 2 seconds clear of this. Leo Soliou tries again into the hairpin at McRae's, fails out, slow in, fast out though. He might get a chance as he draws level with Paisley. Paisley blocks across his stance. Out of Iredale's, get a nice turn in, and Leo Soliou looking very confident, but Paisley can't quite get alongside. Up towards Lakeside to shut down the momentum. Leo Soliou to the inside, can't finish it off. So Max Robertson is going to have a plain sailing ride to the victory after the collision between Kai Golder and Sebastian Kozlowski for the victory. Max Robertson is given license to cruise out front, and he's absolutely delighted with that. That will start his weekend off in fantastic fashion race-wise. Second place for Riley Robertson, and then a terrific duel. All the flag for third position between Riley Paisley and Leo Soliou, and it is Paisley that hangs on for that third position, despite the number of challenges that we saw come in from Leo Soliou. Caelan Ratcliffe managed to pounce on Leon Simpson at the very end of the race there as well. So fantastic to see how it's all finished up and how it's all been claimed in fine style. So as the final competitors cross the line, what a dramatic race. One of the most dramatic of the season so far in any of the categories. Rowrah Mini GP 160/50 goes nuclear in race 1. Victory for Max Robinson ahead of Riley Robertson and Riley Paisley. Leo Soliou just missing out on the top three in the end. Cian Daly 5th ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe and Leon Simpson. Max Johnson 8th place in front of Paige Mullen, Ella Mosgrove and Josh Perkins. Incredibly though, that's not the headline. The headline is Sebastian Kozlowski and Kai Golder, who collide in their fight for the victory on only lap 4. Both of them out, both of them in. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and get themselves ready for the second race later on. There is more drama still to come. Race 26 of the weekend, or I should say session 26, which is a race. It's going to be the Minibike 140s that will make their way out onto the circuit next. So back out onto the course we go then for the Minibike 140s. Luke Johnston pole position for this one with Arnie Carr. Then Lewis Mullen and Ben Ford on the second. Aaron Robinson alongside Tim Patterson. Finley Cotnam and Chris Wells. Sam Morrison and Harry Swan. And coming Armand and Stephen Humphreys. Tom Wise and Ryan Hayburn. Sean Running and Ian Stanford. Simon Portis and Dan Merrin. Gary Johnson, Claire Hugh and Dan Cunliffe. Lukasz Milic alongside Maciej Gavlik. And then Simon Gates, Matthew McLean and Jack Bednarek once again. Great displays and good performances so far in the British Minibike statistics to Rowrah in 2025. This is a circuit, no matter whether it's four wheels or two, in karting or bikes, this is an amazing circuit. Always gives us what we want in terms of a spectacle. So I'm always quite intrigued to see what this place cooks up. And certainly today we've had plenty of drama. All of the normal goings on in the races, and Golder versus Koslowski, which ends in a collision and a fall. And of course, with it being a junior category, neither rider could continue. If we were to get a fall in Minibike 140, the riders would certainly be allowed to pick themselves up, being the adult category. But it's still going to be an intense one off the start for the 42 bike of Luke Johnston alongside the 83 of Arnie Carr. And then we'll have Mullen, Lord, Robinson and Tim Patterson as they continue to push themselves further forward. So the grid is being formed up. With a chance to let everybody get themselves into their neat and tidy positions, ready for the start. We wait for the green flag command at the back of the field as the last couple of riders being jockeyed into their position, ferried back into play. But we're certainly going to see a little bit more excitement off the start of this one as all the riders fancy their chances. So we'll see who's able to make the best of this first start. Last couple of riders in position, just waiting for their command to get going. Marshall at the back of the field waving the green flag, so we wait for the lights to go out then on the starting gantry. And for the first time this weekend, the Minibike 140s are going into race trim. They get charging away, and a good start up in the first part for the hard-charging Arnie Carr. Field muscles its way through the chicane, hoping that everybody can get through in decent nick. They run through together in close proximity, dive up the inside from further back with third position behind Arnie Carr, and I think Luke Johnston, who's still there in the opening two positions. But it's already been a pretty intense run for all of the riders on the first lap. They work their way through, do it for the first time. Everybody muscles their way through. Not a major shock at this car because everybody's still leaning on the angle through these tight apexes, out of Sunny and up towards Paddock Bend. Is there going to be a lead change as they work their way through? I thought there might have been a little bit of urgency there at the end of the lap to try and put our race leader, Arnie Carr, under pressure from Ben Lord. Normally we have to see Ben Lord recover from adversity, but on this occasion he's able to run at the sharp end, so this is going to be a nicer indication for Ben Lord as to what he can actually do. Rather than having to chase his way through the field like he's on a paper trail. Third position, Lewis Mullen, looking very confident in the early stages as well. So, continue to see what Ben Lord can make of things. Of our positions, Luke Johnston is all the way back in fourth position now as a result of the curvy start to the race. But certainly for Arnie Carr, in front of Ben Lord and Lewis Mullen, it's going to be a fascinating duel. Ben Lord trying his luck. Put up the inside of Arnie Carr. Very interesting one to keep an eye on, this Rowrah, Ed Lord and Lewis Mullen. Will the riders continue looking for a run up to McRae's, looking for a good exit off the hairpin, of course. Arnie Carr still wants to be in a relatively strong position ahead of Ben Lord, then Lewis Mullen, Luke Johnston, Aaron Robinson, Chris Wells, Billy Cotnam, Stephen Humphreys, and Sam Morrison and Jack Bednarek again from the back of the grid is now in P10. He just knows how to get the most out of his bike, and he can go through the field like wildfire. Will we wave the battle forward, hoping for a little bit more. Be a tough opposition as the contenders still give as good as they've got. Still a lot of great race trim left. Still unlocked here, Lewis Mullen. Currently running in third place in front of Luke Johnston. And there's going to be a lot more still in the pipeline for this race. They're really going to work hard to find a little bit of extra to finish the motivating run as they continue on through. This is a very tough run as Ben Lord has got back now behind the hard-charging Mullen. So I was sorry, I was thinking my drivers were going to be at the wrong moment, and that move must have been completed. But Lewis Mullen, second position, charging after Arnie Carr. He's got the confidence here at Rowrah to challenge the position. But are we about to see Lewis Mullen now to attack on Arnie Carr? Certainly he's putting him under some pressure as we go for that again. And he looks like he's got a little bit more confidence as he runs around the fast side, but he's cut across there by Arnie Carr into the chicane. Right, left, up the crest, right, off the apex. Now making it down on the braking zone to the Braze, and on the inside line it's going to be Brave, and he has to step on the brake very carefully there, has to squeeze the handle to stop the bike from cannoning into the side of Arnie Carr in a similar fashion to what we would have seen earlier between Mike Golder and Sebastian Gostowski. And again, a little bit of recovery needed then for Lewis Mullen. Try and reverberate back into the winning trim. Look at the aggressive start out of the inside again, tries in study. Lewis Mullen prepared to go to glory here, and Arnie Carr is going to be a sticking target before too long. Across the line. Right to go. Mullen, fast to the race. 2.94, compared to Arnie Carr of 3.28. They'll try into the inside. Front wheel almost active on the brake. They've got a slower bike to get past. Neither rider gets compromised by him. So Carr and Mullen still 1 and 2. But again, if he does get pinched, it's Ben Lord. He has to wait to fight length before he can make it stick to the inside line. That takes the pressure off Mullen a little bit into the right hander. Still plenty of determination, a lot of extra work coming in from the crews. So Mullen again tries on Arnie Carr. This is the win in the race, don't forget. Again to the inside line. I tell you what, Lewis Mullen really is difficult to try and make this move on Arnie Carr. 4 laps to go. Has another look to the inside. So we've got this break, and we've got 2 more before our little pause for half an hour. He once then and continues to move through. So continue to play once again. So they'll have their second races. Super Moto will have their second race. Harley 110 and Minibike 110 will have their first race. And then we will have our pause. They get a half-hour break. So Arnie Carr ahead of Lewis Mullen. Then Lord, then Luke Thompson, Cameron Robertson, Chris Wells, and Jack Bednarek. Up to the inside line! This is it! This is the moment! To the inside! Lovely top of Lewis Mullen. He makes it stick on Arnie Carr. Carr's going to try to get back to the inside line of the chicane. Can't make it stick. Arnie Carr's not going to surrender. Lewis Mullen is your race leader. Having made the move there in the final bend into paddock on Arnie Carr. He's got through. He's very happy with the way this is all played out. And here comes Arnie Carr back for more in the hairpin at Iredale's. And Lewis Mullen get a better exit off the third as they go side by side down the inside. Once again, into it, and surely Mullen's going to have the inside line. No, Arnie Carr waits around the outside and holds his nerve. But again, Lewis Mullen is on catch-up mode. To the right, on the left-hander. There's very authoritarian manoeuvres here being made as Arnie Carr leads Lewis Mullen. Mullen is pushing hard. The into the manoeuvre, into the S's, right, left, right again, and you get a real sense of presence from Lewis Mullen to the inside line. Can't find the way through. Still pushing hard. On the car. To Lewis Mullen. To the hairpin. Very tightly with these two. Mullen looking left, looking right, hoping for a decent opportunity to get one over on his opposition. Got a slow rider in front of them that can compromise both men, but it looks as though Arnica has just about got away with that. Lewis Mullen has been able to find a little bit of pace as a result, though. Then we go into the last lap, and it's all down to who's got the staying power. Arnica's going to get held up here in the chicane. Can Lewis Mullen use the opportunity to get through to the inside into the place? He has to wait. Now he's going to have to charge up Friardales. He can get a fast one off the third. He can get the lead back there to the inside. Careful, don't commit. But those throw-ins fast out. Side by side down the lake side. But Arnica is really good on defending down to the hairpin once more. Lewis Mullen again, fancies his chance is going to be fast off the third. He can get the money on or in the study. And Connor is going to be game on. In with the right hander, last shot for the move ready for me. Lewis Mullen is going to go throwing fast out and hope for an attack. The panic then. Arnica goes out wide. They've got nothing in front of them. Can Arnica hold this? It's going to be tight. And they're going to be side by side to the line nearly, but Lewis Mullen just hangs on to second place. Arnica is able to protect his victory to the end. That's a nice preview to what we've got coming up from these guys later on. Well, there's going to be more excitement where that came from. Fascinating stuff. Wait for the fight between Arnica and Lewis Mullen. Really good stuff. And a really entertaining duel to the crowd, to the flag. As the rest of the field now comes through to complete the first race for this category. There's going to be more to come, of course. A lot more riding on the outcomes of the rest of this race. As we get before closer to the conclusion, around about 5 p.m. time, there'll be so much great racing to come in the next 5 hours. Arnica in front of Lewis Mullen by a tenth of a second. Ben Lord in third place in front of Luke Johnston. Jack Bednarek dead last, P5 yet again. Aaron Robinson, P6 in front of Chris Wells. Sam Morrison, Stephen Humphries and Tim Patterson rounding out the top 10 in front of Dan Cliff. And Cindy Cotman, Tommy Arman, Dan Merrin and Tom Wise, Ian Stanford, Sean Frunning, Simon Portis, Gary Johnson, Cliff Hugh, Harry Swan, Lucas Millett, Ryan Hayburn and Maciek Govlik. So all 23 riders that started the race were able to bring it to the checkered flag, none of them in more cool and composed manner than Arnica, who had the pressure of the fastest man in the race, Lewis Mullen, all the time. So very exciting stuff, it has to be said, and very exciting to see how this is going to continue to conclude. But here at Rowrah, it certainly has a very fine run indeed from Arnica. Next up, it is going to be the British Minibike 110s and the Avali Cup out on circuit. And so to the last race of the first rotation. This is going to be the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup out on circuit together. Then we can go round again and have the second race of the day in all of the categories. The Junior Super Motos, Super Minis, I should say, sorry, will finish the morning session. And it's going to be very intriguing, this particular run. Mini GP 110s and Avali 110s. combined grid, of course, Leon Simpson, Dylan Cook, Thomas Med and JJ Manchester, Dan Townsend and Sam Whittaker, Seth Hayward, Cody Brennan and Caden Herring, then Charlie Forrester in P10, and then it is William Dickinson from Ian Bailey, CJ Maguire and Carver Spinks, Austin Dilk, Ella Mosgrove and Rick Harmon. 17 riders hoping for another exciting 10 laps of this Rowrah circuit. It certainly looks like we're going to get it from them. It's the B&B 110s and the Avali 110 Cup will once again deliver in spade what is already a pretty exciting magnitude of battles out there on the course. So we're going to get to see what sort of pace and what sort of ability we're going to see from Leon Simpson and Keon Daly at the front end of this field. So Keon Daly lining up into his position in P12. And Leon Simpson is, of course, going to be the hard charger at the front end of this field alongside Dylan Cook and Thomas Med. So a lot of good battles will obviously pay out in this one. So the last couple of bikes are formed up in their original qualifying position. The lap time from Leon Simpson going into this one clearly good enough to mix him up at the sharp end of the field, but there's a lot of big talent around him. So expect this one to be pretty nail-biting stuff as they continue their run. And we're going to see a very intense conclusion to the morning session. So Leon Simpson and Keon Daly, the first ones to go around. Now we go racing, but up at the start it is, of course, Leon Simpson and Dylan Cook racing for the first corner. They climb up the crest and through the chicane for the first time, and Leon Simpson versus Dylan Cook launches in earnest. I think it is still the 85, though, in front of the 13 initially, as they run their way through the first couple of corners on this opening lap into Iredale's. A very tough run down Lakeside. You can see for yourself what the order is. That is the 8th of JJ Manchester, isn't it, leading the race? After a fantastic start, I believe that's JJ Manchester. Hopefully looking for riders to finish off the lap and then get up to the continuation of the battle. It is the 13, my apologies, of Dylan Cook, who still leads the way. I thought that was a fast starting JJ Manchester. Trying to look at the number from a distance there on my monitor, but certainly Cook is leading from Simpson, then JJ Manchester in third place. I wasn't far wrong. Then Thomas Med from Dan Townsend and the hard-charging Caden Herring, who's already made up 2 places on the original grid position in front of Cody Brennan. There's still plenty to do and a lot to discuss as they play this back out again. There's still so much to come. Dylan Cook trying to get well away from Leon Simpson. Simpson is laying down the line to him down the Lakeside straight and then up towards Hewitt. See some big spirit needed here to get on terms with Dylan Cook and take the lead away from him. We know how quick Dylan Cook was in the qualifying, but obviously Leon Simpson was fractionally quicker. So in race trim, he's going to have to challenge that same level of confidence to overturn the order and give himself another crack at this. Not going to be easy. A little bit of a fast move off the lean angle from Dylan Cook. And that's going to give Leon Simpson a little bit of an invitation. Dylan's got to stay fairly hungry here. Going off the turn fairly quickly, Leon Simpson fancies his chances on the back straight. Along Lakeside, up towards the Stewart hairpin once again. Right is the exit very nicely to make sure he's got good stance and good pillion to ride on the way through the guards in through the right. And then up towards the sunny. Still not a big movement yet from Leon Simpson, but you really do get the sense that resonation to the inside line. Driving through, and there is the lead change. Took a little bit quicker than I thought it would, but Leon Simpson has made the move on Dylan Cook into the final hairpin, and straight away Dylan Cook is trying to retaliate. Just took a little bit too much speed, I think, through that first chicane. But certainly Leon Simpson has got himself back into the pace and the position that he was on the original start after his fantastic run in qualifying. And so there's still a lot to discuss here. Down the Lakeside straight, now Dylan Cook retaliate on Leon Simpson. He's certainly getting close enough to him. AJ Manchester still running good into third place in front of Thomas Med. Then Cody Brennan, Dan Whitaker, Dan Tanton, Kean Taylor, Jeff Haywood, and Jasper O'Neill-White rounding out the top 10. What still to do? Leon Simpson carrying hopes with him as he's continued to work his way further forward around the far side, up the crest in the first chicane. Almost like the Minibike's equivalent of Spa, that first chicane section. Very reminiscent of Eau Rouge de Radillon. Short stretch. The hairpin, tighten the bike up nicely through the right-hander. Try as he might, Dylan Cook just can't seem to measure up to Leon Simpson on raw pace anymore after that initial run at the start. And there's rain on the camera lens. Right, this could add a real air of spice to things. Of course, these bikes are in race trim. They're going to do great in the rain. And obviously these are going to be dryish tyres. So they've got to be so careful they doesn't get too wet. We've got to be really careful. The marshals will be right on it if the conditions do deteriorate. And certainly there is a little bit of rain in the air here now. And certainly on the Rowrah circuit, you do not need a lot of rain, and it can rain properly heavy here. This circuit gives me some massive memories over the years. Went back in the British karting championship many times ago. A young lad called Lewis Hamilton put on quite a astonishing show around this place in similar weather conditions to what we've got here in British Minibike. You can see it yourself. Raindrops on the camera lens. So this is only going to get trickier if the rain continues, and that's allowed Dylan Cook the chance to be a bit braver on the brake than Leon Simpson and close up a little bit. Of course, Leon Simpson has the magic edge at the moment, but all it takes for one slip up, and he's the first one who's got to deal with all of these weather conditions that are being thrown up. Not all of them on the road, I should incidentally say, but still makes it a little bit more interesting to witness and to observe as Dylan Cook again. Think about the move on the inside line there, the race leader, Leon Simpson. But then at the same time, we'll be wondering if there's going to be a gap to make it stick. One thing to catch the guy in front, but can you actually make an overtaking move with it? It looks like patches of the course are raining, patches of the course have no precipitation whatsoever that's drying out. Still, Leon Simpson tries to get away from man and B2. Take the opportunity. 2 tenths per second between these two riders at the last count. So again, Leon Simpson coaxes the bike through the hairpin at McRae's. Short stretch. Iredale's is next. To the back in! Oh, no, washout! Washout for Dylan Cook! Dylan Cook as the rain really intensifies. So the rain intensifies on the back straight. Dylan Cook's gone. We're under yellow flags. And because we've lost a couple of riders now. Well, the other one that's gone down, Austin Dilks didn't start the race, I don't think, and we've lost another couple. Caden Herring's gone down as well. If you are Leon Simpson, you are so cautious now. You're on tiptoes as you work your way through. But Dylan Cook, rather sadly, chasing down Leon Simpson, drops it through McRae's, through Iredale's, I should say. 2 laps to go. They're just really trying not to throw a red flag to this one, but they may have to if the rain continues. Stationary yellow flags out of the chicane up towards McRae's. We could see quite a few riders out of this race, and it does look as though we've got a few riders out. What a dramatic development here in Cumbria. We're hoping for a really tough run of the rain, and Leon Simpson does of course lead the race, but if you fall in one of the junior categories, which is what this is, of course, that's it. Your race is over. You cannot carry on in the same way that you would in the male category, because as a safety and safeguarding issue, they do not want to send riders out into the race when they don't know if the bike is full. There's another faller there. So there's quite a few of them that have gone down now by the look of it. I think I count Sam Whitaker, Jasper O'Neill-White, Caden Herring, and Austin Dilks. So it's all pretty tough stuff, including Dylan Cook, of course. So Dylan Cook also failing to go through. Into the last lap goes Leon Simpson, just tiptoe, just casually trip the throttle. You've still got plenty of time over Cian Daly, who is currently 13 seconds back from the leader. But Leon Simpson's pace has dropped into the 1 minute, and his fastest lap of the race has been a 55.6. So Leon Simpson just knows he's just got to cruise home on this bike, even though it's going to be 5 to 6 seconds, maybe even 7 seconds a lap slower than he has gone before. Yellow flags waving. Again, Leon Simpson just coaches his way through. There's a couple of corners left, but the drama of that late race rain really has thrown a spanner into the works for the man who was fighting for the victory, Dylan Cook. He has not completed the full race distance. In fact, I don't know many riders who have. So out comes Leon Simpson. It's going to be a victory as he tiptoes his way through, and he's absolutely delighted with that one. No surprises at all in very difficult conditions indeed. Leon Simpson able to hang on to the victory after what has been Ed is the one who's going to come here at Rowrah. Thomas Med does indeed cross the line in second place. I think it's going to be Cotter Spinks that comes home for third position here. Across the line he goes, somehow stays upright. And after 10 laps he'll get it done, but the amount of riders that fell during that wet weather run is pretty dramatic. Carter Spinks is through in third. There's Will Dickinson through in fourth place. Excellent effort, and I think there's only going to be two other finishers. There's going to be Ella Mosgrove and Cian Daly. In fact, I'm not entirely sure Cian Daly's going to be a finisher, because he was in second position at one point. So Leon Simpson takes the victory in front of Thomas Med, Carter Spinks, Will Dickinson, and Ella Mosgrove, and only 5 years in this unbelievable race. Cian Daly, Dylan Cook, Dan Townsend, Seth Hayward, Rex Armour, Charlie Forrester, CJ Maguire, JJ Manchester, Cody Brennan, Sam Whitaker, Jasper O'Neill-White, Caden Herring and Austin Dilks all out of the race due to a very dramatic rain shower that hit at about lap 4 of the race. It was during laps 6 and 7 and a little bit of lap 8 as well that we had a ferocious number of riders fall down. Proof that there are some races where just staying on the bike is good enough to get you to the top spots. So a very trying but very difficult race win for Leon Simpson. He'll be delighted with that in front of Thomas Med and Carter Spinks. That's the end of the BMB 110 and Avali Cup race, with Leon Simpson taking the Avali win and Thomas Med taking the BMB 110 class race. Very impressive victory for both men. Now they get to move forward and focus on the second rotation. That's going to kick us off with the Junior Super Minis in the 90 category. They'll come out for their second race very shortly. Yeah. Well, folks, you may have gathered the current situation, but obviously with the increased weather conditions that basically started to deteriorate in the last BMB 110 and Avali 110 Cup race, you can see for yourself that the weather has deteriorated. Everybody is obviously set up for dry conditions, so for the rain to come down in the intensity that it has done. The officials have actually taken the rather sensible decision under the circumstances to give the marshals their half-an-hour break now rather than wait until the end of the junior Super Mini race. That is going to come after the lunch break, so it's a slight change to the schedule, but it allows everybody to get themselves set up for wet weather running for the afternoon session. So essentially now what's going to happen is the lunch break will happen now, and then the 28th session of the weekend, the Junior Super Mini 90 Race 2, that will be the first race of the afternoon session. So we're going to take our pause now, and the marshals and the officials and obviously the riders and teams as well will get their chance to have a quick pause for lunch. When we come back, we'll continue round 3 of the 2025 British Minibike Championships race weekend here at Rowrah. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the action in the 2025 British Minibikes Championship. After visits to Rowrah and Teesside already in 2025, we're back at Rowrah, and as you can see, the weather conditions have deteriorated massively here in Rowrah. We started the day in bone dry conditions, but as it tends to do on the Rowrah circuit, it is now absolutely sodden with rain. It is going to be a very tricky afternoon of race action from here on in, that is for sure. As the Junior Super Minis come out for their second race of the weekend, they have 3 in total, of course, and so this is going to be a very difficult step into the unknown for all of them. I'm Jake Sanson, great to be back with you once again, and we have 9 races down, 16 to go. Very busy day at the races here. Cody Brennan and Jake Todd will be taking you through the front end of the grid. Cody Brennan and Jody Billum will be on the front row. Oscar Rowland and Louis Craig, then Jake Todd and Tommy Dickinson, Hugh McDowell, and then it'll be Oliver Med from Harry Birch, Oscar Duckworth and Ryan will run their way through the grid. But as you can see, if you were with us for the first 9 races of today, it's a very different race circuit from what we've just seen. And all of the teams and riders, are now into a much better position in terms of their positions and their conditions out the circuit. They have now all adjusted the bikes and their leathers and all of their equipment and everything for wet weather running. The marshals are telling us that slippery surface conditions. I don't think the riders need to be told that. I think they can work that out pretty much themselves. But it's certainly a very tricky race circuit we are now left with for the second half of the day's activities in the 2025 championship. This is going to be such a knife edge for the riders to cope with in very difficult conditions indeed. I would not expect there to be a perfect plain sailing race for the rest of today. Certainly not going to be any humdrum rides anyway, because every single corner of this circuit is challenging enough in the dry, never mind in the wet. And on bikes, this place really knows how to bite back. It is a horrendous challenge for any racer, be they on 2 wheels or 4 here, and on 2 wheels in particular, it is incredibly difficult to get right. So I think we're in for a very tricky battle for all of the contenders out there on the course. So as a result of that, the difficulty level has just gone from semi-pro to expert, as if this were an esports event, I suppose. And it definitely makes for very tricky running now at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club here on the circuit at Rowrah in the Lake District, which has already seen a great weekend of motorsport. But even in June in Great Britain, the weather cannot be trusted to stay settled for us here. So expect a very difficult race for all of the riders. And obviously there could be quite a few stop-starts. So expect the schedules to change and to vary over the course of the afternoon. Hopefully not too much. But when you've got so many riders who want to go out racing and in very tricky and slippery conditions, there are certain classes that may have to prioritize and may have to duck out of running depending on how clean a day we are set to have. Running slightly behind schedule, despite the fact that we had a wet weather break, because, of course, the change over to wet weather conditions requires a little bit of adaptation, particularly by the officials on the mark, to get everything ready and set as it should be. So not the easiest of scenarios for all of the riders to become used to. But certainly from our side, it makes things particularly entertaining, as we are still very eager to see how things continue to play out here. But certainly for Cody Brennan and Joey Billum, the front row of the starting grid should be fairly easy for them to run to into the first corner. Although having said that, I know how difficult it is to race at Rowrah with the intense lack of grip that the rain suddenly demonstrates for us. So let's see what our first race is going to get underway for. It's a relatively good start. All of the riders move their way further forward into the first turn. And it's a pretty tricky start, and we've got one rider down straight away in the first chicane. That's one minimum, and there are several parts of the course that are incredibly wet, very treacherous indeed. So expect the toughest racing conditions you've ever seen for many of these young riders. They'll go through several splashes, they'll go through puddles, and we might see several of them fall over the course of this first lap. Certainly we've had one down, and in the junior categories, of course, when you fall, that's it. You can't get up again, and you can't return to the circuit. So for every single rider out there, it has suddenly become very difficult indeed. Now, there's a big pace difference up at the front end of the field between the first two riders and everybody else. So that looks to me like Cody Brennan, who's having a very exciting time of it out of the sharp end, who's already putting himself well clear of the rest of the pack, out through Paddock Bend, waiting for the continuation as they go across the line to go side by side for what is going to be the lead of the race. That's Cody Brennan and Jake Todd, who are having a terrific race up at the sharp end at least, and definitely trying their best to stay upright in very difficult conditions indeed. It's the experience and the confidence that really pays dividends in conditions like this. Certainly the race leader, Cody Brennan, is the man on the knife edge. He's got the unenviable position of being the first one on the scene in these incredibly difficult conditions to cope with. And so he's got to be the first one on the scene if there are any problems, any shenanigans, any difficulties to deal with. So as the riders tiptoe their way through this part of the course, Brennan looks over his shoulder, makes sure that Todd is still there but not too close. Joey Billam is now in third place, by the way, in front of Hugh McDowell, Louis Craig, Oscar Rowland and Oliver Med. Then Oscar Duckworth in front of Brian Merrin, Harry Birch and Bobby Baker. It was actually Tommy Dickinson, rather sadly, who fell in the first chicane, and so it's Tommy Dickinson who was out of the race in seconds. Bitter disappointment for him, I'm sure, but at least he doesn't get his boots too wet. He can prepare for race 3 for this particular category a little bit later on, possibly fresher than any of the other riders out there, particularly considering how tough it currently is for Cody Brennan to stay out in front of Jake Todd. Billam and McDowell are having a terrific duel for third position further back. We've had another rider go off the road there into the barriers by the look of it at McRae's, but they are up on their feet. So again, this is the thing, in these conditions you're going to slide off the road, but because the speeds have depreciated and they're a lot slower than they were previously, the likelihood of injury is actually very slim at these, because although they're used to falling, the reduction in speed means it's going to be a lot safer in terms of injury in the wet conditions, because you're traveling slower, but at the same time the risk of falling off the bike increases. So it's swings and roundabouts, and if you're a rider that wants to get to the end of the race, the last thing you want to do is to go down, because obviously in this category you're not allowed to restart again. So that's the bike that's been recovered from Tommy Dickinson. I think Bobby Baker is the other one to have fallen off the bike. I'm very impressed that more of them haven't in these conditions, to be brutally frank with you. That's nothing to take away from the talent of the riders, but it is so ridiculously wet out there now compared to what we have seen even in previous years when it's rained here. The standing water in certain parts of the course, I mean, it's borderline unraceable. But fair play, Jules, they've obviously done the work, they've assessed the situation, they've consulted with the riders, they've said, look, we're racers, we're going to go out there, we're going to race until you tell us we're not allowed to, and then we will continue to the end of the meeting's natural conclusion. As it currently looks, it's doable, but it is obviously stretching the limit of what is doable. So 3 laps completed, Cody Brennan out in front, Jake Todd second place. Brennan checks over his shoulder, notices that Jake Todd has now fallen 3 seconds back. That's a reasonable enough gap to be comfortable for the time being. But it's certainly big pressure stuff here in the absolutely soaking wet conditions. Well, this also gives us, of course, light for a couple of riders wrong, and we could get some crazy results over the course of this race. We already saw in the slightly getting gap earlier on that term I've just invented, between Kai Golder and Seb Goslovsky. Now, that was a crazy result in and of itself for the two leaders to take each other out of the race. But now here we are in wet conditions, and the excitement factor, the propensity for that kind of dramatic incident to happen has just gone up because of the lack of grip and the intensity of the conditions. You can barely see the circuit through the camera lens up at St John's and Hewitt as well. So very tricky indeed for the riders to see. It'll be even tougher than it is for you. And then Jake Todd running in second position at the moment. is what definitely makes this a bit more challenging for the riders, as much as it is for the wet conditions. But this is from quite a long angle that we look. The visibility is actually a little bit easier to comprehend when you see sort of this part of the circuit. This is a bit more representative of what the view is actually like. Of course, the further distance you go on these kind of cameras on the zoom function, then the more likely for it to be a visibility issue. But it is fascinating to see where we currently find ourselves. So Cody Brennan, 4 seconds clear of Jake Todd, 3rd place for Joey Billum, 4th place for Louis Craig. And then, of course, we've got Oscar Rowland, Oliver Mead, Harry Birch, Brian Merrin, Oscar Duckworth, and Hugh McDowell. 2 retirements in the race so far, namely Bobby Baker and Tommy Dickinson. I think it might even be a 3rd, you know, because Hugh McDowell did not complete the 3rd lap. So Hugh McDowell, I think, might be the race's 3rd retirement. This is tricky stuff for Cody Brennan, leading this race in very cautious nature. You can't be too aggressive here, but patience is what wins you races in these conditions. It is all about patience. It is all about discipline. There's so much work to do in these conditions to focus on your own. You've got to focus on your own ability at this point. Jake Todd crosses the line. He is currently 6 seconds back from Cody Brennan, who's able to lap about a lap and a half or so quicker than anybody else out on the course. And that is including Jake Todd. Joey Billum is in 3rd position. Look at the camera at Stewart. Oh my goodness, we need windscreen wipers now. It's a very tricky day at the office. I feel so much empathy for the officials, for the stewards, and for the camera crew. I've been at the side of the karting track as a marshal on a day like this in the past, and you cannot feel your elbows at various points over the course of the day in these conditions. Cold and the fever pitch racer. You may think, oh, it's only standing in the rain for a few minutes, but the thing is, no, it's not, because you're out there all day. You're there from the beginning of the day through to the lunch break, and then you're out there again through till 5:30, 6 o'clock. And if you think all you've got to look forward to is the sandwiches your mum packed you, or you packed yourself, if you're a little bit more independent than that, you know, that's not a fantastic prospect. So full credit to the marshals out there for being so fantastic, you know, being so incredibly fortuitous with where they're at. But Cody Brennan leads the way here from Jake Todd, Joey Billum, Louis Craig, Oscar Rowland, and Oliver Mead, and Harry Birch in 7th place. We've got Ryan Merrin, and then Oscar Duckworth, Hugh McDowell, and Bobby Baker is out of the race. So too, we think, is Hugh McDowell, actually. Tommy Dickinson, we know is, as he was the one who fell on the very first lap. So tricky stuff then for Cody Brennan, who is now with 3 laps to go. The graphic there says last lap, but it's actually on my timing screen as 3 laps to go. So Cody Brennan is just keeping it nice and tidy and not getting into too much hot water, to coin a rather poor choice of phrase. But Cody Brennan doing the best to keep himself smooth and calm and collected under the circumstances. It can be so easy to drop it in these conditions. So you've just got to try and make sure that you can keep your wits about you and keep it nice and tidy. The visibility, I should point out, through the camera lenses does not really bear relation to how much is visible by the riders. The riders can see a little bit more than this, I should point out. It's just the way that the lens changes the image when it's at long range. So when it's at short range, you can actually see a lot more of the circuit than you think you can. And there is Cody Brennan, giving us some major motorsport vibes here. And as you can see for yourself, it's really treacherous conditions. And even in a straight line, Cody Brennan is under intense pressure to let this go. And it's not going to be easy for him to ride to the finish in these races. And of course, you've got to take into account the schedule as well. So that could also see things get altered here before the end. Certainly for the moment, though, Cody Brennan taking full advantage of the situation and just trying to keep himself measured, keep himself in a calm position, and his best to keep himself in a light-hearted frame of mind and keep himself up to the top end. But the conditions are so difficult to cope with here. Rowrah. For our race leader, Cody Brennan, it's all about control and it's all about discipline. Just don't rush it. Just keep yourself in the frame and be focused and dedicated and committed through every corner. Don't rush the process. Just make it all happen one corner at a time. That's all Cody Brennan's got to do in this situation. How he hasn't even looked like sliding off the bike is fairly impressive from Cody Brennan. Clearly, plenty of time spent on the two wheels in both dry and wet conditions. This is his race to lose now as he just tiptoes his way through. They are on wet tyres, of course, now that have been able to change that before the start of the race. But even having said that, Cody Brennan just taking it nicely in his stride. He goes into the final hairpin here at Paddock Bend. He'll make sure it's a nice, smooth trajectory. And Cody Brennan absolutely dominates in the second Junior Super Mini 90 race of the day here at Rowrah. You barely even saw him crossing the finish line, was the mist from a distance. But a very tricky situation for all of the riders. Jake Todd comes through in second place, and it's going to be Joey Billum. So a fascinating beginning to the afternoon session. A really good run from all of the riders to stay home and get home to the flag, I should say. The top five are the only ones on the lead lap on this particular occasion. Harry Birch and Oliver Med both lapped on their way to the finish. Ryan Merrin is going to be the last one home because Oscar Duckworth also sadly dropped it on lap number 6. So we're going to have no more than 8 finishers in this very difficult race battle indeed. And it looks as though, yeah, we have got all the finishers home now in the order that they should be in. So Cody Brennan taking a very difficult race victory, 6.5 seconds clear of Jake Todd, and they were 40 seconds between them clear of Joey Billum in third position. Then Louis Craig in front of Oscar Rowland, and the final 3 finishers, Harry Birch in front of Oliver Med and Ryan Merrin. The retirements, well, Oscar Duckworth dropped it on lap 6, Hugh McDowell on lap 3, Bobby Baker on the second lap, and in the very first chicane we lost Tommy Dickinson in the race due to a fall. So Junior Super Mini 90, the second race, very different indeed to what we saw from the first race earlier on. That's something we get to say about every single class for the remainder of the day. The Mini Motos will be out next, and I really do not envy them going out in this appalling set of conditions. So back into the action we go again then for the Minimoto rookies. It's been a very intense change of conditions for these guys in particular. Some of the puddles are almost as tall as these riders are. So it's going to be very tricky indeed for the Minimoto rookies in particular to cope with the conditions. I noticed that on this occasion there are only 4 of them going out for this particular race. 10 laps, of course. As always in Minimoto Rookie, we've got Austin Dilks, Benny Grayson, Joey Billum and Nelly Newth out there. So 4 riders rather than 5. Clearly the 5th deciding, do you know what? I'd rather stay on the dry land rather than go yachting on 2 wheels. So the Minimoto Rookies depleted by 20%, but I don't really blame them under the circumstances. This is a very difficult and very tricky situation for all of the contenders, as we know. All of the riders want to make sure that they are up to scratch, ready for the start of this very tricky second race in the battle now. Now, looking at the rate of how quickly the last race happened, I'm trying to do the mathematics on here and try and figure out just how many races we're going to get through, because it is now, it was due to start this race half past, but the intensity of the rain means that we're actually going to get a very different timetable for the rest of the day. So we're half an hour currently behind schedule. We could probably run till about 6:30 without any sight or visibility issues, but they've got to be careful about how many stoppages we have. Let's just go through the motions for now, though. Austin Dilks, Benny Grayson, Joey Billum and Nelly Newth on the grid, but the order is obviously a bit different to that. It's Dilks and Newth, Billum and Grayson. We're underway for the 4 riders. Nelly Newth has gone into the lead. No problem at all for the youngster. Austin Dilks is trying to catch up to her as Nelly Newth has just shot out of the grid like a bullet from a gun. Absolutely incredible how quick she has worked her way into a lead here, as the rest of the Minimoto rookies follow in hot pursuit. This is going to deteriorate into a very tough race very quickly. So a very tricky run for the remainder of the day's activities, but certainly in Minimoto rookies in particular, this is going to be so tricky to pitch where the contenders are going to run. So Nelly Newth looking comfortable in the lead of the race under the circumstances. Look at how quickly she's getting away from Joey Billum and Benny Grayson. Austin Dilks, by the way, is down at the back of the field. Having taken the victory in the earlier race, he now finds himself down in 4th position, trying to make head or tails of what is going on out on the course as Nelly Newth comes through to complete the first lap. And don't forget, of course, in Minimoto Rookie, if you fall down, that's it. Your race is done. So you've got to be very careful in these situations, considering how we've only got 4 riders in the mix. But we have to try and run as many races as we can for as many classes as we possibly can, of course. Whether that only ends up being 1 or 1.5 rather than the scheduled 2 per class, well, that remains to be seen. But certainly at the moment in Minimoto, it's very important that we allow the riders to come through. Don't forget, of course, they ran 2 races yesterday. So for this Minimoto 3rd race, it's obviously quite an important one for them to see to their logical conclusion, particularly considering that this is going to be the 3rd and final Minimoto race of the weekend for this class, so we won't see them out again after this run. So Nelly Newth wanting to finish with 2 wins out of 3 if she possibly can. Austin Dilks, of course, trying to work his way back into the lead. But Nelly Newth took the victory yesterday. Dilks had a retirement. Then earlier on today, we saw Austin Dilks take the victory over Nelly Newth after a fantastic last gasp effort to overhaul her. And now here in the rain, the only rider that looks like they're in complete command of the situation is Nelly Newth, who is turning into a bit of a megastar, it has to be said. So excellent work again from Nelly Newth, who has a genuine rock and roll potential here. And fantastic to see her doing such a great job. So as the riders work their way through here at Rowrah, in very tricky conditions indeed, Newth is just settling into as much of a rhythm as she can hope to have under the circumstances. Still massive rain on the camera lens down there at the Stewart hairpin. And there is Nellie Newth now working her way through to St John's. Nice and tidy into Sunny Bend. This is where you just do not rush things. You just take things in your time. You ride with confidence, but you do not race at this point. You just work hard to bring the bike home. And at the moment, Nellie Newth is doing just that. And as a result, has pulled out 6.5 seconds on the rest of the field in just 3 laps of running. That is absolutely extraordinary from Nellie Newth. And I got a feeling when she comes through at the end of this lap, that gap is going to have gone up. It has. 9.5 seconds. So she's going 3 seconds a lap quicker than everybody consistently. It's absolutely extraordinary pace from Nellie Newth, who's just got so much confidence on these Minimoto rookie bikes in these conditions. And she really is showcasing her sublime talent at this phase of her career. We obviously had 1 race victory for her yesterday, a second earlier on, and now she's looking to clinch 2 wins out of 3 to put her right back into the vanguard of the championship fight. Austin Dilks will have to either be settled for 3rd position or 2nd, depending on how much he can actually throw towards Joey Billam in the latter stages of this race. But it's still pretty tricky stuff all the way. And you're going to see some really interesting and diverse characteristics over the course of these next 2 or 3 laps or so to try and figure out where Nellie Newth gets to gauge herself in relation to everybody else out there on the course. But so far so good, as she just continues to stretch the advantage and pull very clear of the rest of the field indeed. There's no need to panic for her, is there? She's just taking it nicely in her stride, coping well with the difficult conditions that are thrown at her, and just taking command. And this is the 3rd and final race, as we mentioned, of Minimoto Rookie, so she'll come away from 2 events at Rowrah as the top banana in Minimoto Rookie. So fair play to her. Up towards the Stewart hairpin. Stewart S's if you're in karting, because they actually do bring out the S section. But in these mini bikes, it is just too tight a radius realistically to expect these young riders to be able to do. If you'd have had 10 years of experience riding motorcycles, then that would be very different indeed. But most of these guys don't. So Nellie Newth out in front of Dilks. Then Joey Billam in 3rd position. And in P4, it is a very tricky day at the races for Benny Grayson. Mind you, having said that, Austin Dilks has got into 2nd place now. So he's made the bid and got ahead of Joey Billam. So there is a nice little overtake move there from Austin Dilks, who has now got ahead of Billam. So it really is turning into a very tough day at the races indeed for Joey Billam and Austin Dilks. But Austin Dilks, oh no, Joey Billam's got back into 2nd place. So Joey Billam's got ahead of Austin Dilks. Now, interestingly, Joey Billam has completed the 5th lap. Austin Dilks has not yet. So I wonder, has the championship leader, Austin Dilks, fallen from the bike? I wonder if that's the case. Because at the moment, we've only got 2 riders having completed all 5 of the laps so far. Let's have a look over the side of the circuit and see if we can see an errant Austin Dilks on his 185 bike, because at the moment I can't see him out on the circuit. So there's a very good possibility here that Austin Dilks, rather sadly, is out of this race, and he had worked his way into 2nd position. So Newth in front of Billam, as Billam has come through to complete lap number 5 and is about to come through to complete lap number 6, as Nellie Newth puts in a 1:13.6, which is 5 seconds a lap slower than she has so far managed. Joey Billam has just done a 1:20.4, which is 9 seconds slower than he personally has managed in this race. So that gives you an indication of just how much more difficult the weather conditions have become in such a short space of time. Over the line has come Joey Billam and has done a 1:23.981. So you really do know how tricky the weather conditions are now. Not a single rider is able to lap within 10 seconds, roughly, of their previous best times from earlier on. So this is a very tricky day at the office, a very difficult race battle that Nelly Newth is having asked of her at the moment. But still, she controls the pace. Still, she controls the lead and is still having a very tidy race in first position. Second place, Joey Billam on his own, in front of, I think, Benny Grayson now. Although, having said that, I don't think Benny Grayson's circulating now either. So, yeah, Benny Grayson doesn't appear to have continued, nor has Austin Dilks. So we've only got 2 riders left. So if I'm Joey Billam, just keep going. Just bring it home. You know, that'll do for the moment. So a very dramatic state of affairs then in this race, as we seem to have lost both Austin Dilks and Benny Grayson from the fray. So they are running, well, they will technically be classified as 3rd and 4th, of course, Austin Dilks and Benny Grayson, but they won't have completed the full race distance. So I don't think either of them will be classified. We're only going to get 2 finishers at this rate in Nelly Newth and Joey Billam. Tough to find one finisher at the moment in that complete and total gloom and mist from the St John's camera position. There is Nelly Newth, still just sublime out in the lead of this race. I mean, what else do you talk about in a race where there's only 2 riders in it? Because Austin Dilks is out, and so too is Benny Grayson. There's a genuine chance here that Nelly Newth is going to get a lap on Joey Billam before the end of this race. She just needs to keep the head down, keep fighting and keep focusing, and you know, there might actually be a bit of a fairy tale result here. So as we look down to the far side of the course again, it's looking through the mist to see who is the next approachable Grand Prix driver. Very strange conditions here at Rowrah, as only 2 riders continue to race. 2 laps remaining for Nelly Newth, whose best lap time is a 1:08.870. Her last time was a 1:14.2. So we're currently 5.5 seconds a lap slower than the best that the riders have managed so far. As we're waiting for the other riders to come through, Joey Billam is on lap 9 now, 44 seconds back. He is about 10 seconds a lap slower. Gone before. I can't recall seeing Rowrah in poorer conditions than this. This is absolutely atrocious for the riders, but they're still going strong, as onto the last lap goes Nelly Newth, having just done a 1:15.35. So now we're going about 6.5 seconds slower than we previously done. This is all good information, of course, for the following category, because we've got the FIM Mini GP UK 190 category and the Mini GP 190 70s out on circuit next. How are they going to find these conditions? So Joey Billam is going to come through to finish the lap, but I think wants to do so before he gets lapped, because if this was a dry race, I mean, there would be no question about whether or not Nelly Newth was likely to lap Joey Billam, because the answer would normally be no chance, not on your Nelly, because they're very similar in terms of raw 1 lap pace in the dry. But in the wet, it's clear that Nelly Newth has got a lot more confidence behind the handlebars of her particular machine. So, after a very good victory yesterday, a solid 2nd place earlier, it's going to be a victory for the 2nd of 3 races this weekend for Nelly Newth, who'll come out of the final turn, and thank goodness that onslaught is over for Nelly Newth in conditions that make Grand Prix racing at Suzuka in 1994 seem tame somehow. 2nd and last race at home is going to be Joey Billam. What a way to end it. What a crazy continuation of this afternoon at the Rowrah karting circuit. Just a bizarre case of circumstances that bring them to the front of the grid list. So tricky stuff then as we wait for Joey Billam to cross the line, but it's already guaranteed that he will finish in second position, as the other two riders, Austin Dilks, went out on lap 5 and Benny Grayson went out on lap 4. So Joey Billam is going to cross the line almost before Nelly Newth completes the lap of reconnaissance. In fact, she carries on by the look of it. I'm not sure she saw the checkered flag, you know. So Nelly Newth goes round again. She does indeed go round again. Or is that Joey Billam actually completing it? No, I think it was Joey Billam completing the lap. I do apologise. 57 seconds back from Nelly Newth. That is how tricky the situation is out there on the circuit at Rowrah right now. So just 2 finishers from the third and final Minimoto rookie race of the weekend. Nelly Newth, and a minute ahead of Joey Billam she was. Dilks and Grayson do not finish. But now you know just how difficult it's going to be for the rest of the racers across the rest of the categories. But certainly for Nelly Newth, 2 wins out of 3, and a very strange situation here at Rowrah. We've got 14 races still to go here at the circuit at Rowrah in Cumbria, as the third round of the British Minibikes Championship continues in the Road to Moto GP, with the FIA Mini GP UK 190 series next out due on the circuit. And I've been told now that because of the race conditions, there has been an update to the regulations for the rest of this weekend, that all of the races that were scheduled for today have now been shortened in distance from this point on by 2 laps. So the races will now be 2 laps shorter than they are scheduled to be. And that is, of course, to compensate for the fact that we are going to be under wet conditions until the race's conclusion. So worth bearing that in mind. All of the races for the remainder of the meeting are going to be 2 laps shorter in duration. As I said before, we'll have the FIM Mini GP UK 190s along with the Mini GP 19070s that will join us out on the circuit next, provided, of course, that we can see the circuit. So back into the action we go once again for the FIA Mini GP UK 190 category and Mini GP 190/70. Apologies for the delay. I think you can work out the reason for that. The fog was getting pretty thick at certain stage of the race. So obviously allowing a little bit of time for the fog to clear. The rain is not actually that big a difficulty. It's the fog that causes the biggest issue at this point, because obviously the riders need to be able to see where they're going more than anything else. So even in the rain conditions, you can pretty much cope with the situation, provided that the setup of the bike is okay. But if you can't see where you're going, then you really are in dire strait. So big difficulties there for the contenders. As we mentioned a short while ago, all of the races remaining heats are going to have just are going to be completed, but all of the races will have a reduction in race distance by 2 laps. So instead of 10 laps, races will be 8 laps in duration now. So quite important for all of the riders to be aware of that situation. Obviously, that probably would have been a decision that we taken in discussion with the riders and the officials. So they will all have been part of that decision-making process. Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphries front row of the starting grid for race 2. Henry McCartney and Hudson Cooper, then Charlie Cunningham and Lucas King, Annabelle McCarthy, Oliver Pitcher, and then the 2 MGP 190/70 riders in this one, Harry Rafferty and William Round, are going to be there together on the grid. The riders are obviously out there because they're riders, they're racers. They want to still fight for the victory, but they're certainly doing so in the roughest, meanest, toughest, leanest conditions that have ever been seen. Certainly here at Rowrah, I don't think I've ever seen conditions as intense as this before. So it is a very difficult condition set now for the remainder of the competitors. For the remainder of the day. Obviously, we were due to be starting this particular race at 1:15 local time originally. It is now 2 p.m, so we're currently 45 minutes behind the schedule due to the intensity of the weather. So hopefully we're going to be able to get through as many of these races as we possibly can, but there might have to be some concessions, and there might have to be a few classes that accept the fact that they have run the races they will run. Certainly after a certain point in the day, that could well become the case. Obviously, the idea is to run as many races as possible. The green flag has flown at the back of the grid, so for Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphries, the chance to go to the first corner first is still the primary objective. Off we go, and it's a fantastic start from McCartney, who's going to try and push into second place, and has done so. So it is Tyler Humphries that leads the way. McCartney into second, and way down. Oh, and down in front of the field. Several riders are going to try and get through without incident and without falling off the bike. They've got to be careful, because obviously if you fall off the bike in this category, you are not allowed to continue. So they've got to be very careful for the remainder of this race. And there is a duel for the lead now as McCartney goes into the lead in front of Tyler Humphries. So McCartney has moved himself into the lead of the race there as they go down to Stewart at the first lap of the race. And McCartney has gone from third on the grid to lead this race. Excellent situation and a fantastic recovery job. So Tyler Humphries was your leader. It's now Henry McCartney who leads the way. Wilson Dilks is there or thereabouts. But obviously once you've fallen off the bike, it doesn't matter whether you think the bike is okay or not. In the junior categories, that's you done. You're out of the race. And that must be so frustrating for those who literally just pitch the bike into a spin. It throws you off and you can get going again, knowing that the bike's got no damage. It's not the point. The rule is very clear. If you part company with the bike, you are out of the race. So McCartney, Humphries, Cunningham is now in third position, interestingly, in front of Hudson Cooper. Then it is Wilson Dilks in P5, in front of Annabelle McCarthy, and then Harry Rafferty ahead of Oliver Pitcher. And we're still waiting for both Lucas King and William Round to complete the lap. So a very difficult situation for them then. But certainly in terms of the continuation of the rest of this race battle, it's Henry McCartney who has got out of the blocks with the most confidence in these wet weather conditions. Tyler Humphries second in front of Cunningham, then Cooper, Dilks, McCarthy, Rafferty, Pitcher and Lucas King. So it was William Round who fell off the bike on the opening lap. Very unfortunate indeed for William Round, because obviously with that bike now connecting with the ground and depositing said rider on the race circuit, they are not allowed to continue. Now there are 6 laps to go rather than 8 laps to go because all of the races have been reduced now in duration by 2 laps. That has been a decision that's been taken as a result of the weather conditions. So that's obviously going to now change the complexion of the race day. It's hopefully going to make things a little bit quicker in terms of the fluidity of the schedule, but it's not a guarantee. These things are never perfectly set in stone. But certainly for the time being, the man who's dealing with the wet weather conditions the most admirably is Henry McCartney. He's doing a terrific job out there in front of Tyler Humphries and then Charlie Cunningham. Second and third place, those two. Hudson Cooper, then Wilson Dilks, Harry Rafferty, Oliver Pitcher and Annabelle McCarthy, with Lucas King, the last rider in the mix, because of course we lost William Round on the opening tour through that first S's chicane section. 5 laps to go. McCarthy is the last of the contenders in the FIM 190 category, I believe. Oh no, sorry, Lucas King is at the back of that particular group. But looking at the MiniGP 190 category, there's only one who's currently round, and that is Harry Rafferty. Everybody else is part of the FIM MiniGP UK 190 category, of course. So Henry McCartney is leading. Henry McCartney, I should say, is leading the way. Then in second position, it is Tyler Humphries in front of Hudson Cooper, Charlie Cunningham, and Wilson Dilks. So they're all still having a very solid race of it as they run in on the far side. McCartney, Humphries, then Hudson Cooper. And as you can see, the lap times really have decreased in magnitude. But just staying on the bike is the prime concern at the moment. Forget past this lap. The only thing these riders are going to be caring about is just bringing it home. Staying on the road is the only thing that really matters at this stage. Henry McCartney has already gone through to start lap number 5. We were watching Hudson Cooper going through in third place in front of Charlie Cunningham. There is Cunningham in the background. You can just make him out there through the fog. And of course, the foggy conditions don't make this a particularly easy scenario for all of the contenders involved. But everybody's got to try and balance the act out as much as humanly possible. So McCartney, Humphries, Cooper and Charlie Cunningham ahead of Wilson Dilks in P5. And then it is Harry Rafferty ahead of Oliver Pitcher, Annabelle McCarthy and Lucas King. Although King has now gone up into 7th position ahead of Pitcher and McCarthy. So I do wonder just how much of a charge he's been on of late. Either that or he's just been able to make use of the opportunities around him a little bit more securely than Oliver Pitcher and Annabelle McCarthy. But still the leader in MGP 190-70 is the only rider still in that class, still in this race. Harry Rafferty, 6th overall at the moment. 3 laps to go. And Henry McCartney is keeping it nice and composed at the moment in the lead of this race. 2nd place for Tyler Humphries. Then 3rd for Hudson Cooper ahead of Charlie Cunningham, Wilson Dilks, Harry Rafferty, Lucas King, Oliver Pitcher and Annabelle McCarthy. So we've got McCartney at the front and McCarthy at the back. But a very tall order in this race between these two. This is the closest battle we've got on track between Hudson Cooper and Charlie Cunningham. But again, how do you have a race battle in these FIM MiniGP UK categories? Oh, and off the road. Now, who is that that's dropped it? I think that's Hudson Cooper. Who lost it at the end of the straight. So Hudson Cooper trying to go through the hairpin there. I think from what must have been 3rd position. We'll double check and confirm it as they come through. Certainly Henry McCartney has come through to complete the lap. Tyler Humphries just going through there now. Is that Hudson Cooper dropping it? Yes, it was. So Charlie Cunningham, 3rd position, with Hudson Cooper come through to complete the lap. Tyler Humphries just going through there now. Another rider has come off the road then at Iredale, so I can't quite make out who that was. But Wilson Dilks has come through in 4th position ahead of Harry Rafferty. And then we've got Pitcher and McCarthy running through ahead of Lucas King. So there's quite a few riders who are literally just in tiptoe mode now. If you fall off the bike even once, that's it. Your race is over. Not like it used to be where there was a little bit of leniency, because there would always be that argument of, well, you don't know how badly damaged the bike is, and by being out there, you are a danger to the others on the race circuit. So I do understand the argument to an extent. But at the same time... Oh, hang on, that's McCartney having lost the lead. McCartney's lost the lead. Tyler Humphries is the race. So was that McCartney going down? The race leader has not come through at the end of lap 7. So McCartney, I think that must be Henry McCartney at Iredale's. So Henry McCartney, who was leading, has dropped it at Iredale's. And it's Tyler Humphries who passes the... Yeah, that's Henry McCartney's bike. I couldn't make out whose bike it was, but now I can. And that was Henry McCartney, the race leader. So Tyler Humphries, just by staying on the track, is now going to take the victory in race 2. That is how important it is in these situations to keep your wits about you. Very difficult circumstances now, and for poor Henry McCartney, it is game over. But for this man, Tyler Humphries, of the leading trio in the championship fight, he is the one that keeps it all together. Wilson Dilks dropped back, Henry McCartney crashed out, so Tyler Humphries is going to take the checkered flag. He does indeed. So Tyler Humphries comes through for the victory. Charlie Cunningham is going to be in P2. What a great result for Charlie Cunningham in a very difficult race battle for him. He's absolutely ecstatic with second as he crosses the line. 25 seconds ahead of the next man in, who I think is going to be Wilson Dilks in third position. Tyler Humphries was 10.5 seconds clear of Charlie Cunningham. So, well, hang on a minute. We need to stick around for this, because who's going to be in third place? I wonder if Rafferty is going to be classified as P4. Is that going to be Dilks in third? No, it is Rafferty. Rafferty has come through for third position in front of Wilson Dilks. So Harry Rafferty comes through in third place ahead of Wilson Dilks, and then Oliver Pitcher. And I'm not sure anybody else has finished, have they? Annabelle McCarthy did not come through to complete the laps either. So I think that's your lot. Very dramatic stuff here at Rowrah, as Tyler Humphries picks up the victory in dramatic circumstances. Charlie Cunningham in second place ahead of Harry Rafferty, Wilson Dilks, and Oliver Pitcher, who was a lap down. Then the retirements. Henry McCartney dramatically from the lead. 2 laps to go. Annabelle McCarthy likewise. And then Hudson Cooper, Lucas King, and William Round off their bikes in the conditions you could ever ask these riders to ride in at Rowrah. So the drama just keeps on coming here in the soaking wet monsoon conditions and the fog of Rowrah here in Cumbria. So very dramatic end to the races for all of the riders concerned. Next up, we have the Minibike 160s in coupling with the Minibike veterans. At least some of the riders there should have a bit of an inkling as to how to ride in these conditions. We go back into the action once again here at Rowrah and out onto the circuit. The next class in operation is the Minibike 160s and the Minibike veterans. These are the guys with a little bit more experience and noosh in these conditions compared to some of the other categories that are still in the learning process. So maybe you'll see a few more risks taken in this particular grid of riders. Jake Whittaker and Mike Carr on the front row of the grid from Simon Gates and Dave Cook. Sam Morrison and Tim Patterson, then Chris Grieve and Jamie Smith. Connor Smith and Lee West to round up the top 10 ahead of Ben and Ian Rogerson. Then Matthew Lindley and Michael Judkins from Jamie Bunclark and Jordan Grant. Then we'll have Adam Hilton and Barry Clark, Barry Lindley and Pete Johnson. And then to finish off the procedures, we'll have Dan Baker, Matthew McLean and Peter McLean. And once again, there's going to be 8 laps of running around the course for this 23-rider race. The conditions really having deteriorated to an incredible degree. This is now another big test of the resolve and the confidence of these particular riders, who will obviously be looking for a strong result, but at the same time, you can't expect miracles from the race circuit being in the conditions that we're in now, and it's literally millimetre perfect, this place, in the dry. So imagine how difficult the margin for error is to steer clear of in the wet conditions. It's a very gruesome race circuit to get right at the best of times. So I would suspect that you're going to have a very tricky race here, but there are going to be a few riders in the mini bikes and the veterans who are going to be just that little bit more eager to make this race come to them. You know, there's very little in terms of the creative flow for the riders here as they try and get themselves into as close approximation of the correct position as possible. A few of the riders are actually racing in their leathers with wet jackets over the top. Perfectly legal, that, but not easy. So let's see how things continue to play out, but it's really going to be tricky now as the racers know just what's at stake. The green flag flies at the back, and for our front row men, Jake Whittaker and Mike Carr, we go into the unknown. We are under starters' orders, and it's pretty tricky on the start. There's a little bit of nudging and jostling, but I don't think anybody fell down on the start line. Pretty much everybody, I think, got away with that. But the riders work their way through the S's on the first lap, up towards McRae's, into the left-hander, through the hairpin, and then back on the power again, out of it, on the run up towards the left-hand hairpin. And for the rider up in the lead of the race here, which I think is still Jake Whittaker, is exactly what he needed to start things off with. I think that's Simon Gates, who's in second position now, with an absence. I think that is Mike Carr missing from the fray. If he's not, then, well, I don't know where he's gone, but certainly coming down the field. I don't know, I think that might be Mike Carr. We just got a slow start, essentially, compared to some of the other riders in the mix. And the 121 is that man, Jake Whittaker. So from the pole position, he has led comfortably and initially to keep himself very much in the vanguard of the race victory here. And we've got 8 laps to go. And now as we come across the line, we've got 7 laps to go. Now that, whatever that sound effect was of a bike, that didn't sound like one in rude health. And that sounded one in fairly disgusting health, to be fair. So problems then for someone in the field as Whittaker leads the way from Gates. Then Chris Grieve, who's up 4 places. Dave Cook, Tim Patterson, Jamie Smith, Lee West and Ben Nixon, who's up 2. Adam Hilton, who's up 3. And it was Mike Carr who had that miserable start and has dropped him all the way down to the lower end of the field. So that's why we have a distinct absence of Mike Carr at this particular point of the race, because he ended up getting held up by another pit stop. And that's basically where he's been on rotation for the entirety of. I think he's currently stuck in the mix. Whittaker and Gates running out in front. Gates trying to stay with Whittaker. They're looking good here. Tiptoeing around. Gates is trying to stay with Whittaker and keep it fairly tame at the moment, and it looks as though the fog is finally lifting on that particular part of the course. Don't let this particular camera deceive you into a false sense of security on that front, by the way, because this camera, because it's a long shot, it looks mistier than it actually is here. Chris Grieve in 3rd position, then Ben Nick up to 4th place ahead of Tim Patterson, Lee West, Jamie Smith, Jordan Grant, Ian Rogerson, and Dave Cook, all the way down in 10th place. Remember when Dave Cook took the first win earlier on? Now down in P10, ahead of Jamie Bunclock and Mike Carr, is all the way down in 12th. Then we've got Judkins, Baker, and then Barry Lindley. It's still a very tough race for everybody. Dealing with these conditions is not going to be easy from here on out. A 105.3 is his best lap so far. Doesn't look as though the circuit's improving. Not entirely sure if the rain itself has actually stopped yet, but it's certainly nowhere near as intense as it was. But I would suspect that there's still a lot more to come. Well, it's getting trickier out there by the minute, as Simon Gates now leads the way. What's happened to Jake Whittaker? Looks as though Whittaker has fallen back. Simon Gates is through. Now Jake Whittaker can get up again, of course, because this is the adult class, the 160 and the veterans, so they're allowed to get back up and go again. So Jake Whittaker's got a bike that will withstand the difficulties of dropping back, and there is Jake Whittaker. And he can try and fight his way back into position. He's only got 4.5 laps to get himself back into a race-winning position. I think Whittaker's down in 3rd place minimum. Potentially 4th as the field works its way through. Nice battle for 2nd position. But Whittaker, who's already had a little bit of flotsam and jetsam in this race weekend already. There he is down the inside, trying to secure what is now 4th position. I just love, from an entertainment point of view, don't you just love Jake Whittaker at the pillion of a bike? He's just so much fun to watch. It's up the inside. Ben Nixon and Tim Patterson are having a great duel over what is now 2nd position, and Jake Whittaker is in there in P4. They've got a slower bike in the midst of all of that. So it's a bit tricky to know who has been able to gain the advantage there, but that is Ben Nixon on the 15. 2nd position so far. Oh, very tricky moment as the back marker almost trips across the field. Tim Patterson and Jake Whittaker almost got a face full of bike there. Very nasty indeed. So tricky in these conditions. Only Simon Gates really is in a positive grip going through. 2nd place, a little bit of coverage now between Ben Nixon as the fight continues further back. Up into 3rd position. I think that is Tim Patterson, who's now having a duel with Jake Whittaker. So they're going to continue on in close proximity all the way through. Such a very difficult situation now for all competitors concerned here. Simon Gates leads the way, hoping for a little bit more to finish off with in the lead of this race, looking for that little bit of extra to bring it all to fruition. Simon Gates leads here. Patterson's 2nd now from Nixon. Then it is Grieve in front of Jake Whittaker. Fascinating situations for all of the competitors around. Let's see how this concludes. It's not going to be the easiest conclusion to this one, because Simon Gates has still got plenty of people around him to go play with. Patterson, 2nd position, only about half a second back now. So Patterson, who has definitely been in a confident position ever since this race really started to come back to him. It's going to be fascinating for Patterson. Are we going to get to see a move for the lead? And we do indeed. So Patterson goes side by side out of the race. He finishes it off fast, or is Simon Gates going to resist? No, he doesn't. Round the outside. The move is on. So Simon Gates has to relinquish command of this race to a resurgent Tim Patterson, who in these conditions clearly feels the bike underneath him as if it's his boot. It's so natural. Yellow flag, got an off in front of it. Still more drama, and there is the bike in question. We've got several riders out of contention now. 6 laps completed and several not managed to. So Peter McLean, Barry Clark, Jamie Smith, all of whom have not completed the entirety of the event. And Dave Cook, the race 1 winner. Dave Cook has gone down. Decided I've had enough. So Dave Cook no longer able to continue after winning race 1. And now he is out of this one. So big drama for Dave Cook. And certainly not what was in the script for either he or the category. Last lap then. And Tim Patterson's ride has been absolutely extraordinary to fight his way further forward. And Tim Patterson can be absolutely ecstatic with the way this has all played out. What a performance. He's pulling away from Simon Gates. Not that he really has to do. All he needs to do is bring it home now. But Tim Patterson has proved his point rather beautifully in this race. Starting 7th on the grid. Had to work his magic further forward. I can tell you who the rider is then that has parked at the start of the road. That's Jamie Smith in the 28. But there comes Tim Patterson out of the final turn. It's absolutely perfect from his point of view. Exactly what he wanted, exactly what he receives, and the checkered flag belongs to Tim Patterson, who comes through. I'm not sure he actually received the checkered flag, did he? And Simon Gates was the first one to pick it up. So the checkered flag should have come out for Tim Patterson, who was rightfully the race leader as he came through, so I'm sure that will be corrected if that is the case. But Tim Patterson from Simon Gates and Jordan Grant in 3rd position from 18th on the grid. This is what can happen in these kind of races. Absolutely extraordinary. A fantastic performance, it has to be said, from all concerned, particularly from Patterson, who managed to charge his way back on Simon Gates, full of confidence, full of ability, and able to secure the win. So Tim Patterson gets the job done in front of Simon Gates and Jordan Grant up 18 to 3rd. And Chris Reeve ahead of Ben Nixon. Lee West doing a fine job in P6 in front of Jake Whittaker, who had his pole earlier on. Jamie Bunclark, Pete Johnson, and Michael Judkins rounding up the top 10 in front of Dan Lilly. And Hilton in front of Mike Carr, who from the start. In front of Barry, we have Amberson and his last man home. McLean, David Smith, Dave Cook, and Barry Clark did not race this. Massive race again. And several leaders up from the outset. Jake Whittaker, like car off the start, retiring 5 leading for most of it in passion, while he was his way through to the victory. Well, it's easy to get excited out there. That's it. And so into the splish and the splash once again then here at Rowrah. A very tricky battle is set to continue as we move into the FIM Mini GP UK 160 category. Once again, really exciting how this day has played out. The rain has definitely made it tougher for all of our contenders. After race victories in the second half so far for Cody Brennan, Nelly Newth, Tyler Humphreys, and then of course for the fantastic run there from Tim Patterson. Now we get to see what happens in FIM Mini GP UK 160. Not the biggest of grids this time. Matthew Thomas, Josh Herring, Max Robertson, Riley Robertson and Leo Soliu in Mini GP UK 160. And they've all still got to go racing and they all still want a piece of this. Don't forget, it's a junior category. So if you drop the bike, it's game over. And it really could be one of those dramatic turns of events once again. Max Robertson picked up an unlikely victory in the BMB 160 70 category earlier on when Sebastian Goslovsky and Kai Golder collided with each other and ended up dropping off the field, dropping out of the race. But now in the FIM Mini GP UK 160, Max Robertson has a chance to go out there and claim a victory, but he's got to get ahead of Matthew Thomas as well as Josh Herring and then keep the likes of Riley Robertson and Leo Soliu at bay on a circuit that is changing every lap because we are still getting patches of rain in various parts of the course and on a circuit that's already proving ridiculously treacherous. Mind you, having looked at that picture, the mist is definitely lighter than it's been for quite a long way, which is pretty exciting to be fair. So I would suspect then we're going to get a relatively quick start here. All 5 riders in position, waiting for the lights to go out. When they do, we'll be racing in FIM Mini GP UK 160. Is a big launch forward to the first corner there for Joshua Herring, I think, who went really good towards the start, but unfortunately not really good enough to lead the race away. Matthew Thomas, I think it is, that has managed to get the jump on the rest of the riders. Max Robertson into second position then, ahead of Josh Herring, then Riley Robinson, and then in fifth place, that is Leo Soliu, I believe. Robinson already with plenty of confidence, trying to hustle Matthew Thomas, 47, into making an early mistake. So already things have kicked off in gusto here in Mini GP UK 160 category. Some really intense racing. They've got to stay off that wet patch to the inside of Stewart as well. That really will separate some fantastic geniuses from some big amateurs if you run through there. And Matthew Thomas, for my money, the 47, I'm fairly sure that's still him leading the way here. It's a lot easier to tell when it wasn't raining. Second position for Max Robertson after a very bold start. Bit of a wheelie start for Josh Herring as they come off the final turn and down the start-finish straight. That looks to me like it is still Matthew Thomas. It is indeed in front of Robinson, then Herring, then Robinson, and then Soliu. So still they keep their wits about them as they run in close proximity. But there's still a long, long way to go in today's activities. Still a lot that can happen and still a lot that can go awry for the teams in this element of the race. Matthew Thomas has got pressure from Max Robinson, who really is breathing down his neck. So Robinson is looking for an opportunity to take on his rival, Matthew Thomas. They go down the back straight along Lakeside into Stewart and up to the right, flick left, and then go into St John's. Tight radius this, but then it drops down nicely into the next turn, which of course, the fantastic Sunny Bend. But look at how aggressive Max Robinson is getting behind. All it's going to take one counts in the wet at Rowrah. Through the chicane, Robinson is still all over Matthew Thomas. This is not done yet. This has still got plenty of nightmare race written all over it. So many. Hairpin. Josh Herring trying to stay with Max Robinson, who in turn is trying to put Matthew Thomas under some pressure and turn up the heat a little bit down the Lakeside straight. Rain has intensified again. You can see that there are spots of rain on the camera lens once more. So the rain has come back as if it wasn't slippery enough out there. The rain has got thicker and heavier. And this is where Max Robertson really comes into his own. He seems to have found a bit of an opportunity. He's going to dive up the inside of Matthew Thomas. Oh, Max, don't take too big a gamble here, mate. It could go horribly, horribly wrong. Down the straight and across the line. 5 laps remaining. Up the crest, in through the S's. And after 3 laps of racing, on lap 4, we find out that things are so close for Max Robertson to go and grab another race victory in what's already been a very positive start to his weekend. But now he's going to keep pushing here. So Robinson looking around for his opportunity here. Just waiting for Matthew Thomas to essentially drop the ball, run wide and make a mistake here a little bit for Max Robinson. But even in third place, Josh Herring on his bike doesn't look particularly altogether safe at the moment. So there's a lot of ifs here, there's a lot of maybes, and there's certainly a lot of difficulties in predicting how this is all going to play out. What this certainly does do, however, of course, is it throws up a lot of variables. Thomas trying to get away from Max Robinson. Joshua Herring is still there and still in the mix. So it's going to be one of these 3 that takes the victory, isn't it? Because at the moment, you're not getting a lot of similar pace from either Riley Robinson or Leo Soliu. They're about 20 seconds a lap slower in these conditions. And they're still in the process of learning about racing in the rain, of course. Very different art form to racing in dry conditions. So at the moment, Matthew Thomas, Max Robinson and Joshua Herring proving their worth. Their own weight in gold each. As they run in close proximity out in front, the second of our FIM Mini GP UK 160 categories, the Road to MotoGP. And this is where these kind of rides will catch the attention of the powers that be, so that you will be seeing these guys go up against the likes of Marquez, Bagnaia, all of those fantastic riders up at the pinnacle of the sport. So many great opportunities for these riders to continue to accentuate them. But it's all going to come down to the composure and the discipline as Max Robertson again closes right up on Matthew Thomas. Looking for his move to come by. In through the S's. Right, left, right. You've got to be so patient here on a bike. You can be a little bit more committed in a kart around that particular part of the course. You can throw the kart not across the curbs as such, but you can certainly throw it, closer to the apex and carry a little bit more speed than the bikes can, because it's that sudden change in camber that really makes things a bit more awkward, a little bit more complicated. But here is that challenge for the victory. Has Max Robinson got another victory in him? Is Matthew Thomas prepared to accept defeat easily enough that it will not be too much of a formality? I would expect the answer to that question is probably no. He wants this win just as badly. And so the contenders are still racing on, trying to find a little bit more from these machines. Leo Soliu in front of Riley Robinson, by the way. And they're about to be lapped as Max Robinson again closes up on Matthew Thomas. They come off the final turn. They've got 2 laps to go, but they've got traffic to cope with. So it's not going to be easy in terms of the science of this to figure out who's going to get what from what. So this is all going to be very close proximity stuff. Matthew Thomas leads Max Robinson. Joshua Herring is still there in third position, but he has dropped right back. Max Robinson thinking about the move into Ardales. He's not close enough, but they've got traffic in front of them. This is where a smart wit can outfox your opponent. So down the straight on the lakeside. And again, look, that's just the difference between patience and going gung-ho. That's well taken by Matthew Thomas. He passes one of the back markers on the approach to that particular corner. Doesn't overcook it. Allows himself the friendly advantage of being able to essentially ask people to get out the way. And they will all automatically do so. But there's a lap to go, and Max Robinson fancies another victory. And if he's not going to watch these, well, if he's going to watch these guys get into trouble, then in third place is Josh Herring, who did such a good job earlier on, don't forget. But Max Robinson has already had a victory in one of the other classes. I think it was the 160-50 race. But for him to get a victory in the Mini GP UK 160s, that really would be a feather in the cap if he can hang on to this for a little while longer. In second position, Max Robinson is finding the going very tough here if he wants to take this victory away. Not easy to predict how these cards are going to fall. And will they fall in the favour of Max Robinson, or will they fall in the favour of Matthew Thomas? Max Robinson is going to try. He knows that Stewart might be his last bid to make it happen. Doesn't quite get the overtaking move bid there, but he's still got two more chances. He's got St John's coming up, the right-hander, and he's got Sonny. He looks at it. I've got one more shot. I'm going to go for it. Down to the inside line. He's got one more attempt now for Paddock. This is his last bid. Max Robinson is going to be closer than he's ever been, but he's going to make the bid on the inside line of the hairpin, and Max Robinson steals it. But is there going to be enough traction to come off the turn side by side? And it's Matthew Thomas who takes it by 65 thousandths of a second. Oh my goodness, what a finish. Brilliant work from Max Robinson. Heroic comeback from Matthew Thomas out of the final turn. Never give up, never say die. Excellent racing to the end in impossible conditions. Fantastic. That is how it's done. And I'm afraid to say, I don't think Joshua Herring is going to finish the race there, because he didn't complete the lap there. Matthew Thomas just in front of Max Robinson. I think Josh Herring actually fell on the last lap. Leo Solio P4, Riley Robertson P5. Job well done. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Can't wait to see you out later. And Matthew Thomas gets here by 65 thousandths of a second to Max Robinson. Classic stuff right at the bitter end. And that is what makes this sport so exciting. Right to the last. So that's job done from the FIM MiniGP UK 160s for the time being. Next up, the MiniGP 17s and the Super Minis will be out next, again to see if they can deal with the conditions any better. And so to the continuing adventures of the Super Minis, and it is going to be a very difficult prospect for them now. The conditions couldn't have changed more dramatically than they have done at this phase of the race. But well done to the organisers, I have to say, considering that this race was due to kick off at 2 o'clock. It is now 2:40, so the reduction of the race heats by 2 laps is saving us roughly about 5 minutes per race. So I think we're just about going to finish on schedule as a result of that deletion of the 2 laps per heat. So I think we're just about going to make it, provided we don't get more rain, and in particular, provided we don't get more fog. That's the big problem. It's actually fog. It's not rain at all. So as long as we get a little bit of respite, I think we're going to be okay to the end. So it's going to be very, very tricky to see how it all sort of finishes up and how it all sort of favours out. But certainly the MiniGP 17 and Super Minis going to be out on the circuit together. Only 3 riders on MiniGP 17s, I should point out. So the battle is going to be a fairly easy-going one. Michael Med from Leo Caulfield, Tyler Clark, Lawrence Wardle, Tyler Hartley, Annabelle McCarthy, and Liam Whiteley. Remember, of course, it's a junior category. Therefore, if you fall, it's game over. You do not get the chance to come back. So that'll be an interesting one for all of the remaining riders to try and get the most they can out of the present situation. So let's see how it's going to continue all the way through. But certainly out in the Rowrah circuit, with its very damp nature and very greasy and wet conditions out there on the Rowrah circuit, this is where these riders really do earn their salt. We're going to get under starters orders, and we do indeed. And from the second row, that looks like Leo Cornfield trying to go up into fourth position. Go up into the first two positions. Makes it up as high as second. Michael Med still there in the lead of the race, in front of, I think, Tyler Clark on the 6 bike. So go into the hairpin, and it is Tyler Clark on the 6th, trying to chase down Michael Med. So Med is holding his nerve at the moment. 6 for Tyler Clark in second. Up to third has come Leo Corfield, and then Lawrence Wardle is still doing a very reasonable job there in P4. Tiptoe through the hairpins, try and find a little bit more balance and a little bit more pace. Next for Tyler Clark. He has only one objective in this race. He thinks he can win this over Michael Med. Oh, and he can't! He drops it! Oh, what a shame for the 6 of Tyler Clark. He drops it from second position. Well, it was a nice idea while it lasted, but I'm afraid for Tyler Clark, it's game over. He's dropped it at St John's. And so the number 6, Tyler Clark, who was in second position, that's all done and dusted now, I'm afraid. That's bitter disappointment for Tyler Clark, who was looking pretty quick up until that point and certainly looked like he might have had the measure of Michael Med. But I'm afraid it really is game over. So disastrous as it currently ranks out. Michael Med in front of Leo Corfield, Lawrence Wardle, Tyler Hartley, Annabelle McCarthy and Liam Whiteley. Sadly, Tyler Clark, I think actually in this category they are allowed to get back up again. I do apologise. So Tyler Clark has got going again, albeit at the back of the field. So a very dramatic turn of events as things continue here. But certainly some really dramatic race battles continuing on for Michael Med in the lead of the race, Leo Corfield in second place, and Lawrence Wardle in third position. So very tricky stuff then, as the riders are still looking for that very cautious manoeuvre to try and work their way around the course as quickly as possible. This is great from Leo Corfield. Very mature ride so far. Having watched Tyler Clark drop it to the back of the field, this has been a really smooth run to cement the position. So very exciting situation there. Absolutely amazing to see how the riders are still coping in these conditions. Very exciting stuff on the far side of the course, but there's a little bit more pressure on Michael Med from Leo Corfield. Corfield seems to be stepping up the ante a little bit now that he's got his mojo working for him. Got to be careful how devoted you are to this position, because you put just a little bit too much into it and it's going to start biting back. So there's still a little bit more intensity to come from Leo Corfield. I don't think Michael Med is going to be allowed to run away and hide from this one. The last lap, Michael Med did a 59.2 compared to Leo Corfield on a 58.0. So that is the kind of gap that's going to get very small very quickly. Got to be careful how this all plays out and how this all comes together. So there's still plenty left in the tank to keep it going as far as the patience is concerned from Med. But when the intensity steps up from Leo Corfield, I could get pretty, just got to have that little bit of extra patience, because Leo Corfield has plenty to gain here. Michael Med has a lot to lose. It's all going to come down to who the master tactician is going to be. Look how much time Leo Corfield has gained again on Michael Med on the last lap. Med did a 57.9, Corfield did a 57.1. He's gained that. Fantastic how it's continued to play out here. But there's still so much to do. And if you're Michael Med, you're starting to get quite concerned about that vapid pace from Leo Corfield. But the last time Michael Med was caught in this exact race, and obviously it was Tyler Clark who was dropping it. Tyler Clark, by the way, has recovered and got up to fourth place now ahead of Tyler Hartley, ahead of Annabelle McCarthy, and ahead of Liam Whiteley. So he's made up massive progress in a very short space of time. Would we really expect that much less from him? But it's certainly a really spectacular battle all the way through. As now we wait to see if Michael Maid has got the measure of Leo Caulfield to the end. We've got 5 laps left of this, including this one. So it's pretty tight. It's pretty tricky all the way through. Tough stuff, and certainly a pretty emotional challenge all the way through from contenders. They'll want to find a little bit more pace to find from it. But as a result, it's going to get pretty tricky. Still waiting to see if Leo Caulfield has got what it takes to really hustle his opponent, Michael Maid, to the victory. Wait a minute, where is Leo Caulfield? Where's he gone? Don't tell me he's gone as well. Michael Maid was there with Leo Caulfield right behind him, and Caulfield seems to have gone. Well, my timing screen has failed, unfortunately, right at the wrong moment, because I was busy looking at that. I didn't see what happened to Leo Caulfield, who suddenly emerges half a minute back in second position. So Leo Caulfield clearly must have spun the bike or dropped the bike and has now recovered. But it's disastrous for Leo Caulfield. I thought he had the victory potentially lined up there, but he once again drops it himself. What a dramatic turn of events for Michael Maid. But certainly for him, it's pretty chilled as he continues to run in the lead. First, Tyler Clark tries to have a go, and then he drops back. Then Leo Caulfield tries to have a go, then he drops back. The gap between them is 14 seconds only. But still, that's a dozen seconds that Leo Caulfield really didn't want to lose. So now it's just a case of bringing it home as far as Michael Maid is concerned. He doesn't have to stress, he doesn't have to panic. Just get it down to a fine art to the end now. What a fascinating duel to the flag it is going to be for Michael Maid against the elements now, because he's just let everybody else get into hot water. He's just cruised, and he seems to find, you know what, if I just cruise, if I take control and I listen to my instincts, I don't really need someone in front of me dropping out. I can coax this all the way to the victory. And Michael Maid is not far away from that now. Leo Caulfield, second place. Lawrence Wardle, third position, in front of the very impressive and very resurgent Taylor Clark. But it is going to be a victory for Michael Maid. The way things currently stack up, he's opened that gap up to 20 seconds over Leo Caulfield out of the final turn, lasting down the straight. And he's still got a couple of laps in hand here. But it's all looking doable and securable, isn't it? It's certainly not looking panicked at all. He's not really in a position where he has to worry about the outcome. And the circumstances are very much in his favour and his hands now. Caulfield was gaining about a second per lap at one stage. It's not the way it runs now. Excellent work as they continue. Michael Maid in front of Leo Caulfield. Lawrence Wardle now in third position in front of Tyler Clark. And Tyler Hartley, Liam Whiteley and Annabelle McCarthy. And that is the order, of course, those three in the Mini GP17 ranks as well. So now it's just a case of keep it neat and tidy. Michael Maid, Leo Caulfield and Lawrence Wardle are going to be your top three. Leo Caulfield did set the fastest lap of the race in that process, though, 56.722. Last lap for Michael Maid. Just bring it home, Mike. Race win earlier on. A lot of pressure. This second gap has opened up to 26.5 seconds as Michael Maid has been able to run at normal race pace as things currently stand. The rain falling again here at Rowrah. And in second place, Leo Caulfield, who was gaining, has now had to nurse the bike home in order to secure a second place finish. So it's obviously going to be a really interesting moment for them. But out comes your race leader, and in a few seconds he will become the race winner. Michael Maid takes the checkered flag in fantastic fashion. Great job. Leo Caulfield will be second place. And then in third place it is going to be Lawrence Wardle. Absolutely fantastic to see how it has gone and how it has been achieved and accomplished. So Michael Med in front of Leo Caulfield and Lawrence Wardle. 4th place for Tyler Clark. That's pretty impressive considering how Tyler Clark was face down on the floor on the opening lap. So Leo Caulfield comes through for 2nd place. Lawrence Wardle is going to secure that 3rd position in front of Tyler Clark. Tyler Hartley has come through for the win in the MGP 17 category as well, in front of Liam Whiteley and Annabelle McCarthy. Oh, Tyler Clark's got through on Lawrence Wardle on the last lap. So Tyler Clark has inherited 3rd place off Lawrence Wardle in the closing seconds. Well, that shows you for Tyler Clark. He would have been right there to fight for the victory had he not gone off on the first lap. That's an incredible fight back. So Michael Med then takes not an unchallenged victory, but certainly a disciplined one. Leo Caulfield and Tyler Clark both attempted to take him on, and both ended up dropping back and losing time as a result. Lawrence Wardle P4 in front of Tyler Hartley, Liam Whiteley and Annabelle McCarthy, who make up the podium, the 3 of those, in the MGP 17 category. Next up, it is the Mini GP 160 and 50 class that will come out onto the circuit. And for both Sebastian Goslovski and Kai Golder, they are just hoping they stay away from each other this time. There was drama in race 1. What are we going to get in race 2 from the Mini GP 160/50 category? And is there going to be a repeat shenanigans between Kai Golder and Sebastian Goslovski? Not an intentional collision by any means, but certainly enough to deny the victory for either rider. And now the conditions are even more treacherous. And of course, with this one being a junior category, if you fall, that's it. You're done. So you definitely don't want to get yourself into hot water in these circumstances. It's going to be a tricky one for all, that is for sure. But an absolutely fantastic situation to reboot, and certainly a second opportunity for our contenders in this category to make good. We got a fantastic victory from Max Robinson as a result of the drama. So what will we get this time? Race 34, and that will take us to the final 10 races then. So 10 races to go here at Rowrah. And of course, in these conditions, it's more brutal and more intense than it's been all week. But certainly for the riders, it's the way they like things. And then we got the competitors on the starting grid. Sebastian Goslovski will be in pole position from Riley Robinson. Then it will be Kai Golder in 3rd from Leo Soliu. Riley Paisley, Cian Daly, Caelan Ratcliffe, Max Johnson and Paige Mullen. That will complete a very feisty 9-rider grid. Green flag at the back of the field. And it's up to Goslovski to get away from Riley Robinson on the count-up. Off we go. Good start from Goslovski. Not a bad one from Robinson. And round the outside, the battle for 3rd position is going to be an intense one. Trying to get through to the inside line in the S's. Goodness me, Kai Golder wanted it very early on indeed there to get ahead of Riley Robinson. But Goslovski just wants the pace all on his own up front. And into 2nd place. Is that Kai Golder? I think it is. So Kai Golder has got the run then on Riley Robinson on the first lap. No problems at all then as Goslovski holds station in the lead of the race, and the battle is going to go very intense indeed between the competitors as they continue. So, big drama. There's Riley Robinson. 2nd position is his no longer. He has to try and keep himself in a disciplined position for the rest of this lap just to get himself into a neat rhythm. But for Sebastian Goslovski, he leads exactly as he meant to, but Robertson drops back to 4th, drops back to 5th around the outside, I think, at St. John's. It's tricky if you haven't got the confidence in these conditions. That's where it gets really tricky. So as the competition continues, it's going to be a tight one here. But now Sebastian Goslovski has the confidence in front of Kai Golder to lead the way. Riley Paisley there in 3rd position in front of Caden Ratcliffe. Then Riley Robertson down to P5 in front of Leo Soliu. Then Cian Daly, Max Johnson and Paige Mullen. So a fascinating duel for the ages in race 1 that lasted all of 4 laps before Golder and Goslovski connected. But looking at the pace in this one, well, Goslovski and Golder still have a chance to battle away, but this time they want to make sure they stay out of each other's personal space when the chips are down. So it's going to be Riley Paisley that runs in 3rd position. Great opportunity and a great performance so far. They're just going to have to continue in close proximity now. But certainly for Sebastian Goslovski in front of Kai Golder and then Riley Paisley, it is going to be a very smooth run to the victory if they can hold their positions for the remainder of this race. But Riley Paisley looks like he is going to get a little bit of an intensive battle. Oh, Kai Golder has got ahead of Goslovski. I didn't see where that happened, but Golder has got into the lead in front of Goslovski. So Golder makes up for the moment that happened between him and Goslovski in the previous encounter, and Golder is now the race leader. So there's Caden Ratcliffe in the Dayglow yellow machine in 4th position, but there is Golder scampering away from Sebastian Goslovski. This is not the weekend for Goslovski, is it? As he drops to 2nd place now. There is his bike. He works his way out of Stewart, but Golder has been able to catch and pass him with not much retaliation from Goslovski. So for Sebastian Goslovski, it's been a very tricky opening 2 races then. Losing the victory in race 1 when Kai Golder collided with him, and they both fell off the bikes and out of the race. Now in race 2, Golder decides to come straight back at him and go for the race victory, and he's got the confidence and the strength to make it happen. So still the battles rage. Kai Golder leads Sebastian Goslovski. Has Goslovski got anything in response? That is a tricky answer to establish, because Kai Golder has come in with gusto and determination and got ahead of Goslovski here, but have they got any response? Goslovski is looking over his shoulder there briefly down the Lakeside Straight in the hope that this is all going to be a fairly decent run. Tiptoes his way through the Stewart hairpin. No problems at all as he continues to mix it through on the far side. But it's going to be a very close proximity run in the closing stages here of this race, because I don't think Goslovski has really got the pace and the power to close back up on Kai Golder. The gap was 1.5 as Golder went through the last time by. Gap has now opened up to 3.6, so Goslovski is dropping in pace now, and Kai Golder seems to have shown a clean pair of heels to his rival. They may have collided in the first race earlier on, but this time it looks as though it's going to be a perfectly acceptable finish for Kai Golder ahead of Sebastian Goslovski. So an excellent display all the way and a fantastic ride from Kai Golder. But Goslovski is doing the best he can to make a good race of it in 2nd position. Riley Paisley doing well in 3rd place in front of Caden Ratcliffe and Leo Soliu. 6th place for Cian Daly, and then Riley Robertson, Max Johnson and Paige Mullen. Fantastic stuff, absolutely brilliant. So Kai Golder ahead of Sebastian Goslovski. Across the line they go again, and Golder has just done a 1:03.9. A lot slower than it would be in dry conditions, of course. Goslovski's gone quicker though, to keep the gap present at about 3.5. But still 3 laps to go in this one, and it's all going to depend on how Kai Golder just keeps his nerves in check. It is not easy in these conditions on a circuit like Rowrah to hold your nerves in check. But what a fantastic run it has been from him so far. Just taking it nice and easy. That's the thing. He's not rushing these braking periods. He's not rushing the turn-ins. He's not rushing on the throttle. Just let it all happen. The beauty of Kai Golder, of course, at this level, being a Scotsman, he knows how to run around in slippery conditions. So it's not that dramatic a moment for him at the moment. He's just taking his time, taking it nice and easy, not pushing himself to any extremes here as he comes off the turn. He's got 2 laps to go, and he can just take it nice and easy here. But an excellent run so far from Kai Golder in this one. It may have all gone wrong in the first race, but that's ancient history now. Kozlowski is 4 seconds back, so he's taken a few more tenths out of him. Riley Paisley, 3rd position. Ratcliffe doing a great job on that opening lap to get ahead of Riley Robertson, who, by the way, has clearly got an issue. He's down to 8th position, having started from the front row of the grid, Riley Robertson. Either that or there's just no confidence in the bike at all in these wet conditions. So a very dramatic way for things to conclude. But certainly a very tough way for it all to play out, and very tough way for it all to finish up. But Kai Golder is going to continue this mount through. 4 seconds clear of Sebastian Kozlowski. He'll come out of the paddock bend this time by, and he will start the final lap of the race. Looking good for a victory. Max Robinson may have got the job done in the previous race. He's decided to sit out this one to prioritise one of his later classes. But it is going to be victory if he holds this together for Kai Golder. A fantastic result coming his way if he can keep it together. So Kai Golder in front of Sebastian Kozlowski, with Riley Paisley in 3rd place in front of Caden Ratcliffe, Cian Daly, Leo Soliu, Max Johnson, Riley Robinson and Paige Mullen. So excellent work so far then, if they can just finish it and keep it together in relatively close proximity. A fantastic result and a great display all the way through to the finish. But what a ride from Kai Golder. When the chips were down and the pressure was on him, he dug deep and delivered. Out of the final turn, it's going to be a sensational run as Kai Golder comes through in very tricky conditions to salvage something from the misery of race 1. Kai Golder dominates in front of Sebastian Kozlowski. He was chilling out on the final lap there as Kozlowski banged in a 1:02.2 on the very last lap to gain 7/10 of a second. Too late, Golder already had it. Kozlowski in 2nd place, and it will be Riley Paisley who comes through for 3rd position. Fantastic racing. There is Riley Paisley out of the final turn. A very confident opening lap for Riley Paisley. That's what put him in 3rd place. Ratcliffe almost matched him lap for pace. Excellent work all the way through. And then 5th position for Cian Daly, ahead of Leo Soliu and Max Johnson. Riley Robinson, I'm afraid, retired from the race in the end. He did not complete the full distance. So clearly there was a problem with his bike. And then Max Johnson crossing the line ahead of Paige Mullen. So Kai Golder sorts it out, corrects the error from race 1 and beats Sebastian Kozlowski in a straight fight. Riley Paisley half a minute back in 3rd place. Caelan Ratcliffe in P4 from Cian Daly, Leo Soliu and Max Johnson. Paige Mullen was the last rider home, a lap adrift, and Riley Robertson unable to complete the full race distance. So fantastic stuff all the way then in the Mini GP 160/50 category. We certainly had a fantastic race of it. Next up, we get the Minibike 140s heading out onto the circuit for their 2nd encounter on the slippery curbs and white lines here at Rowrah. On we roll again then for Minibike 140, another competitive race grid with the riders taking to the circuit here in Rowrah. And there are 9 races to go on our race day. The scheduled time start for this race was 2:30. It is now just coming up to 3:10. So we've made up another 5 minutes. Well done to all of the officials after what looks like it was going to be an impossible day at the races. They've done a fantastic job keeping the day flowing. We've actually gained back 5 minutes of the time delay that we had. So well done to everybody under the circumstances. It was impossible in terms of a situation. It was certainly looking that way. But fantastic. Excellent stuff so far from the officials here. But it's going to be an interesting starting grid for the BMB 140s. Lewis Mullen and Arnie Carr, front row of the grid. Ben Lord and Luke Johnston on the second. Chris Wells and Aaron Robinson on the third, from Tommy Armand and Dan Merrin. Then Sam Morrison and Tim Patterson. Stephen Humphreys and Dan Cliff. Finley Cottenham and Tom Wise. Sean Brunning and Ian Stanford. Then Simon Portis and Gary Johnson Cleryhugh. Harry Swan and Lucas Miluk. And then the final riders are Ryan Hayburn and Maciek Gawluk. So all 22 of the riders there in position, ready to take advantage of what's going to be a really exciting and thrilling charge forward. But who's going to get to the first corner first? Will it be the number 12 of Lewis Mullen, or is it going to be the 83 to the right of your picture of Arnie Carr? And we know how dramatic his race started last time out. So let's see how things are going to progress for him. As the riders are in position, we wait for the green flag at the back of this pack, and then we'll get the command to charge forward. And it will be a very emotional one if this race goes the way of either of the front row men after the difficulties they had in race 1. Both of them were not quite in a position to take advantage of the opportunity given to them. Tim Patterson has obviously got a win under his belt today as well, so from 10th on the grid he'll want to make something of this. But we're waiting to see how it all continues and plays out in fine fettle. Last couple of bikes running in position, looking to finish things off in fine style. And so the green flag flies to the back of the field, and we're ready to see how we charge to the first corner first. Who's going to get there first? Is it Lewis Mullen or is it going to be Arnie Carr? Let's find out. Carr makes a better start, but will he hold it round to the outside line? No, he doesn't. Lewis Mullen is going to hold the line to the inside as they go through the right, left, right section to go up towards McRae's for the first time. And has that given a couple of other riders the opportunity to blast forward into second position? Who is that charging forward? I think that's the 40. I think that's the 42. You know, I think that's Luke Johnston. So working their way through. We'll find out who it is when we go on the back straight, when we've got a slightly clearer, I joke, view of them as they come towards us. I wonder if that's actually Chris Wells. So as they tiptoe their way through the few lips on the back straight, and then work their way through the hairpin. Certainly for our race leader, it is the number 12. No questions asked here for Lewis Mullen. But an absolute stormer of a start from 4th position to 2nd, Justin McRae's alone. This race isn't done yet, and we've got so much excitement to come from it. Oh, in 2nd place, it is a sort of a great start from Ben. He starts on the event. He did it. Got some pretty good making vengeance from the right off the top. Down again. 7 laps to go in this one. Because of course all of the race distances have been reduced by 2 laps to compensate for the slow laps and the conditions. Therefore this is the get up doing constant for them in proximity. What a sensational charge forward it is from Lewis Mullen and Luke Johnston, having this terrific battle up front. Ben Lord in 3rd position. Patterson's up to 4th already. He's got ahead of Armand. So Tommy Armand, very little resistance, he could have said then. And he has a look over his shoulder, there's Luke Johnston. I wonder if he thinks there's an issue with the bike, or he just wants to figure out what the gap is between him and Ben Lord before he goes for the hustle on Lewis Mullen. And certainly Luke Johnston in 2nd place. Looks like he's going to have some fun in a minute or 2. 8 laps to go, of course. Although that's the original lap time scores. There's actually 6 laps to go, of course, because of the reduction in 2 laps in distance. Mullen, Johnston, and check this out, the 3rd position. It is an absolute riot. Lord, Patterson, Armand, and then in 6th place, that's Chris Wells. Up the inside goes Patterson. He is on it, absolutely on it, Tim Patterson, into 3rd position, past Ben Lord. Well, Tim Patterson knows exactly what he wants, and he knows how to get it. Comes over the line. Number 13 is in 3rd position, but is he going to stay there? Well, Ben Lord, I thought, was going to have a retaliation for him, but it's not going to be the way after all. Absolutely astonishing how this has continued, but Tim Patterson has worked his way to 3rd position in absolutely fantastic fashion. Really exciting stuff. And so Mullen and Johnston are still 1st and 2nd. But in 3rd position, we've got Tim Patterson, having worked his way ahead of Ben Lord, Tommy Armand and Chris Wells, and Sam Morrison, Aaron Robinson, Billy Cotnam and Stephen Humphreys. What a fantastic run. What an absolutely brilliant race we've got, with a fight that we have had from Tim Patterson to work his way through. So terrific scenes here as Mullen continues on in front of Luke Johnston, sorry. Lewis Mullen and Luke Johnston. Tim Patterson 3rd. Up to 4th goes Tommy Armand. He's got ahead now of Ben Lord. So fantastic stuff so far then for Tommy Armand to get himself back into 4th position. So great stuff so far. But Mullen, Johnston, Patterson, Armand, Lord, and up to 6th position now has actually come Samuel Morrison, because I think Chris Wells has fallen. Yeah, Chris Wells has fallen from P6. So Chris Wells is down from P6. Big disaster there then. That has not gone the way they wanted to. Well, what a sensational end to what has been a truly fantastic duel here. 3 laps to go. I know it's not over yet, but Mullen and Johnston have been matching each other lap to lap, and we are set for a little bit of a showdown here between the 2 of them for the last 3 laps. Excellent stuff from them, it has to be said. Great work and an absolutely fantastic display from Mullen and Johnston. This is how it's supposed to be. This is the kind of battle we were hoping for from this particular duel. Excellent stuff. Mullen versus Johnston. Johnston is still trying to just hustling for pace. Tim Patterson's actually gone quicker than both of these men now. 1 minute 1.107, but the problem is he's 6.6 seconds back from them. So he's not going to catch them in time because he's not gaining enough time to make it work in their favour, which is very unfortunate indeed. We could have had a three-way scrap here. 2 laps to go. Through goes Mullen and Johnson, and then Patterson is going to get the gap down again, is he? 8 tenths of a second between Mullen and Johnson. Another half second taken out of the 2 leaders by Tim Patterson. So, tricky stuff so far. But Lewis Mullen ahead of Luke Johnston and Tim Patterson, then Armand, then Lord, and then Sam Morrison, who's got back into 6th position ahead of Finn Cottingham and Aaron Robinson. They've been swapping positions for quite some time there. Excellent stuff, great scenes. They continue to duel. You do get the sense that Johnston's going to get frustrated by the back marker here at the wrong part of the course. He'll climb up to the inside of St John's. He does make it through, but I think that's the last chance to overhaul Lewis Mullen. Technically gone after that little hesitation that was needed. He's not going to be close enough on the last lap. They're fairly even in terms of lap pace. So into the last lap then goes Lewis Mullen ahead of Luke Johnston. Last lap, worked their way through the S's. And a fantastic performance, an amazing display. Mullen and Johnston, who are still echoing each other's moves in every apex here. Still waiting for these moves to finish off. And now look, Johnston is trying to put that little bit of a push onto Lewis Mullen, just trying to give him that little bit of extra work. But what an opportunity. Through they go, off the turn, out of Stewart, on the run to St John's, and they might just make this work. But I don't think Johnston's going to get another crack at this. Lewis Mullen is going to finish the job here in front of Luke Johnston. Tim Patterson, 3rd position. And as they come off the final corner, it is going to be Lewis Mullen. What a fantastic race. Had all the pressure all the way through from Luke Johnston, but he did not succumb to the pressure, even for an iota of a second. And his best lap of the race came on the final lap. The best lap of the race, well, that came from Tim Patterson, who was only a few hundredths of a second quicker. Excellent effort all the way through. And Lewis Mullen had all the pressure in the world to push that up, and he did. Fantastic. Really, really good work. Really good work. Ben Lord in 4th position, 5th, Billy Cottenham. Good final couple of laps there for Cottenham. Manages to get a top 5 finish there ahead of Tommy Armand. And then Aaron Robinson. Sam Morrison slumping to 8th in the end, unfortunately, from Dan Merrin. And then Sean Cunning coming home in the top 10. Chris Wells recovered after his little tumble to 14th place. And everybody else, well, is just lucky to have finished, to be honest, in these conditions. So the victory then for Lewis Mullen. Great result from him after his duel all race long with Luke Johnston. Matched him sector by sector, lap by lap. 3rd position for Tim Patterson after his great ride, from 11th on the grid to 3rd. Ben Lord in 4th position ahead of Cottenham and Armand, then Aaron Robinson, Sam Morrison, Dan Merrin and Sean Cunning. 11th place for Stephen Humphries ahead of Gary Constant, Derek Hugh. And then we had in 13th Tom Wise ahead of Chris Wells, Harry Swan, Ian Stanton and Dan Cliff. Then we had Lucas Miller in front of Ryan Hayburn, Simon Portis and Maciej Gavlik, the only non-finisher, Arnie Carr, who should have been on the front row of the grid. So a disaster for Arnie Carr. A very good race indeed for Lewis Mullen and Luke Johnston up in front. A good run as well from Tim Patterson. And we are now zipping through these races as if they're biscuits. Excellent stuff from the competitors here at Rowrah as we now focus our attention on our next big encounter, and that is going to be the Mini GP 110 of 2025. We've only got 8 races to go. So when we go then into the Mini GP 110s and the Ovali 110 Cups, it's going to be a very intense race again from these guys. This was the first race that really started to cook up the action for the draw of the change of conditions. This was the first race that we started to see the change of conditions, as it were. So now we're going to see it again. Dylan Cook and Leon Simpson, Cody Brennan and Cian Daly, JJ Manchester and Sam Whittaker, Dan Tanton and Thomas Med, Caden Herring and Seth Haywood, Jasper O'Neill-White and Rex Armand, Will Dickinson, Charlie Forrester and Ella Mosgrove. And this time we're rather hoping that we get more than 5 finishes, which is what we got last time in the tricky conditions. Fortunately, everybody's now prepared for the situation. They're all prepared for the setup of the wet conditions. They're prepared for everything. So hopefully that means they're all going to be able to cope with the situation in fine style. So it's going to be a tight one out there at the top end of the field. Certainly for Dylan Cook and Leon Simpson. They'll want to finish this race in a very clean manner, considering how tricky the conditions are going to be. But I can sense we're in for a very interesting time of it. So still the competitors gear themselves up ready for another excellent rotation off the grid. Dylan Cook and Leon Simpson, Cody Brennan and Cian Daly. And then we're going to have JJ Manchester and Sam Whittaker, Dan Tanton and Thomas Med. And then we'll have Caden Herring and Seth Haywood from Jasper O'Neill-White and Rex Armand, Will Dickinson, Charlie Forrester, and at the back of the grid, it is going to be Ella Mosgrove. So with everybody now neatly into position on the grid, hopefully we'll get the green flag very soon, as the racers will be hoping to finish off in fine style. The last couple of bikes into position, waiting for the green flag instruction at the back of the field. There is the green flag, ready to fly. And so for Dylan Cook and Leon Simpson at the front end of the field, let's see who's got the nerve to run to the first corner first. Lights go. And we're off to a great start, aren't we, at the front end of the field here for Dylan Cook. No worries at all for him in the first S's. As round the outside, there's going to be a move or two there. I think that was a very confident ride on the far side for, I think, Cian Daly. A couple of riders there trying to pick off some really big moments there. What a fantastic ride in the first couple of corners by our leader, Dylan Cook, who just asserts himself in the lead as everybody else tries to keep it on the straight and narrow. But the number 13 is unlucky for some. It certainly isn't for Dylan Cook. No need for superstitions, no need for black cats, voodoo dolls, or ladders. He's doing a fantastic job out in front and on his own. Look at the way he's pulled away from everybody else. This is lap 1. You would be forgiven for thinking this is the last lap of the race. And at the end of the opening lap, Dylan Cook has stretched a lead more than big enough to win. That is astonishing. Out of the turn and across the line. Dylan Cook completes the first lap. How far ahead of the rest of the field is he actually going to be? He goes through the S's. And where is your man in second position? Still hasn't come through. Well, that is Sam Whittaker, a full 9.4 seconds back. That is catastrophic for everybody who is not Dylan Cook. He made up 9.4 seconds in the opening lap of the race. Can you believe that? So now Sam Whittaker battling away for second with Cian Daly and Thomas Med. Then Caden Herring, JJ Manchester and Seth Haywood. Sam Whittaker trying to shake off Cian Daly as they go down the back straight. Trying to keep it nice and tidy. Cian Daly having a look at it. And there is Thomas Med with Caden Herring in tow. Yellow flags. Wait a minute. Yellow flags. Don't tell me the leader's gone. Oh, who's that at the side of the road? I think that might be Leon Simpson or Cody Brennan. I don't think it's Dylan Cook. Because, of course, Dylan Cook was quite a long way ahead of these guys. As up to third position, I think that is, goes Thomas Med. So Thomas Med has made the move there for P3, I think. Yeah, Dylan Cook has crossed the line to continue in the lead of the race. But there were yellow flags in front of the battle for second place. I think it might be Leon Simpson and Cody Brennan that we lost on the opening lap. But it's Caden Herring who's actually up into third position, having got ahead of Thomas Med and Cian Daly on that last lap. And now he's going after Sam Whittaker. So this could get pretty interesting as Caden Herring goes after Sam Whittaker in the fight for second position. Expect some really interesting manoeuvres. And now we're going to get to see Cian Daly going wheel to wheel with Thomas Med. There's an opportunity here now. Thomas Med looking for fourth place on Cian Daly. I think we could see something really exceptional here if we're ready for the move. Yellow flags again down at that hairpin. So no overtaking from Caden Herring on Sam Whittaker, as much as he would like to, and as much as he had pace enough to have a think about it. With Sam Whittaker leading in the Avali category at the moment from Caden Herring, but Dylan Cook, of course, in the Mini GP 110s. A long way out in front of the rest of the field now. The gap is 8.8, so he's actually lost a bit of time off that first lap. But then why would you push harder than you need to? Why wouldn't you just take your time and stroll around when you got 10 seconds clear on everybody else? Why wouldn't you? So tiptoeing through the S's, Dylan Cook in front of Sam Whittaker and Caden Herring. Caden Herring looking for his opportunity to move up into second position. It does look as though it's going to be inevitable that he'll try and find that move. So still, those battles continue to rage. But Caden Herring is looking neat and tidy here in third position, in behind Sam Whittaker. One retirement only from this race, and it was Cody Brennan, I'm afraid to say. So Cody Brennan, sorry to say, is out of this race. Up through the S's, going very well indeed. Hustling the man in second place, Sam Whittaker. Caden Herring just trying to keep his wits about him here. Third position at the moment. Looking very comfortable. Still, they run in close proximity. Still, they have a little bit of effort to bring out to this now. Out to the braking zone. Oh, Cian Daly thought he had a look there on the inside of Caden Herring. Just wasn't to be. So, very tricky manoeuvre there. But Dylan Cook way out in front in the lead of this race from Whittaker and Herring. And then Daly and Med. JJ Manchester P6 in front of Dan Tanton and Seth Hayward. Rounding out the top 10, Ella Mosgrove and Rex Armand. So down the Lakeside straight. Caden Herring still thinking about this move on Sam Whittaker, but he doesn't have to rush it. They've got 3.5 laps to go. So there's plenty of time to make this work. You don't need to rush this. Just take your time. Just take it easy. Don't have to throw your hat into the ring here. Take it nice and calm. Still plenty to do. Caden Herring knows he's got a chance here of second place on Sam Whittaker, but he also knows that there's still a lot that can come his way. They come off the turn. Dylan Cook went through 9 seconds ago. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Where's Dylan Cook? Where's Dylan Cook? Dylan Cook appears to have come off the road somewhere. We're so busy looking at the second place battle. Dylan Cook has not come through. So where is Dylan Cook? He seems to be off the road somewhere. We need to look and see if we can find the number 13, because Dylan Cook, who was leading this race, we now can't see him anywhere. So Dylan Cook did not come through at the end of the last lap. So this is the leading battle. Whittaker is your leader. Caden Herring second. Cian Daly is third. Dylan Cook is out. Dylan Cook did not complete lap 5. Now, I want to see if that's his bike. No, that's not his bike. I think that's Cody Brennan's. But there are a couple of other bikes off to the sidelines in other places. So Dylan Cook, I think, is out of this race. Well, that is properly dramatic if that is the case. And now Caden Herring is gunning for the victory, if that is where we are currently at. Cian Daly suddenly realises, I'm in third place now. I could actually go for the victory. It's right there in front of me. So indeed, Dylan Cook has not completed lap 5. It's not a transponder issue. He's out. Now, let's have a look and see if we can spot his bike anywhere around the course or whether he's peeled off into the pits to retire it. Whichever way you slice it, though, Dylan Cook is no longer the race leader. That is Sam Whittaker, Caden Herring, Cian Daly, and Thomas Med. 4 men battling for the victory. And they go together on the Lakeside Straight. And this is where Sam Whittaker has actually got the pace to handle Caden Herring for the time being. And goodness me, that means that if Dylan Cook is out, then the MGP victory is currently going the way of Thomas Med in front of Rex Armand in second position. So this is opportunity, knocking Caden Herring at the inside line and takes the lead. Caden Herring into the lead at St John's. Beautifully timed from Caden Herring. That is exactly how he needed to get the job done. He needed to be disciplined, calm, patient, but assertive. And Caden Herring takes the lead with just 1 lap to go now. So Caden Herring is your leader from Sam Whittaker, Cian Daly, Thomas Med and JJ Manchester. So the top 5 run very close together, but now it's all going to come down to this last lap. Caden Herring's got to stay focused, and a big problem for the back marker getting out of the way there. That really caused a bit of a tiptoe issue for Herring and Whittaker. Cian Daly may even get a shot at this now. Got another slower bike in front of them, and that's going to impede Caden Herring at a rather awkward moment. Fortunately, it's not going to be too big a problem. Cian Daly is still able to run with him, and so too is Sam Whittaker. So Cian Daly looking for second place on Sam Whittaker. Whittaker's not quite going to get close enough to Caden Herring, I don't think. But it all could come down to these last couple of corners. Just don't race it too hard. Don't overcook it. Daly wants second place, though, of Sam Whittaker. So Caden Herring leads the way. It's going to come down to Cian Daly's there in front of Sam Whittaker. He got ahead of second. He got ahead into second place. And now they go to the line. It's going to be Caden Herring. He gets the checkered flag in front of Cian Daly, who is enraged that there wasn't one more lap. Cian Daly must have felt there, I've got a bike that can win this. One more lap and he might well have done. Third place for Whittaker, fourth for Med, fifth for JJ Manchester. You've got to wait a long time for Dan Tanton to come through, because he was a good dozen seconds further back in P6. But what drama. Caden Herring taking the victory away then from Cian Daly, who grabs second on the last lap from Sam Whittaker in third. Fourth place for Thomas Med ahead of JJ Manchester. Then Dan Tanton ahead of Seth Hayward. Ella Mosgrove coming home in 8th position ahead of Jasper O'Neill-White. Then Rex Armand. Will Dickinson is in 11th position. The retirements, Dylan Cook, Leon Simpson and Cody Brennan. Well, what a steal then in the closing stages for Caden Herring, when it all looked like it was going to be Dylan Cook's victory wrapped up and sorted out. We now go to the final sets of races now. 7 races to go, and I believe I am informed that we have got 7 laps of duration for these last race 3. I will confirm that when I get official confirmation. And instead of 8 laps of duration, the last 7 races will have 7 laps of duration, and that will conclude the day. So we'll go into the final third and final rotation, and we'll start with Junior Super Mini 9 in a few minutes.
Yeah. Well done. No, hang on there. All right.
And so to the third and final rotation of round 3 of the 2025 British Minibikes Championships. 53% humidity now over the Cumbria countryside on a 22 degrees Celsius day. Very cloudy is putting it mildly. We've got rain showers over the circuit as well. And for this third and final rotation, we'll have the 7 remaining categories to have their third race of the weekend. No Minimoto rookies because they've already completed their 3 races. Their first was yesterday, of course. But now we go into the Junior Super Mini 90s for their third and final race. And I can tell you it is officially confirmed that all of the 7 remaining races at the third and final race for each category will be of 7 laps in duration. And that is, of course, due to the adverse weather conditions. So it'll be Cody Brennan that lines up at the front end of the field for this one, after what has already been a fantastic day at the races for him. Alongside him on the grid will be Jake Todd, and then we'll have Oscar Rowland third on the grid alongside Joey Billum. Then we'll have Louis Craig alongside Hugh McDowell. Harry Birch is going to be on the grid alongside Bobby Baker, and then Tommy Dickinson will line up beside Dylan Mosgrove. So a chance to get things finished off in fine style then for Cody Brennan, who's had a very smart day at the races in Junior Super Mini 90s. So let's see how it all continues to finish up for him as he runs up from the fast end of the grid, lining up alongside Jake Todd, who gave him a good run for his money in the earlier race, of course. So a very good effort there. But we should see some really good battles in this one. And a very intense competition, a very exciting continuation and the suspense that we've had in the third round of the 2025 British Minibikes Championship. So now the riders are going to be allowed to have the grid to themselves. Cody Brennan and Jake Todd, Oscar Rowland and Joey Billum, Louis Craig and Hugh McDowell, Harry Birch and Bobby Baker, and then Tommy Dickinson and Dylan Mosgrove, waiting for the 12 riders to get the chance to launch forward. And my apologies for the 10 riders, I should say, to launch forward. And then once they get the all clear to do so, they will charge away from the front end of the grid, and they will celebrate in fine style with a brilliant race performance ahead of us. Green flag at the back of the field, and we'll go to battle for 7 laps of the Rowrah circuit. For the last time, let's do it in Junior Super Mini 90s. Cody Brennan gets the perfect launch. Jake Todd also in second place, following through. Performance and a great display, and a really important continuation of the race from their perspective. Excellent display and a fantastic performance as they all run through. Comes the door for Cody Brennan in front of Jake Todd. Still a very intense squabble continuing on then from all of the contenders up at the sharp end of the dais. They make it look oh so simple as they run through. So still good battles then from all of the contenders as they run through. Very wet conditions under the circumstances for these riders. They should be sort of used to this now after the earlier race, but still very tricky to figure out how you get the balance of aggression alongside calm stance. They run across the line, and Cody Brennan has the lead over Jake Todd and Lee Craig. Still a very intriguing run for the rest of the riders. The top 3 are well clear of Oscar Rowland, it has to be said. Billum and Dickinson and Howell in front of Bobby Baker and Dylan Mosgrove, who are finishing off this field with 6 laps remaining now. Tight all the way. Not for this man, Cody Brennan, who this race weekend is home ever since the start. In Junior Super Mini 90, he's not really had much of a challenge. Looks like it's going to continue going that way for quite some time yet. A really exciting continuation of the knee. And the fascinating battle as the riders are still giving us plenty to get excited. We'll have some fun and games, that is for sure, as Cody Brennan continues to stretch away. Jake Todd is trying to keep up with him. But in second place, he's just settling into the rhythm now, really. 4 seconds back from Cody Brennan. Jake Todd doing well. Louis Craig is matching them for pace in the early stages as well. And they've got a very sizable gap to Rowland. It's 14 seconds between Brennan and Rowland in 4th place after just 2 laps. So it's clear that the top 3 have all of the advantages at this point. So very easy going at this phase. Harry Birch P5, Tommy Dickinson P6, then Joey Billam, who's slumped to 7th now behind Tommy Dickinson, so clearly some problems there. 8th place for Hugh McDowell, 9th for Dylan Mosgrove, and 10th for Bobby Baker. And obviously, you don't want to push too hard. You want to give yourself a decent room for manoeuvre. You want to make sure that you can still go wheel to wheel with riders. You can see it's still very slippery out there. The lap times are slightly quicker, I think, than they were in the second race earlier on. But the track is still not exactly fantastic fun for everybody. They're still finding it a bit of a challenge out there. And of course, the grip is variable and changing almost every lap. So a nightmare for everybody, essentially. So we're going to have a very intriguing continuation then for Cody Brennan, who's just chomping at the bit and, you know, just taking his time over things. He doesn't have to rush this. 4 laps to go. And he's already got 5.6 seconds on Jake Todd. That's the thing. And has a very calm stance in the first 2 laps. Just ticks over. Then the bike comes to life for him. Then he gets his confidence up. It suddenly all becomes reality. And he just chills out. He makes it all work. Beautifully done and all sorted. A really intriguing continuation of the charge then for Cody Brennan, who will have another 3 laps to go at the end of this one. There's Jake Todd, 2nd place, still doing a great run and still riding very smoothly given the circumstances. Oh, that didn't look particularly smooth, to be fair. Lost his footing there for a moment coming off Sunny Bend. But still just about there or thereabouts. Doesn't give himself too many headaches. Only losing about a second and a half or so per lap. He doesn't need to panic too much about that, in honesty. He'll want to go for the win, of course, but at the same time, think bigger picture, decent points on the board for another 2nd place. So for Jake Todd, he can take a lot of positives out of this weekend. On a weekend that was clearly a one-man show, Cody Brennan, he's been able to get a lot out of this that he can be really, really plussed about and really for. Retiring from the race then on lap 2, Joey Billam and Hugh McDowell. So we've only got 8 left, and Brennan is just lapping one of them now as he goes through. I think it was Dylan Mosgrove already put a lap on. He's put a lap on. There is Jake Todd trying to close down Cody Brennan. Apologies there for the slight sound issue. Not entirely sure what happened there. The weather was playing. Must not be on that application. Cody Brennan has extended the gap over Jake Todd to 10.5 seconds. Louis Craig, third position, still there in decent proximity. Oscar Rowland, P4 from Harry Birch and Tommy Dickinson. And then Dylan Mosgrove ahead of Bobby Baker. And then the retirements we already know about, of course, Joey Billum and Hugh McDowell. Try as he might, Jake Todd has tried to make a race of this. But Cody Brennan has extended the gap lap after lap after lap. And so it's going to be the number 79 that comes out of the final turn about now. And it will be the checkered flag for Cody Brennan. Excellent performance from Cody Brennan then in the Junior Super Minis 90s race. He gets the checkered flag. Excellent run from Cody Brennan. And there is Jake Todd coming through for second position. Good effort from Jake Todd, and he can be relatively happy with that. He certainly seems to be celebrating as he comes through. And then third position for the ever-consistent Louis Craig. No problems at all for him in that race. Just kept it nice and smooth. And then a little bit of a pressure cooker from Oscar Rowland towards the end there, who really ate up the road. It was in Craig in third position. So Oscar Rowland P4 ahead of Tommy Dickinson, who's going to come through for P5. And that's a better result than we saw from him in race 2 when he fell on the opening chicane, if you remember, in race number 2. A good comeback ride then from Tommy Dickinson. So Cody Brennan takes the win in front of Jake Todd. Louis Craig in third position in front of Oscar Rowland in P4. Tommy Dickinson and Harry Birch were dueling all the way for fifth position. They managed to secure a nice finish there. Seventh place for Dylan Mosgrove. And then Bobby Baker will be eighth and last across the line. Retirements for Joey Billum and Hugh McDowell. So as the competition concludes in the third and final race of the Junior Super Minis in the SM90 category, we can now focus on the next adjacent class, and that is going to be the FIM Mini GP UK 190s in conjunction with the Mini GP 190-70s. The road to MotoGP will conclude for the 190s shortly. So the riders to the grid then in the FIM Mini GP 190 and Mini GP 190/70 series, the British mini bikes pinnacle, the road to MotoGP. The FIM class is always very exciting and incredibly dramatic, but certainly this weekend in these conditions, it makes for an even tougher challenge. Henry McCartney and Tyler Humphries front row the starting grid for this one. Then Charlie Cunningham and Hudson Cooper on the second from Wilson Dilks and Lucas King, Oliver Pitcher and Annabelle McCarthy. And then the two Mini GP 190/70 riders, Harry Rafferty and William Round. The 10 riders lining up in position then, ready for an intense squabble out on the course. And it's definitely going to be an interesting one to see who comes through in good proximity at the start. Henry McCartney, Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks have all had their turn at the front end of this field. Henry McCartney was able to put on an excellent showcase, but Tyler Humphries came through for the victory in the end after Henry McCartney lost out in the previous race while leading. So, big drama already in the FIM Mini GP UK 190 category. So what will the road to MotoGP hold for the third and final race of the weekend in this class? It's been a very tricky battle leading up to this point already, but everybody wants to see an incredibly exciting conclusion to this category. And we're almost certainly going to get one with all of the contenders giving us such a nail-biting encounter throughout. So everybody now puts themselves into a jolly good position around the course. We're just waiting for the grid to finish being completed. McCartney, Humphries, Cunningham, Cooper, Dilks, King, Pitcher, McCarthy, and then Harry Rafferty and William Round. The green flag will fly at the back of the field. It does now. And when the lights go out for the last time this weekend in the FIM Mini GP UK 190 2025 series, we'll be racing at Rowrah, which we do now. And it's a very tough run to the first turn, but up to the first corner, no problem at all for Tyler Humphries, I think that is, to take the early bath into the lead of the first chicane. Not a great start for Henry McCartney, who's going to have to work his way back into fruition. Is that Wilson Dilks trying to assert himself up the inside line? No, that's Dilks back in 5th place, I do believe. So, no worries at all for Tyler Humphries, but everything else has become just a little bit more exciting and a little bit more feedback. Oh, further back, that's a pole. Well, it's a 4th and 3rd position then. Disastrous, but Tyler Humphries leads the way, and I do believe that's Henry McCartney now in 2nd position. So who's that dropped it in 3rd position? I think that might have been Hudson Cooper. But an absolutely catastrophic disaster on the opening lap as on lap 1. Up the inside goes McCartney. Takes on Tyler Humphries. Thank you very much. I'll have that straight back again if you don't mind. And even if you do, I'm taking it. Fantastic. Henry McCartney versus Tyler Humphries is back on yet again after race 2. And now they run in close proximity. McCartney and Humphries. Oh no, it's Hudson Cooper in 3rd place now. So I want to say it's Lucas King who may have fallen from 3rd position. It is indeed. That is so unfortunate. Lucas King, who drops it at the hairpin at Iredale's on lap 1. And now, of course, with this being the FIM Mini GP UK Road to MotoGP series, he cannot recover. He cannot restart. So there is his bike off to the sideline somewhere in Iredale's, and he will not return. What a shame. Now, Tyler Humphries is starting to find the pace again here. Tucked up behind Henry McCartney. Tyler Humphries was able to take the victory last time, but only because Henry McCartney fell off the road at Iredale's in race 2. So he wants to take it in pure merit. He doesn't want to be handed a race victory. He wants to be the one who steals it away. Let's see if Henry McCartney's got the mettle and the mentality to keep in front of Tyler Humphries in their duel for the victory. They come off the hairpin, charging down the straight up towards the chicane. So right, left, right, and it's going to be a fantastic continuation as they run off the turn. Tyler Humphries looks pretty menacing as he continues towards the hairpin. Cooper in front of Dilks, then Cunningham, Pitcher, McCarthy, and then the Mini GP 190 riders. Harry Rafferty and William Round. Tyler Humphries having a think about the inside line into Iredale's. Not quite going to happen on this occasion. So they have to wait for the opportunity. Once again, going to be an interesting challenge down to the hairpin at St John's next time round. At very tight apex. So everybody working in close proximity. Tight run. They come off of the kink into St John's and then up towards Sunny Bend. So So fascinating duel for position as they continue to run through, but Henry McCartney's got the pace here on Tyler Humphries. So this is going to be an interesting challenge off the turn again. They go back into the next lap. Chicane one more time. Right, left, right, and back up the crest. It's going to be an intriguing continuation of the challenge as they run further forward. So let's see if we're going to get any more from this. Very tricky battles further back. Still a little bit of a nudge or two from Charlie Cunningham to get back on terms with Wilson Dilks in terms of raw pace. He wanted a bit more than this, so it's not quite working to the accurate machinations. Tyler Humphries, has got 3.5 laps of this. Overhaul Henry McCartney. You've got to go a long way back to find Hudson Cooper and Wilson Dilks, 5 seconds behind these two. Fascinating stars, they continue to make big noises over there. Looking for another intriguing charge of it. So still the battles rage outside of this as they continue making good work of things. 3 laps to go. McCartney's just got the rhythm. Tyler Humphries is trying to throw everything at him, but McCartney is not really crushing him down, is it? Not really taking him apart. And there's a stoppage out on the circuit there into the Vidales, but is that enough for stop? That's for sure. As Tyler Humphries again, his move on McCartney. Looks left, looks right. Tries to find something special. A little bit of a race up now. There's another bike that's stopped out on the circuit there. I think that might be Annabelle McCarthy. McCarthy has had a little bit of a moment. So, of course, failing that, it's going to be Harry Rafferty, I think. Oh, yeah, that's Harry Rafferty off the circuit. So Harry Rafferty in trouble. Well, that has definitely not gone according to plan. So big disasters there. But still, with 2 laps to go, we wait to see if Tyler Humphries is going to get his chance here to run in close proximity again here with our race leader Henry McCartney. And Henry McCartney is still controlling the pace at the moment in front of Tyler Humphries. And I'm not too sure that there isn't more of an opportunity to make this work in close proximity. So very tough stuff at the moment. Tyler Humphries still with a chance here. Henry McCartney, nothing between the two riders. But still, patience is a virtue here as Tyler Humphries gets closer to Henry McCartney. Last lap into the chicane. Up the crest, they've got a slower bike in front of them. This is going to be critical for Tyler Humphries to get right. Henry McCartney's delayed. Tyler Humphries gets close to him. If he goes slow in, fast out, he can get a decent run up to Iredale's. Down the back straight, parallel to the Lakeside straight. Into Iredale's, get a decent run off this turn, Tyler, and you might just be in the hunt for the final victory of the weekend. He's got a good run off the turn. He knows Lakeside is his best chance into the turn at Stewart. He can guide the bike round out of the corner and put Henry McCartney under some big pressure through the kink. Protective line from Henry McCartney. Tyler Humphries is going to go a little bit more aggressive. He can take this ride out of Sunny Bend and then lock in the paddock. Can Tyler Humphries do anything about the beautiful display? Oh no, he's lost it in the final turn. Oh, I can't believe it. Henry McCartney is going to take the victory. Tyler Humphries going for the big slam dunk maneuver. Lost the bike completely. Second position is gone. And I'm afraid to say that will go the way of Hudson Cooper in front of Wilson Dilks, because Tyler Humphries, despite going off on the last corner of the last lap, he's still off the bike. He cannot restart. That's devastating for Tyler Humphries. What a disaster. So he's not going to be classified as a finisher in the top 3. He misses the putt, and that is devastating. Henry McCartney takes the victory then in front of Hudson Cooper and Wilson Dilks. Oliver Pitcher comes through for 4th position in the end. Well, what an agonising way for Tyler Humphries' race and his challenge for victory to end. Dramatic end to the weekend then in the FIM Mini GP UK 190 race. The race 2 winner, Tyler Humphries, crashes out on the final corner of the final lap, and so Henry McCartney, who crashed out in race 2, he's able to come through for the victory this time, ahead of Hudson Cooper and Wilson Dilks, Oliver Pitcher P4, technically Tyler Humphries P5, although I don't know whether he'll be classified because he crashed out. 6th for William Round, he gets the MGP 190-70 category victory, ahead of Charlie Cunningham, and then Harry Rafferty failing to finish. So too did Charlie Cunningham, actually. So no finish for Cunningham, no finish for Harry Rafferty, Annabelle McCarthy, or Lucas King, who crashed out on the opening lap. Tough times in the Mini GP 190 category and the BMB 190 and 70 Cup. All sorts of drama. Now we get to continue and move on to the next category. It's another FIM category. This time it's Mini GP UK 160 with just one race and 7 laps of the circuit to navigate.
Just to say, my phone is on like 14% battery, so I've not got a lot left.
One race remaining then in the FIM Mini GP UK 160 category here at Rowrah in the pouring rain of the Cumbrian countryside. 5 races to go in the weekend. And my oh my, is this going to be a tough one to conclude with the 5 riders remaining in this weekend. Max Robinson, Matthew Thomas, Josh Herring, Leo Soliu and Riley Robinson. Josh Herring dominated race 1. Matthew Thomas grabbed the victory in race 2. Who's going to get it done in race number 3? A fascinating conclusion here in what is set to be a very tough race battle for sure. So with all of the contenders now putting themselves in a close proximity position, they want to obviously continue this charge further forward. But Max Roberts, Matthew Thomas, Josh Herring, Leo Soliu and Riley Robinson get the chance to conclude this on their terms now. But the problem is that we've got bikes set up for wet conditions. They're the better side of those wet conditions, but it's not completely bone dry. That's the other thing that's got to be taken into consideration here. It is not going to be easy to predict how this is going to work out now, because we've got ourselves into a fascinating situation, a very tough scenario now where the conditions are going to be very slippery indeed, but they're not going to be fully wet or fully dry. Going to be somewhere in between. The lights will go, and for the 3rd and final time in FIM Mini GP UK 160, we're racing at Rowrah. Perfect start from pole position for the man in 2nd on the grid, Matthew Thomas. He looked, but he's sluggish again. Robinson nearly thought he had the lead back again there. So as they work their way through the hairpin at McRae's, down the short stretch again, and up to Iredale's. It's going to be a fantastic run and a great continuation and a fantastic battle. So still they work in close proximity to the braking zone. Into the chute. Max Robinson is all over the back of Matthew Thomas. They work their way through the S's, through the kink, and up towards St John's into the right-hander. Dropping down the crest, then into Sunny. Max Robinson is already looking pretty feisty in behind Matthew Thomas. And of course, if anything slips up for these two, guess pick up the pieces. Josh Herring. So dropping down again. Working his way down to the next part of the course. Up the S's. Looking for another big run. Max Robinson hustling in behind Matthew Thomas. This could get interesting down to the braking zone for the hairpin. On the run out of McRae's. Oh dear, looks like we lost the camera on the top of the hill there. So hopefully that'll come back very soon indeed. But that is partly because it started raining again. So it's raining once more here at Rowrah, and that is not what the riders need, essentially. So tricky situation for all of them. And back out through Stewart. And continuing the run on the far side of the course. Back on the pace and back on the power. Through the right, dropping down the crest. Hoping for a decent run out of Sonny. And Thomas has got this race pretty much in his pocket as long as he can continue the run. But there is a lot more to come still from Max Robinson if this race and this weekend, the form so far is anything to go by. Back up the crest through the S's. Great to see the bikes from that angle as they go up the crest as well. I know the reason for that is the camera that covers turn 1, turn 2, 3 and turn 6 is having a bit of a headache. But we actually get to see a unique view of the riders as they go up through the crest on that far side of the circuit. Which is a camera angle we don't really get to see too often of the riders going through on that particular part of the course. So Matthew Thomas seems to have found his feet here a little bit. He's found a little bit of a gap on Max Robinson and he wants to keep this flowing. So he's able to put out a little bit more time over Max Robinson, who's there in the background still, just about, there he is, still just about in touch with it all. But to be fair to Matthew Thomas, Max Robinson is dropping back quite considerably now. And Matthew Thomas seems to have found a lot of pace. Comes through, over the line again, and a lap time of a 102.892 compared to Max Robinson, who's done a 105.5. So Matthew Thomas has the confidence in these conditions compared to his rivals. So as a result, Matthew Thomas is really enjoying himself up at the sharp end of the field and really enjoying the incredible spread of racecraft that we've got here in this category, in the FIM Mini GP UK 160, the Road to MotoGP. This category demonstrating such fantastic effort from the riders, definitely giving us plenty to get excited about. And still the battle raging up at the sharp end of the dais. But Max Robinson is slowly losing touch here from Matthew Thomas in the lead. He needs to find something in this particular part of the course. He needs to find a little bit more faith in his own ability here. That's all that's holding him back now. The pace of the bike is there or thereabouts. He just needs a little bit more faith in himself as he goes through. A 105.2 that time compared to Matthew Thomas on a 103.3. So Max Robinson, who's already taken a few risks today, probably doesn't want to take too many more, especially when you're looking at a second place in the FIM category, the Road to MotoGP. How big a gamble do you want to take going after Matthew Thomas? Because a second place is still pretty crucial in terms of points. Risk ruining that by going for just a handful more. When you've already had a fairly successful day at the office, you don't want too much more to come out of these things. So some fascinating duels for position, but also some really insightful battles coming in. So Thomas, your leader, Robinson second, Soliu third, Riley Robinson fourth, Josh Herring out of the race, I should point out. Didn't really notice that one, but out of the race on lap 2, sadly. So Josh Herring not going to complete this one. 5 laps completed, 2 remaining. And so for Matthew Thomas, it's just a case of cross the T's and dot the I's. And he has picked up another victory in the Road to MotoGP success in 2025. So excellent work so far. But there is still a lot more to finish here. There's a lot more to navigate. But out in front, Matthew Thomas leads the way. There he is, keeping it nice and calm in the lead of this race. And there is the second place rider, Max Robinson, who's tried to stay with him all the way. The gap has opened up to 6.9 seconds now. So there is still that keen sense of urgency for Max Robinson to try and close up on Matthew Thomas. But I don't think either rider really needs to do anything particularly different to where they are. Ultimately, they're going to finish off in relatively fine fashion here. Certainly for Matthew Thomas, he could do with finishing the job here in fine style. Into the last lap he goes. the last lap of his weekend before we stretch it out and go for the 4th round of the championship in a few weeks' time. But certainly a very keen and exciting opportunity coming in here for Matthew Thomas to conclude the weekend with 2 victories in the rain. That will certainly give him plenty to smile about after a very keen battle all the way through. So this is where you're going to see some truly exceptional work from Matthew Thomas come to a conclusion. Never easy to race in these conditions, particularly on a circuit like this at Rowrah, where it changes every lap in drying or changeable conditions because of the elevation and camber change, the sort of the block-like nature that we're sat in here in Cumbria in this fantastic quarry turn track. And what a fantastic work and a great tribute it is to Hell and all the fantastic people behind the scenes who put on excellent showcases for karting and for bikes. But out comes Matthew Thomas. Excellent performance from him here today in Rowrah. Very tricky circuit, very different race day. That's the pinnacle of Matthew Thomas's season so far. What a great weekend it's been. Absolutely superb and a great continuation. So Thomas takes the victory in front of Max Robinson. And then in second position, Leo Soliu. Oh, hang on a moment. Where is Max Robinson? I haven't seen Max Robinson come through across the line yet. Did he come off on the final couple of corners? Don't tell me Max Robinson's race ended on the final couple of corners. We haven't seen him come through. And of course, if these come off the same way that we saw in the previous race, he's not going to be able to get back on the bike and finish second place. It's exactly what's happened. Poor Max Robinson. Leo Soliu in second position then as he comes through. And Riley Robinson is going to be able to come through for third position. Devastating for Max Robinson, who cannot finish in the top 3 because he needs to finish. And if you fall off the bike, you can't restart. Devastating. So Riley Robinson seals third place. Wow, what a miserable end to the weekend for Max Robinson. Complete and total reversal of fortunes to Matthew Thomas. So Matthew Thomas then seals another spectacular victory here at Rowrah. Second position steal for Leo Soliu. Third position steal for Riley Robinson. Misery for Josh Herring and Max Robinson, both crashing out. What could have been, we'll never ever know. I think we knew it was going to be second place for Max Robinson, but Josh Herring could easily have been on the podium as well. So it's a miserable end to a very difficult weekend for them. Next up, the Minibike 160s and veterans will take to Rowrah for the last time today. The closing stages of this third weekend of the British Minibikes Championship 2025, and the Minibike 160s and vets will go out onto the circuit. The veterans and the Minibike 160s, always providing action and drama. And of course, this is one of the few categories where the racers can get up again if they fall, because we are in the adult category. 4 left here at Rowrah. After this, we have the Mini GP 160/50, Minibike 140, and the Mini GP 110 and Ovale 110 Cup races. We've had the FIM Mini GP Road to MotoGP classes now. That's going to be a fascinating conclusion to the day's activities for them. But we are really going to conclude things in a fantastic fashion here. It's been a tough one in pit bike, Minibike 160 and Minibike Veterans categories, but now you're going to get to see what really tough discipline brings you in these tricky conditions here at Rowrah. And so it's going to be Jordan Grant, Tim Patterson, Ben Nixon and Jake Whittaker from Lee West and Chris Grieve, Ian Rogerson and Adam Hilton, then Jamie Bunclark and Pete Johnson rounding out the top 10 from Jamie Smith, Dave Cook, Barry Lindley, Michael Judkins, Mike Carr, Matthew McLean, Matthew Lindley, Peter McLean and Stephen Winter. 19 riders will take to the race circuit then for this last race of the day in this particular category. So it's been an absolutely fantastic situation to conclude things with, but a really tight situation for all of the contenders in this one. And from the pole position, Jordan Grant in the treble one will have to try and work his magic with Tim Patterson in the red jacket to the far side of the course. He's going to be a very tough man to beat around this circuit in these weather conditions, because we know how tricky he finds it. But a really tough set of drivers coming out onto tough set of riders, I should say, coming out onto the circuit now to cope with the Rowrah conditions. A really exciting challenge for all, and this is where things are going to get particularly intense on this restart. So the third race of the weekend then in the Mini 160 and Mini Veterans. They're going to give us a very exciting battle then in the mini bikes as the riders get themselves into position. 19 competitors, as we mentioned, lining up on the grid for this third and final race. And so they'll have one final challenge to conclude things with on a circuit that is greasy, that is not quite at its high note, but is also going to have a very treacherous amount of flotsam and jetsam around the course, if what we saw from the previous races are anything to go by. The riders are certainly going to be in a close proximity mission to try and work their way around the course without too much difficulty. The green flag has flown at the back, so now Grant, Patterson, Nixon, Whittaker, West and Grieve will charge for the first turn, but it's a perfect start for Jordan Grant. No worries at all into turn one. Patterson's going to hold his nerve for second position. He manages to clinch it. Great work from Tim Patterson. He's going to have pressure on him from the far side, but there could still be a chance of second as they squeeze wide of the hairpin. They both drift out wide, and so Patterson's going to slump back to fifth position. No worries for Grant. So it really is going to be a tricky one now. So it's going to be a tricky. Oh, and off the road then at the hairpin. Well, that's going to need to be a recovery ride then. What a crazy start in the top five. Jordan Grant getting the perfect start him away initially. But as you can see, it's all pretty tricky stuff on this start. Jordan Grant's got the race leader. Jordan Grant. With a mechanical problem, but the race has actually been red flagged, so I apologise for the misinterpretation. I had a bit of an issue there, so it's now finally caught up with itself, but as a result, the stoppage in the middle of the road, we've had a red flag. I can't quite make out the bike in question on that particular occasion, but certainly a big moment in this race. As the race is red flagged, the riders will get their chance to restart this one from the grid, no doubt, and probably in as close to their full starting grid as humanly possible. I don't know how many of them will not be able to take up the restart, of course, but the nature of the situation is that essentially all of the riders there should get their opportunity to move further forward. So hopefully that's exactly where they're going to get to be. But a very fascinating turn of events then. That's the only red flag that we've actually had all day, which is very impressive under the circumstances, considering how tricky the race conditions have actually been for the British Minibikes paddock. But a very difficult conflagration there as they work their way further forward. So very interesting stuff. And still the contenders are going to make their way back into position on the start line. Right, I'm trying to figure out which rider that is from a distance. I couldn't see the bike, which is unfortunately my only real methodology of being able to spot who that was under the circumstances. So I'll try and figure out later on which particular rider that was. I'm sure we'll figure it out. But yeah, fascinating stuff so far from this race to be stopped. And really exciting how this has continued all the way through. But very interesting to see how the marshals responded to that incident fairly quickly. And they managed to get through that without too much drama. So the race can restart as soon as we get our chance to make that work. So we'll allow the officials to re-grid the riders. And once they have done so, we'll be able to start again. They'll head to the grid and we can go racing. So we are given reports that the rider who went down and caused the red flag was actually Jake Whittaker, of all riders. So that is very dramatic for a race-winning contender. He was supposed to be, well, he was fourth on the grid for this race, of course. So Jake Whittaker out of the race then before it even starts, and the cause of the red flag. So big dramas then for Jake Whittaker. That's very unfortunate. So a very disappointing end to the weekend then for Jake Whittaker, who's already had his fair share of bad luck all weekend long. Two great chances to win races in race 1 and race 2. And then it happens again for him as it all goes wrong in the bid to go for the victory in race number 3. Red flag is the cause, and he's now out of this one. So big disappointment for Jake Whittaker. Now, I don't know if we're going to continue with a 7-lap race here, or whether we're going to reduce the distance to 6 laps, as has been done in the past with this championship, but I'll let you know. I have a feeling it's going to be a full 7-lap race restart, because the first lap was not completed, so I think they're going to be able to run a full, fresh restart. Here we go, green flags at the back of the field, so minus Jake Whittaker, the race can restart. Can Tim Paterson get a better start than he did the first time round against Jordan Grant? Let's find out. It's a good launch from Paterson. He's going to draw level, and he's going to need to commit if he wants to go for the lead. He almost had a bike wheel alongside. Oh, and off. That's Ben Nixon, I think. Ben Nixon drops it through the first chicane. Well, that is drama. We've lost Whittaker already, and now it looks like we've lost Ben Nixon from 3rd position. So the leading 2, Grant and Paterson, have gone away, and they will now have license to run and win this race out front. That just shows you how treacherous the conditions are here at Rowrah. And it's that impossible condition either. It's not wet, it's not dry, it's somewhere in between, which is always a bit of a nightmare. So Grant and Paterson have the advantage up front, and they are pulling away from the rest. They don't have to worry too much about where they can place their bikes on these opening couple of laps, because they've got it all settled from their point of view. And no worries at all for Jordan Grant and for Tim Paterson. They can control the pace here. Oh, enough. Oh, no, that's the end of the first lap, is it? That's for Jordan Grant, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's Jordan Grant. That's the race leader. So we've lost 3 of the top 4 competitors. in the first lap of the race. That is incredible. So Tim Patterson is now the leader by virtue of the fact that he's the only one standing in the top 5 pretty much. So Lee West is now in P2. He was in 5th position initially. It was Ben Nixon in 3rd. So it must have been someone else that dropped it off the start. I'm trying to figure out who that might have been then to have dropped it in the early phases. I wonder if that was Chris Grieve, you know, because Chris Grieve is down in 18th. So Chris Grieve is down there in 18th place. So he was the one that dropped it in the first chicane. Wow, fascinating. What a bizarre situation we find ourselves in then. As we got Chris Grieve dropping it on the first chicane. Jake Whittaker binned it before the start and brought out the red flags. And then, of course, can't take the start. Jordan Grant leading into the final hairpin. He drops it. And so Tim Patterson now leads the way with Lee West in 2nd and Ben Nixon 3rd. It's all happening here at Rowrah. So Ian Rogerson, P4, in front of Adam Hilton and Jamie Bunclark. And rounding out the top 10, we've got Mike Carr, Dave Cook, Michael Judkins and Pete Johnson. What a crazy weekend this is turning out to be for Minibike 160 and Minibike veterans. 5 laps to go for Tim Patterson, and it looks like nobody's going to even think about challenging him. Been a very strange race, this one already, and we're only on lap number 3. So Tim Patterson leads by about 4 seconds. There he is out in front. You can tell it's Tim Patterson because he's wearing his red jacket. Then Lee West, the man we're looking at the moment. So Lee West riding very nicely at the moment, considering, but it's getting really slippery out there. It was already pretty wet, but again, we're at that nail-biting point where it's not quite dry and it's not quite wet. So as a result of that, you're never really quite sure where this is all going to lay itself out. But certainly for the moment, Lee West is the man who's carrying the torch for all of the riders continuing in behind Tim Patterson. Absolutely fascinating how we've finished things off. So it's going to be Tim Patterson who takes the win here in front of Lee West if it stays like this. But Ben Nixon had his chances to close back up on Lee West by the look of it. So fascinating stuff all the way through. And Tim Patterson has got a big advantage here over Lee West and Ben Nixon. Meanwhile, Nixon's actually got to be worried about in fourth place. So that could be a bit hard as the challenge continues. So fascinating stuff so far then. And that is a close proximity battle for 3rd place between Nixon and Rogerson. Rogerson trying to get a good run off the hairpin as they follow in behind this man, Lee West. So West is still 2nd. Nixon and Rogerson still 3rd and 4th. They went their way through the S's. Rogerson really is trying to hype this up. Try and make the bid on the inside. Nixon, if he can go for it. Not going to be easy to find a gap on the inside line. Thinking about it. Rogerson again attacking on Ben Nixon. Looking for the move to come through. Tightening the line, tightening the manoeuvre. And now Lee West is losing some ground here. No, wait a minute. That's not Lee West. That's one of the back markers. So the back markers are now getting out of the way. For a moment there, I thought that was Tim Patterson, but I noticed the jacket was orange and not red. I thought we were having even more trouble. There's the man I was looking for, Tim Patterson. Still out in the lead, covering his bases and not getting into hot water if he can help it. So we've got Stephen Winter out of the race as well on lap 2, by the way. So we just saw Peter McLean, Matthew Lindley and Matthew McLean getting out of the way of the leaders. There's Tim Patterson into lap number 6. 2 laps to go then for Tim Patterson. Really enjoying himself out in front. He's pulled 3.2 seconds on Lee West. He's actually now starting to get a little bit more pace from his bike. And he's just dropping Nixon into the clutches of Rogerson and Bunclark. So this is going to be an interesting continuation. So West in 2nd, in 3rd, but for how much longer? Because Rogerson really thinks there's a chance here of a podium finish, and there certainly is. Jamie Bunclark up into 5th position from 10th on the grid. Dave Cook has worked his way up to P6 from 14th. So there is still potential here. And in 18th on the grid was Mike Carr. Well, he's now in 8th. one place behind Gordon Grant, who's recovered after his little trip off on the end of the first lap. Chris Reeve, by the way, is back up to 13th after his fall on the first chicane. Here we go, Tim Patterson. He just gestures to the marshals. Come on, I just want the last lap board. Come on. I know how many laps I've done. I want to finish this. Tim Patterson, frustrated there. He knows that, you know, I've done everything I need to do here, guys. Come on. I want to finish this off now. So Tim Patterson is ready for this race to be over. And who can blame him in tricky conditions like this? It's not been easy at all. Tim Patterson making his way up to Stewart for the last time. Through the hairpin. Back on the power. Right kink. Left kink. And then through to St. John's. And excellent work all the way through. Then down the crest. Into Sunny. And now the paddock bend. And an excellent display comes to an end for Tim Patterson, who's got it done exactly as he needed to. Out of the final hairpin, and it's job done for Tim Patterson. Great ride, great win, and he mounts the bike nearly on his way out of the final turn in front of Lee West. Ben Nixon is just going to hang on to third place in front of Ian Rogerson to the line. Well, the first 2 laps of that race had absolutely everything crammed and packed into it. Absolutely astonishing how they made that work. But what a truly sensational opening couple of minutes that race had. It was just insanity all the way. And finally, our riders are able to come home in difficult circumstances, in difficult conditions. But they do come home to complete the race. So it's Tim Patterson that rounds out the victory in the Minibike 160 and Minibike Veterans class. He takes the win in 160. Lee West gets the job done in Veteran. Ben Nixon third overall in front of Ian Rogerson, then Dave Cook. Jordan Grant fights back to 6th after dropping it on the opening lap. Jamie Bunclark 7th in front of Adam Hilton, Michael Judkins, and Mike Carr, who worked his way up from 18th to P10. Then Barry Lindley in front of Pete Johnson. Jamie Smith had an incident on the last lap. Matthew McKinley, Matthew Lindley, and Peter McLean came home. Chris Grieve had an incident on the penultimate laps, and then Stephen Winter retired on lap 2. So a very dramatic end to a very interesting race there in the closing phase of the weekend. Only a handful of races left then, and a handful of racers to head out onto the circuit to experience them. It's the BMB classes that finish us off, with MiniGP 160-50 ahead of 140 and the 110 and Avali 110 Cup race. So 160-50 will be up first. 3 races left here at Rowrah then, and it was always going to be an exciting set of races that conclude here in the Mini GP 160 Cup. We're going to have a very interesting conclusion after what's already been a bit of a nail-biter since the start. We get to see the conclusion of the epic confrontation between Sebastian Gosłowski and Kai Golder. Although this time, in the third and final race of the weekend, they will be competing at different ends of the starting grid. Pole position for Sebastian Gosłowski, 9th place on the grid for Kai Golder after being disqualified for a technical infringement from that particular qualifying event. So Kai Golder will be starting at the back in 9th place. Sebastian Gosłowski, Caelan Ratcliffe, Cian Daly, Riley Paisley, Max Johnston, Riley Robinson, Leo Soliu, Paige Mullen and Kai Golder will be the riders on the grid. The big question is, how much progress can Kai Golder hope to make up from starting dead last on the starting grid? It's going to be fascinating to see how much progress can be made, but we're definitely in for an exciting showcase as the riders will be trying to utilize this circuit. Now, there's a biting point here, isn't there? Because we've now got a better condition of race circuit than we had earlier on for race 2. However, it's still that nippy point in the middle of dry and wet. It's not really either. So for a lot of riders, the confidence will increase, but the risk-taking might increase as well. And as a result of that, we could see quite a lot of problems through the course of this race. And of course, with this being a junior category, when you fall, you can't get up again. So Sebastian Gosłowski, Caelan Ratcliffe, front row. Cian Daly and Riley Paisley, second row. Max Johnson and Riley Robinson, third row. Fourth row, Leo Soliu and Paige Mullen. And then Kai Golder will be there in the fifth and final row of the grid. Off we go. Up to the start. Everybody trying to get through without incident. It's very tight in the run up through the first chicane, and somehow we just about get away without too much conflagration. There's already a bit of a challenge into the hairpin on the first couple of laps. I think that was Kai Golder trying to split the infinitive on the way through on the first lap or two. And out in front, Sebastian Gosłowski has been given license to dominate in the early phase of this one. So Gosłowski has already got a decent run on the first lap. Bruce Stewart just trying to keep the bike nice and present on the opening thaw. He's got himself a nice advantage over the rest of the field. Look at the gap he's building already, Gosłowski, over the rest of the field. That is gargantuan by comparison to his rivals. Drifts a little wide out of Sonny, but he's okay. He's got a little bit left in hand there to be able to cruise through without too much of a difficulty. But look at Sebastian Gosłowski, a 1:01.6 for his opening lap. That is astonishingly quick. Kai Golder, get this, is up to second already. What a super lap from Kai Golder. 9th on the grid, second now. That is absolutely phenomenal. Third position for Cian Daly. 4th place for Riley Paisley in front of Caelan Ratcliffe. And then it is Riley Robinson, P6, in front of Leo Soliu, Max Johnson and Paige Mullen. So still an absolutely fantastic duel for position. An excellent run from them all. Gosłowski, Golder and Cian Daly as your top 3 at the moment. So it's definitely going to be an intriguing continuation here for Sebastian Gosłowski, who just needs to essentially run his own race. There is Kai Golder, second place, the young Scot. He needs to try and find some of this deficit back to Sebastian Gosłowski, who by now, having done a 1 flat 8.00, Kai Golder has done a 1 flat 0.600. So he is catching a little bit to Sebastian Gosłowski up front. But he's only got 5 laps to gain 5.6 seconds. He needs superhuman speed and a mistake or two from Sebastian Gosłowski. That's the only way he's really going to make the difference now in these greasy conditions. So he works himself through Iredales onto the Lakeside Straight, running a very solid race down to the hairpin. Kai Golder still making light work of this course, but again the difference is just too big. There's Riley Paisley now in third place ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe. Leo Soliu, P5, then Max Johnson, Riley Robinson, Paige Mullen, and we've lost Cian Daly. We've lost Cian Daly. There he is in the background. So Cian Daly out of the race in the background. You can just see his bike there. So Cian Daly no longer circulating, I'm afraid to say. I think that's at the final turn. No, it's at Sunny. So Cian Daly out of the race. That's really unfortunate. So with Cian Daly out of this particular race, it leaves him with no chance of a right of reply, really. Very disappointing indeed. So a really devastating end then for Cian Daly's weekend. But for Sebastian Kozlowski ahead of Kai Golder, it is Riley Paisley and Caolan Ratcliffe who are dueling over third position now. So we could see some really intuitive battles for these guys as they continue. But certainly a lot still to play for and a lot to get creative about on that back straight for Caolan Ratcliffe. There is still an opportunity here to get the moves on Riley Paisley. It could still happen. Something could still be created here. But a very exciting move forward. Oh, and off the road goes Caolan Ratcliffe into the barriers, loses it at St John's. Devastating. Game over. And just like that, Caolan Ratcliffe's chance of a podium is washed up. That's how quickly it can turn from being a promising race into a disaster area. What a shame for Caolan Ratcliffe. Such a devastating end and such a unfortunate conclusion to what has actually been a really strong weekend in terms of raw pace for Caolan Ratcliffe. And there is your leader, Sebastian Kozlowski. Looks like he's put a lap on Paige Mullen to get the charge further forward. But Sebastian Kozlowski leading the way through the left kink, down the drop. Yellow flags are out, of course, for Caolan Ratcliffe. So you need to get back off the power. That's well handled, Kozlowski. The trouble is that yellow flag, it can upset the way that you work your way through that particular part of the course. You have to be very careful about your composure. Otherwise, you can just end up causing yourself an accident. So Kozlowski, and there is Kai Golder. So Kozlowski going slowly. Look at Kai Golder. He's absolutely rocketing after Kozlowski. I thought that a 5-second gap was going to be impossible to turn around, but that's not the case at all. The Flying Scotsman. Oh, down goes Kozlowski! Kozlowski's gone down under pressure from Kai Golder, and he stamps his feet and kicks the dirt in frustration and anguish. Sebastian Kozlowski, for the second race this weekend, is out on the sidelines. Kai Golder put him under pressure, and now he leads the way. A lap and a half to go, and Kai Golder has done the unthinkable. He has gone from the back of the field to the front. That is extraordinary. Admittedly, he did most of that on lap one to go from last to second, but the work he has done to put pressure on Sebastian Kozlowski, he created the mistake for Kozlowski. And now Kai Golder has got the race in his hands. He just needs to bring it home for the last lap. What a turnaround for Kai Golder. After the misery of race one, colliding with Kozlowski, then blitzing the field in race two ahead of Sebastian Kozlowski, his comeback ride has been nothing short of sensational here. And so he comes through with one lap to go then into Iredale's for the last time. Take a bow, Mr. Golder. Absolutely extraordinary. Kai Golder really has been on song. Wonderful performance, wonderful display. And so the king of Rowrah, in terms of raw pace at least, appears to be in this category Kai Golder. He's just been fantastic. Right, careful getting around this back marker, Kai. Don't rush this. That'll do. Well done. So out of the final turn he will go then through Paddock Bend, and Kai Golder has made this race come to him through determination, through manifestation and sheer domination. Kai Golder wins at Rowrah. What a comeback. Last to first. Absolutely extraordinary. What a performance from Kai Golder. Victory is thine. Well done, sir. Absolutely magnificent. Second place for Riley Paisley. And third position will go the way of Leo Soliu. Wow, what an extraordinary transformation from Kai Golder in front of Riley Paisley and ahead of Leo Soliu. Absolutely extraordinary. Fourth place for Max Johnson in front of Riley Robinson and Paige Mullen. Devastating retirements then for Sebastian Kozlowski, Caolan Ratcliffe and Cian Daly. Who would have thought this race would end so dramatically? Absolutely devastating though for Kozlowski, for Ratcliffe and for Cian Daly. But for Kai Golder, He goes from last to first. It's a fairy tale ending for the number 26. So there we are then with the Mini GP 160 category concluded and wrapped up. There are still 2 races left to go here at Rowrah, and the first of those will come from the Minibike 140 category. 2 races to go, and it's a very impressive way to end things here at Rowrah with such an incredible array of riders to come in BMB 140. Two races to go then here in Cumbria, and it is going to be a very tricky race circuit that the riders face for the Minibike 140 final race. Scheduled, of course, to get underway at 4:15. It actually gets underway at 4:55. That's the kind of day we've had here in Cumbria for the second meeting on this circuit, third of 2025. After we opened the season here, and then, of course, continued on into the exciting and fantastic world of Teesside. Now we're back at Rowrah, and the weather really has decided it's going to do something very different indeed this time. The grid for this one, Tim Paterson and Lewis Mullen, front row the starting grid. Then on the second row, Tommy Armand and Aaron Robinson from Finley Cotnam and Tom Wise, Gary Johnston, Clary Hugh and Stephen Humphreys, Ben Lord and Sean Brunning, Chris Wells and Dan Merrin, Harry Swan and Ian Stanford. And then we have Ryan Hayburn, Simon Portas, Daniel Cliff, Lucas Milic, and finishing up the grid, it is Maciej Gawlik. So 7 laps of racing to come then around the Rowrah circuit. And again, it's that biting point between a dry circuit and a wet circuit, which makes the conditions of these tyres very difficult to manage. So never before have the riders faced anything quite so treacherous on Rowrah. Because if it was fully wet, that would be okay. You could have the wet tyres bite in and do the job. If it was fully dry, the slicks would do the job as well, but it's in the middle. It's an absolute nightmare. For the riders out there, nothing will feel more on the limit. Nothing will feel more on edge. So they've got to try and utilise this with the best skills that they can muster and bring to the table. Not an easy task at all. So the last couple of riders putting their bikes into position on the grid. Tim Paterson, of course, in the red jacket to the left side of your screen on the front, alongside Lewis Mullen. This will be an interesting one as they battle away for position. And we'll see if Lewis Mullen can go up against Tim Paterson in a charge for the first turn and see what he can come up with. 20 riders on the grid for this one. It'll be an interesting charge forward. In fact, I think it might be 19, actually. It is 19. So let's go racing for the last time in the Minibike 140s. It's a perfect start from Lewis Mullen. Not the best of launches for Tim Patterson, but Mullen is going to go through the first chicane without issue. Patterson will slot in P2, and the rest of the field will just make their way round without too much difficulty. Patterson's got some pressure as they work their way through. But already, Aaron Robinson trying to assert himself in front of Tommy Armand and Finn Cottingham. But let's see if it all continues in close proximity. It's a really tight race as they run down the back straight. This could be Tim Patterson about to lose second position. Could this be a run? I thought Patterson was going to lose ground there. That was a close run thing. At the moment, Lewis Mullen has completely taken control of this race and runs it to ransom against the rest of the field. Absolutely phenomenal how this has ended up working. But no worries at all from his perspective. Can certainly keep it in a very solid run. There's still plenty of exciting competition to come from this one. Patterson, having lost that second place now to Aaron Robinson, now needs to get himself back into the league for second position. So let's see if he's going to be able to make the bid to work further forward. It'd be interesting to see how much time it takes Patterson to get back on terms. I wonder if Patterson's just not quite got the pace this time compared to Aaron Robinson. Whenever they've changed on Robinson's bike, it seems to have a little bit more get up and go. Lewis Mullen's already long gone. He's about 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else. So this is exactly what he needed to do to showcase his phenomenal speed and pace. At the moment, it's just neat tidy at the moment from Patterson in third place. It's not particularly aggressive. It's certainly not dictatorial. But he's able to keep himself in the hunt here just by not cruising exactly, but he's just keeping himself honest in third position, hunting down Aaron Robinson, or at least trying to stay with him at the very least. So definitely exciting times. But at the top spot, Lewis Mullen is just disappearing. He's checking out in the front end of the field. Behind Patterson, by the way, we have Ben Lord, fourth position, then Stephen Humphries, Arnie Carr, Gary Johnson, Cluiu, Tom Wise, Chris Wells, and Harry Swan. Very competitive top 10 at the moment. Exactly where the battles continue. Sean running 11th from Dan Cliff, Ian Stanford, and then we've got Brian Hayburn. Tommy Armand has gone all the way to 15th. What's happened there to Tommy Armand? It's just not gone well at all for him. But watch for Arnie Carr, now in P6. He's knocking on the door of Stephen Humphries here for the top 5. He's definitely got himself into the mix. So things can get very interesting from this moment on. And we're suddenly going to have ourselves a really intriguing run. So this could definitely turn into something. We're going to have a very intriguing set of... We're going to have an intriguing set of laps here to close up with. We've got 4 to go, 3 completed. Mullen has just disappeared in front, 4 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. And then it's got very interesting further back because second position, Aaron Robinson ahead of Tim Patterson. And up to fourth is Arnie Carr. So Arnie Carr is getting back into this now. I did say he was going to be one to watch out for. Fourth position now. But watch him because this is going to get feistier as the time continues to tick down. So we could see some really enticing battles as we continue. 6 laps to go is no longer the case, as we know, because the race duration has been reduced due to the adverse conditions. Actually now, not 5 laps to go exactly, but 2 laps to go this time by. Made that 3, my apologies, I can't do my math. Mullen, Robinson, Patterson, Carr, Lord, and Stephen Humphries. That's the top 6. Sean Prunning's got ahead of Chris Wells in the fight at the bottom end of the top 10. But Lewis Mullen has the pace. 4.6 seconds now clear of Aaron Robinson. He's the only rider out there except for Arnie Carr who can lap the circuit in under a minute. So again, you can tell that the circuit's getting quicker. So where is Arnie Carr in relation to all this? Well, that's Gary Johnson Clearieu. So this is the battle for the lower end of the top 10. So that's Stephen Humphries in front of us. In front of them is Ben Lord. So this is 5th and then 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. So So we've got a nice little midfield battle brewing there between Humphries, Johnson, Wise and Running. They've dropped Chris Wells. And there's still a lot of battles to come. There's still some interesting and intriguing squabbles going on. Bit of a twitch there from Sean Brunning. It is, who's got into P6. So he's worked up 3 places in 1 lap. No wonder we're watching this battle. It's changing and shaking up big time. So Gary Johnson, who is now there in 7th position in front of Tom Wise. Chris Wells is 9th. Swan is 10th. It's Stephen Humphries down to 11th again. So problems for him then is he's trying to find that strength and that energy to continue moving forward. But a really interesting and very intriguing mix of performances now. And they continue to make progress and move their way further forward. And Mullen leads Robinson. Addison's 3rd. How's Carr getting on? He's just got a 58.5, would you believe? So Arnie Carr is knocking on the door of 3rd place here. The number 83 really going after Tim Paterson. There's the leader. There's Lewis Mullen. And if we look back, we're going to see the hard charging Arnie Carr. Aaron Robinson P2. And I think we're just about to see them go into shot, aren't we? If we look back behind the 12 of Mullen, Robinson will be on his own in 2nd place. Then we're going to see Patterson and Carr. And Carr is surely going to move up into 3rd position on the last lap. He might get a shot of it. It's going to be touch and go. But there is Arnie. Oh, he's got ahead of Patterson. So Carr is ahead of Patterson. He did manage to grab 3rd position then on the last lap. So the victory is going to go the way of this man, Lewis Mullen, who is going to control the race. No! Lewis Mullen on the last lap! I can't believe it! No, sorry, that is Mullen. It's Arnie Carr who comes on the last lap. My apologies. So Mullen makes Robinson 2nd. Patterson's going to be 3rd because Arnie Carr has dropped it from 3rd position on the very last lap. I cannot believe that. The comeback of the weekend for Arnie Carr. He cruises across the line in P4, but that was a clear podium. Put that back off Tim Patterson. What a mistake and a maker from Arnie Carr. Devastating, absolutely devastating under the circumstances. Fought his way back from 23rd on the grid, and now struggles his way to 4th position. It should have been 3rd. That's going to be devastating for Arnie Carr. So Lewis Mullen grabs the initiative and takes the victory from Aaron Robinson and Tim Patterson after Arnie Carr drops it on the very last lap, having worked his way up to 3rd place. Sean Brunning P5 ahead of Ben Lord, Gary Johnson, Hugh, Tom Wise, Chris Wells and Harry Swan. Then in 11th place with Tommy Armand ahead of Stephen Humphries, Ian Stanford and Dan Cliff, Brian Hayburn and Dan Merrin, Simon Portis, Lucas Miluch, and then the retirements. We had Patrick Gavluk, who was a lap down as well. Finley Cotman was out on the very first lap. Very unfortunate. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the very last race of our podcast, Mini GP 110 and a Bali 110 Cup race. That will conclude us, and we are only just about half an hour behind schedule. Well done to everybody for getting us back on track, or as close to back on track as possible. And with one race to go, we will wrap things up here at a rather damp and dingy Rowrah. So we come to the end. Rowrah Rainbow, our final race of the day. It is the Mini GP 110 and a Avali 110 race. It's already provided us with drama, so we get to have one final showcase. Dylan Cook and Caden Herring on the front row of the grid from Cian Daly and Thomas Med. Sam Whitaker and JJ Manchester on the third row. And then we have Jasper O'Neill-White and Dan Tanton, Seth Hayward and Ella Mosgrove, Rex Armand, Will Dickinson, Liam Simpson, Cody Brennan and Charlie Forrester. And we've had an off on the way to the grid. Can you believe it? That is how slippery the circuit is. We have literally had a rider go down on the way to the start line. That is absolutely devastating bad luck. Because, of course, if you fall in the junior category, even if it's before the start, that's it. Your race is over. So a fall on the formation lap is as good as a crash out of the race. And that's devastating bad luck. I'm trying to make out who it was that went down there. So we need to try and figure out which rider it was. But unfortunately, it's game over for that particular rider. They can't restart because obviously, for safety grounds, the damage to that bike means that, well, we don't know what the damage to that bike is, but for safety reasons, they can't allow a junior to get back into the race again after the fall. So that's it. They're done. They're not going to go racing again. But I can't make out for the life of me who that was that went down on the start there. So of the 15 riders that are taking the grid, one of them is going to be missing. I'll try and figure out which one it is. But certainly on the front row of the grid, it's going to be Dylan Cook to the inside line with the red number 13 and Caden Herring with the blue bike and the yellow number 95 alongside on the grid. The other 12 riders that will take the start will be directly behind them as normal. And there's going to be a very angry and very devastated young rider not able to finish the job of the weekend properly because they will not be taking the start of the race. So a very dramatic conclusion, a very disappointing and sad end for one particular rider's final bout. But for the rest of the riders, they are getting gridded up into position on the straight. And a really tricky and disappointing end then for one rider. The other 14 will go as normal. The green flag flies for the last time, hopefully, at the back of the grid. And when the lights go for the very last time this weekend at Rowrah, we'll be racing in Mini GP 110 and Avali 110. Let's race one more time at Rowrah. It's not a bad start for Caden Herring, but it's not a perfect one either. As through to the first corner, he will find in second place behind Dylan Cook. So Dylan Cook is your leader, Caden Herring in second place, and the rest of the field just tucks their way through. Again, trying to make out who it is that didn't make it to the start of the race. I'm trying to outline who it might have been. Certainly amongst the top four, no suspicious absences. It's Jasper O'Neill-White. Jasper O'Neill-White who didn't take the start. That's really unfortunate. But Jasper O'Neill-White is the one who didn't make it. So devastating bad luck then from Jasper O'Neill-White as he will not take the start. So a really exciting and really intriguing battle out in front then has already begun for Dylan Cook. 7 laps at this course. A really exciting, intense battle for Caden Herring to try and catch up to him. Cian Daly third. Thomas Med, fourth position. I think the top three have they were though. So Dylan Cook is your leader. Is he go? No worries at all there. Caden Herring, second position no longer because Sam Whitaker has got through into P2. And then in third position we have Caden Herring ahead of Cian Daly. JJ Manchester is P5 in front of Thomas Med. Then it is Seth Hayward in front of Leon Simpson, Cody Brennan, Dan Tanton, and then Ella Mosgrove, Rex Armand and Will Dickinson. Looks to me as though Charlie Forrester has not come through at the end of lap one. No, now Charlie Forrester has done so. So Forrester just a little way behind the rest of the field. But certainly a very tricky and devastating situation then for Dylan Cook in the lead of the race. But he has the advantage. There is Sam Whitaker, second position. Has not only got ahead of Caden Herring, but he's stretching out the gap. Look at it. He's working very hard indeed here. Slippery flags out on the circuit. Does need much warning of that one. There is another accident. Is that Whitaker? Is that Whitaker that's dropped in second place? Sam Whitaker, I think, has gone from P2. That is devastating for Sam Whittaker. He did such a hard work in the first 2 laps to get himself into that second place. And there goes Caden Herring. He's through in second place. Sam Whittaker is out. This Rowrah circuit really has bitten back against the opposition here. And Sam Whittaker is the latest victim to fall. Second position was his. Now it's gone. So Caden Herring running in second position, looking for a really decent objective now. Ian Daly up to third from JJ Manchester. Then Leon Simpson, Cody Brennan, Thomas Med, Seth Hayward, Dan Tanton and Ella Mosgrove. What a dramatic turn of events here. And there is Cian Daly running in front of Manchester and Simpson. We've got Cody Brennan in the mix there as well with Med and Hayward. All the way back to 9th place, Dan Tanton. So that is fourth, all the way, no, sorry, that is third, my apologies, all the way back to 9th place. So Daly, Manchester, Simpson, Brennan, Med, Hayward, Tanton. And so all of the riders still going very well together. JJ Manchester wants a piece of the inside line, but he's going to have some pressure here from Leon Simpson around the far side. Simpson looks like he's got a potential push going here. In fact, that is Simpson into fourth position, isn't it? Yeah, he got ahead of JJ Manchester. So Leon Simpson fancies a trophy at the end of this weekend. He's going to have to wrestle his way past Cian Daly to make that happen. Not going to be easy to sustain that, but it could well be the case. So Cian Daly in front of Leon Simpson, then JJ Manchester P5. Out of the braking zone for the hairpin. Careful on the acceleration back up. Cody Brennan in front of Thomas Med, Seth Hayward and Dan Tanton. And this is really good work from Leon to chase down the man in third position, Cian Daly, who's had a bit of a topsy-turvy day. He's had good fortune and misfortune. So now Dylan Cook out in front of Caden Herring. And that third position run still going very close proximity at the moment for Cian Daly, but Leon Simpson still giving him a lot of pressure, and so too is JJ Manchester P5. So a lot of different things going on here in this squabble for position. Very close proximity stuff at the moment. Leon Simpson hustling Cian Daly as they work their way through the chicane section. This could be a really interesting continuation for the pair as they battle away for third place. Can Leon Simpson get his run here on Cian Daly? The braking zone, tighten out through the hairpin and back down the back straight. This could be really exciting how they've been able to continue. So still Leon Simpson pushing Cian Daly off the turn, left king coming up, down the drop through St John's, working their way through the traffic at the same time. This is never easy, particularly in these conditions. If you're ever going to lose the bike, it's when you're in the traffic trying to assert the position, trying to stay close as well, don't forget, to Caden, who is the bike in front, I believe. Yeah, that is Caden Herring, so not far away. But Dylan Cook is just taking control of the situation in the Mini GP 110 category. Caden Herring leading in a Varley 110. 2 laps to go. Is there a chance for Leon Simpson to get onto the overall podium here in behind Cian Daly? Certainly looking good at it. Cian Daly gets a wide first run out of McRae's down the short stint towards Iredale's. As they go into that hairpin, it's going to be slowing fast out. Leon, this could be a chance. Cian Daly knows that he's got to keep himself present down the lakeside straight, up towards the corner, into the right-hander. No, well protected by Cian Daly. Leon Simpson holds his nerve in third position, has to bail out and have another go, try and dial it back in. Now he has a look to the inside of St John's. Oh, you've got to be brave if you want to stick that one, Leon. Down through Sunny, left-hander, back up to Paddock Bend. He's looking confident because this bit of him on the inside line. He goes for it, and he's there. Brilliantly done. Well done for Leon Simpson into third position. 1 lap to go now. So Caden Herring second, Leon Simpson third, Cian Daly fourth. But is there time for Leon Simpson to catch up to and make the move on Caden Herring, which of course would be second overall, and the victory in Ovalie 110. Also trying to sustain the challenge back from Cian Daly. Caden Herring is being caught hand over fist by Leon Simpson. Simpson in the middle of the road. Caden Herring trying to protect. Cian Daly having another crack at it. This is a fantastic way to end the weekend. Suddenly Leon Simpson has a chance here on Caden Herring. Cian Daly's coming back at him as they go down the lakeside straight up towards Stewart for the last time. In through the hairpin. Leon Simpson can snatch the Avali 110 victory here, as there is your leader. No worries at all for Dylan Cook. He'll come through and win the Mini GP 110 race, but it's still all guns blazing between Herring, Simpson and Daly further back. We'll have to see who gets the Avali 110 victory as they come through, but the victory in the race overall is going to go the way of Dylan Cook. He will come through victorious, and he is absolutely ecstatic about it. To the line, it's going to be a tight one for the victory, but it's Caden Herring in front of Leon Simpson. Cian Daly, I think, fell on the very last lap. Cian Daly has gone from the fray. That is devastating news. Cody Brennan comes through, so does Thomas Baird, so does Seth Hayward. Dan Tanton's got to the line, and Cian Daly is out of contention. He cannot restart. That's so sad for Cian Daly on the last lap of the weekend, but it's just not where he wanted to be at all, and so devastating end to the weekend for him. Dylan Cook claims the victory in Mini GP 110. The Avali 110 Cup win goes to Caden Herring in second. Then Leon Simpson in third position after a great comeback. Cody Brennan, B4 ahead of Thomas Menn, Seth Hayward, Dan Tanton and Ella Mosgrove. Rex Armand will cross the line in ninth in the end. Cian Daly will not be classified, I don't think, after crashing out on the last lap. Ahead of Will Dickinson and Charlie Forrester. The retirement with JJ Magister, Sam Whitaker, and before the race even got underway, Jasper O'Neill-White. Cruel fate Rowrah has played. But whilst Rowrah has been a bit of a nightmare for some of the riders, it's been a fairy tale for us. And the third round of the 5 British Minibikes Championship, although chaotic, has definitely been nail-biting to the end. We've had very tough racing in dry and wet conditions and a little bit of variations. Massive great work from everybody. Hope you've had a fantastic day watching as much as I have talking about it. From Jake Stanton and the whole team here, from Technitive as well, who have been working behind the scenes to bring you the coverage, and from everybody in the British Minibikes paddock, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back in a few weeks' time for the 4th and continuing round of the 2025 British Minibikes Championships, the road to MotoGP. See you soon.